Hello, hello. Good morning. Good morning, evening, afternoon. Okay, that sounds good. All right. Oh, I'm sleepy, but I am settled in, ready for today. Let's go ahead and go over here, and there we are. Hi. Whew. Okay. I was up a little late last night, because me and my sibling are playing Baldur's Gate together, and it's so fun. It's we would have been finished if not for my very busy schedule. We would be done by now, but we just got to the part where we're way into Act 3, so we're heading towards the end, but we just did the part where we were helping the oh fuck, what was their name? Umberlee's children, followers. God, they're so beautiful, all these lovely women. And the second I got there, all I saw was, I was like, oh, I want this dress. I need this dress. How do I get this dress? And I told my brother, I was like, nothing else matters. I need this fucking dress right now. And so we did that whole mission, and we did the underwater mission. Got everybody out in time, and then gave that motherfucker over. And then Umberlee's Chosen granted me their vestments, and I was so happy. I put it on. I'm doing a tiefling warlock right now because that's kind of my default, is always is usually tieflings and also warlock, because I like a little bit of magic, a little bit of sword. It's a good mix of both. And I didn't want to be with a tiefling, you can or with a warlock you can have more fun with like fiendish patrons and stuff like that. To me personally, nothing wrong with a paladin, of course, but just not what I was going for. Can't stay long today. That's okay, sweetheart. Thank you for dropping in anyway. I'm gonna put a reminder for myself to check for audio glitch. Let's say, I don't know, I want to put it like a time, but because whenever I'm gonna put this like over here. Don't forget your it should be gone now. it should be fine now. Hold on, let me pop into game real quick and check. Hold on. Yes, it's not here. Okay. It's good. It should be fixed. God, that was crazy. Yeah, it's gone. It's off. Thank you so much for reminding me though. Yeah, that's all taken care of. Okay. So it should be I don't know what the fuck is with this game. It's just cursed itself. Because of that audio glitch that happens in the game. When I was playing Homicipher, we didn't have this issue. So I'm gonna have to I have a little note reminder just to check the audio every now and then to make sure that it's not glitching. I don't know what the fuck that is. It's just this game. And there was like an update recently, I guess. So maybe it got fixed. It's the only game that this has happened for. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know if just processing it is a little too much, but even then it shouldn't be like that, because it's like I have a good computer now. And it's like I can go into my computer stats like right the fuck now. it's not even close to being like nearly full. It's like I've maybe used like 2% of this computer here. With all the things I have, like if I want to be generous, maybe like 5% of its power right now. The only thing that really keeps it chugging is using VTube Studio and OBS, but that's like normal for any computer, you know. That's like the bare minimum that you have to run to do VTubing. Is like, does it run VTube Studio or whatever your model based program is, and does it run face tracking and OBS? That's bare minimum. And it does, and it does it fine. The only issue sometimes is like my connection, or like my internet might not be doing well, or it's just like, you know, just little things. But yeah, anyway, let's load this baby up and see if it's gonna be loud as hell in my ears. Whenever it decides to load. There you go. Oh, it's actually kind of quiet in my ears right now. Oh, wow. Let's go here. And for some reason my Discord's not working. It's not a huge issue right now, but regardless. Let me fix this. Okay. Gam. We play games. Oh, we play games. There we are. Okay. And it should be a good ratio. Yeah. All right. Let me take my crown off. Okay. How's this audio? Let me know how that's doing. It's a little quiet to me, but I think that's just because I turn my headphones down a lot, so. Where's my window capture? Seems a little quiet. Turn it up just a little bit. The characters do talk kind of loud, so maybe this is fine. Alright, let me look this here. Let me get my mood lighting. I love this little mood lighting feature. It's like my favorite thing. Yeah. Let me pop this up. There we are. Okay. All right, just let me know how the sound is throughout and we should be good. Make sure that it's not glitching. I don't know what the fuck is up with this game. What a choice. What a choice that I have. Okay. I guess we continue. We were with Becca. Which I hope I'm in the right part. We're Rebecca. Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine if we get starting to get spooked like immediately? Oh, let me turn down the brightness. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Now I'm a little dark. Turn that back up. Okay. Whoop. I love this elevator music. Okay, there we are. We are Becca. Okay. Okay. Nope. Wanted to look at my loads. Yeah, I was right around here. Okay, that's cool. Okay, let's get settled in. This should be a long one. To recap, I guess I'll do a quick recap. So originally we were Isabella. We were a realtor, found a scary note in an old house with a lot of history. Scary, creepy ghost lady is after us. We died in a few timelines. We had this note that got sent to, we ended up sharing with other people accidentally. And so now they're all cursed too. And then there's also the people who live in the house who are also cursed too because they live there. But they also saw the note. But I'm pretty sure they were probably cursed just from being in the house. We're all traumatized by something or other. In varying degrees, but everyone's traumatized by something. And the ghost is kind of feeding off of that trauma. And then, oh, I need to move myself just a little bit. So I'm blocking the text just a small amount. There we go. Yeah, so everybody's cursed. Whoops, that's fine. So everybody's cursed. Yeah, we're learning a little bit more about the old family through pictures, and the ghost lady appears to have been a servant to this family and was treated very poorly by both the lord and lady. So let's see what's up here. Okay. And because Rebecca is British, though technically I think she's a Scottish born, but she has a distinct British accent. I'm gonna try my best British, though it will fall off occasionally. So here we go. Isabella's no longer there. Left shortly before I arrived. Or at least that's what the few staff who saw her assumed. None of them knew where she went, but I can take a few guesses. There are only a number of places in Luxbourne she frequents, and well, she's never been the complex kind. Doesn't really take a genius to figure it out. Still, it's odd she left on her own. She could have at least waited for Miss Cooper. It would have saved her from having to pay the cab's fare twice today.
And right after she was told to stay put! I mean, who does that?
Yeah, let me know how the audio is.
Oh, sod off! You don't own the road!
In the end, all Miss Cooper could give me were a string of apologies for my trouble, and a request to let her know when I find Isabella. The whole affair didn't even last long. I probably spent more time traveling back and forth. Soon enough, I'm weaving my way back downtown Luxbourne, worried sick, and on top of that, maybe a little annoyed. Whether at the unexpected turn of events or Isabella herself, I'd rather not think about it for now. Oh, did I? Okay. Not when I'm already running late for Zachary's film. Besides, I'm perfectly sure that's where I'll find her. As one would expect, people are already gathering at the movie house when I get to it. It's a little more posh. I don't know if she's that posh. I don't know. The small avenue where it's located has been closed off entirely from any passing traffic to make way for the avid moviegoers who are sure to crowd the venue. I have to park almost a street away and walk the remaining distance because of it. Looking for them has taken a while in a crowd this big, but eventually I spot them near the entrance. Thanks to Zachary, mostly. And like I've surmised, Isabella's with them.
I knew it.
Wasting no time, I march over to their little group. Whoa, sorry. Words filled with concern tumbled out of my mouth before I could stop myself.
Isabella! Oh, thank goodness. Becca, you're just in time.
An odd expression crosses her face as I hold it with both hands, but I ignore it in favor of getting a good look at her, forcing her to keep still and fix her gaze at me.
Becca, you're squishing my face. How are you? Are you all right? Why wouldn't I be?
There doesn't seem to be any visible injury, nor does she appear to be in any pain. Apart from her confused frown at my questions, she looks pretty much like how she would any other day. Even so, you can't really tell those things with her at first glance. The last time she got sick, she never bothered to call anyone, even me, who lives right next door. If I hadn't checked on her then, she probably would have died on her bed with the rest of us none the wiser. It's the one thing we laugh about now, but moments like those also teaches you something about a person. If anything, it's given me more reason to constantly worry about her. And the moment a familiar name comes up, I know my concerns right now aren't completely baseless.
Rose called me earlier.
Her expression swiftly changes, and gently as she can, Isabella pushes my hands away. Yet even before she says anything, I already have a hunch how this whole thing will play out.
Oh, no, everything's good. Rose covered for me at work today. That's not what I'm talking about. How's your head?
And in there, the whole conversation goes down just as I imagined. She dodges my hand when I reach for the back of her head, intending to check the said injury myself, even making a show of hiding behind Zachary just to avoid me. Instantly, what's supposed to be a simple inquiry dissolves into a shameless game of tag. Shouting and chasing, like none of us can be bothered to act like the full-grown adults we're supposed to be. Including Ashton. I won't put it past Isabella, but Ash, out of everyone. In fact, if that stupid smirk on his face tells me anything, he finds this whole mess amusing. Oh, for the love of...
Isabella, this isn't a laughing matter.
She did look pale when I saw her.
Wow, thanks a lot, Ashton, you traitor. I'll get you back for this, just you wait.
What? I'm just saying it as it is. If you mentioned this earlier, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
There's a moment's pause. My hand steals midair as my attention shifts to Ashton and the words he leaves hanging between the four of us. He doesn't meet my eye. I don't think he's even aware of what he said. But the meaning in each syllable alone is clear, and they echo. They sting. They burn.
I'm sorry, saw her?
Yeah, they arrived together. Bella looked fine to me then. I don't know.
Of course. Of course. Why else would Isabella leave on her own after being told to stay put, after that little chat about money this morning? Something close to silence falls while I mull over their words, both what's already been said and what's left unspoken. When I do find my voice, it only reeks with nothing but bitter, unpleasant thoughts. Thoughts I quickly stamp out before they surface. Thoughts I hide the best I can in the deepest parts of my mind, locking it away for no one to see.
Oh, that's good. At least she didn't have to travel alone, right?
Becca, girl, don't worry. We're gonna get him for you. Yet try as I might, the green-eyed monster easily rears its ugly head, like it always does every time his gaze lingers a second longer. Every time he smiles in a manner far too gentle, far too sincere, whenever he thinks no one can see. Every time my mind suggests his words mean more than they should. Every small little thing. Oh, girl, don't worry. We're gonna get him for you. Despite what he says, despite his tone.
Look, you guys.
For all I know, it may just be the same kind of fondness born from friendship. Maybe I'm simply overthinking like he often tells me, Or maybe there really is something there. But in his short display of impatience, I know the whole of it is just for show. After all, growing up together with him didn't teach me nothing about him. For whose sake is it this time, though? For him? For Zachary? For her? Or for me? That I can't tell.
If she says she's okay, then there's nothing we can do about it. It's not like we can stop her either. Besides, she's still acting like the same old Isabella to me, if she can still run around like that.
Why are you taking her side?
Becca, come on.
I'm not. But if she wants to watch Zach's movie with us, I'm not going to stop her. She's probably the one looking forward to it the most.
Ash, that's... You, of all people, should know...
Tell you what, if I notice something amiss with her, I'll take her to the nearest hospital myself. Is that good enough for you?
My mouth opens then snaps shut almost as quickly, forming a thin, hard line instead. I can't respond, not because there's nothing to say. On the contrary, there's plenty. So many things I can use to reason and get him to agree. But because he speaks with much certainty, with much reassurance, it feels like there isn't even a choice. All I can give is a long, deep breath and a reluctant nod in the face of it. Before I can grip myself in my own weakness, the mood immediately shifts and I'm being tackled into a hug.
Thanks, Becca. It's always been you with him, isn't it?
Girl, it's okay.
Did you say something?
Girl,
Me?
please.
Nothing. Don't mind me.
Becca, he is yours. Don't worry. A lie, obviously. What else can it be? Each and every smile, a tiny effort to keep things as they are, or so I tell myself. Little do I know this is merely a preamble. It starts out quietly and without fanfare, amidst friendly jibes and harmless teasing, with a scrap of paper fluttering harmlessly to the ground. Oh yes, we read the note. One that looks suspiciously like a cheap Halloween prank, no matter how you look at it. And yet, despite how ludicrous it all is, Isabella stubbornly insists, as if her whole life depends on acknowledging the truth in her story. Does she even realize how absurd she sounds right now? Crivens? This interesting word. Even my students wouldn't fall for this.
Isabella, aren't you taking this a bit too far?
She doesn't give me the time to regret nor think over my choice of words. From there it escalates, going into an argument too petty for even our standards as adults. Before we know it, one after another, harsh, scathing words are being spoken.
It's not a joke! Will you guys listen to me first? I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me. If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Right. And in broad daylight, Isabella. Even someone gullible would find the logic in that screwed up. There's also no way in hell that this supernatural shit is true.
But it's real! What do you think I saw?
A hallucination? A delusion? Didn't you say you fell down some stairs? So maybe Rebecca's right.
It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing.
I remember that.
We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
Sorry, my yawn curse. I have curse with the yawns. But someone has to be patient in all this. And however much my own has already been frayed earlier, there's no one else. Who else here can deal with someone selfishly acting like a kid? Like every other time, it has to be me.
We are, and you know that. But this thing and that thing has got nothing to do with the other. When Rose called earlier, I thought she's just exaggerating. But based on what I'm seeing right now, maybe it's better if we really postpone this for now. Don't bother.
Just like that, she cuts us off. Slams the door right in our faces while my own temper flares before I can stop it. Although it falters briefly at the hard expression on her when she snatches the blasted paper from Ashton, I hold on to it. Regardless how on how upset she appears, sour expression and balled fists, throwing a tantrum is simply unacceptable. For a grown woman at that. Words form at the tip of my tongue ready. But before I can open my mouth and let it all out, her feelings and mistakes be damned, Zachary raises a voice of his own.
Guys!
A warning underneath the warm and hopeful beat in his voice. We all stop and look to him, and even my own anger subsides a little at his tone.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her. And hey, ain't this supposed to be a happy get-together?
To an outsider, it may sound like a desperate request, but Zachary has always been the one to keep a level head over petty squabbles. This time's no different. He knows what to say, and when he lets it fall, they only ring sharp and true.
We haven't seen each other for months. I'd really love to know what y'all have been up to. I only ever get to talk to Bella over chat. Please.
And as careful as he is with his own tone, it does make me feel ashamed. We're supposed to be here for him, to give what little support we can give. Yet here he is, trying to keep 3 stubborn people from outright hashing it out in public. Later, we can and will talk about it, of course. There's a proper time and place for it, and at the moment, my anger and whatever reprimands it carries no longer matter. Besides me, Ashton appears to have already caught on. The lines of his shoulders ease into something much more relaxed, his expression back to his usual nonchalance. Isabella, however, she stands perfectly still, her hands clasping the straps of her bag like a lifeline, eyes trained at some point near her shoes. There's no anger in her face, only an undeniable hurt. But she's never been good at hiding what she thinks. Always the open book, always the one to wear her heart out in the open. And when she looks up, her answer is also simple.
If we keep arguing here, we're going to miss the first few minutes.
Her lips curled into a smile, though lacking both its usual brightness and glee, it's a smile nonetheless. I've seen it countless times, and the very same one she would show when she knows she has no other choice, or simply when things get tough for her. But despite everything I know about her, it still catches me off guard. In all honesty, I expect her to run, to balk at the first sign of losing this time. I wouldn't even be surprised. At 26, she is the youngest among the rest of us. Really? Oh, okay. Less experienced, less accustomed to dealing with trivial quarrels like this. Yet here she is, holding herself and coping with it like how she would with matters concerning her family. Outside of that, to me, she has always been this childish, naive girl, and watching the opposite play out right now, somehow I find it difficult to wrap my head around it.
All right, that's the Isabella I know.
Becca, why are you like kind of rude to her in your mind? Just like, oh, she's just always so childish, and just like, I'm better than her is kind of what this screams to me. There's like, she can never be like me, a responsible adult. Like, girl, come on.
Oh, good. I thought for sure you were going to cry.
Yeah, probably because she's jealous. But I envy her.
What was that for?
Stop calling me a crybaby! I'm not one.
Oh, don't cry.
You crying.
Stop it!
I envy her spirit, her warmth, her cheer, the shine in her eyes when she looks at the world. Now everything seems to simply fall back to a pleasant, lively rhythm with her around. How easily and tightly she fits into our lives, even without bonds only long years could forge, like a lost piece of a puzzle despite her jagged edges. How she draws people to her with ease. How Ashton, of all people, can be drawn to her.
Okay, scaredy cat then.
That too! If you repeat that, I swear I'll...
Let's just go.
Becca, come on, girl. They're just friends. Pocket Chibi coming soon. Chibi Robo. Did I make that joke already? I don't remember. I make no effort keeping the bitterness from my tone. If I let it seep, linger stiffly in the air. I let it seep, linger stiffly in the air as I avert my gaze from them. From their playful banter, their friendly teasing remarks, and Ashton's tender, affectionate smiles, all before the stabbing aches in my heart change into something too painful to bear. It's all in my head, is what I'd often tell myself. Yet the way my heart rends at just the sight of them hurts. And like a coward, I walk away from all of it, taking with me a small hope that the movie will distract me away from these thoughts. Because, like this, it's easy to find something to hate in her. Girl, you've gotta get over it. Dusk has already given way tonight when we leave the film fest. Unfortunately, it does nothing to improve my mood like I'm hoping. Neither does the muggy air that greets us upon stepping back into the noisy streets. Too busy. Too loud. Too many people talking what little space the sidewalk offers. It forces anyone to bump shoulders with those they barely know, let alone care about. On a normal evening, I probably wouldn't have minded the crowd, nor the humid weather. It's not like any of them are bothering anyone. And yet, even with what's admittedly pleasant company, I can't bring myself to lighten up.
See you guys some other time.
Yeah. See ya.
Not even to return the smiles Ashton and Zachary gave us when we go our separate ways. Perhaps it started with Miss Cooper Cole, or earlier than that. Maybe even the moment I left bed this morning. Bloody hell. It could have been because of that sodding letter, for all I know. I couldn't care less at this point. All I want is to get a warm bath, sleep, and wait for this dreadful day to end. Now, if only Isabella would stop babbling, then maybe this dull throbbing at the side of my head won't turn into a full-blown headache, too.
Zach did a pretty good job with his movie, didn't he? Even though Ash said he ran into some trouble late into filming. But I knew he had it in him. It's not like I didn't believe he couldn't do it. I mean, did you see his face after the credits rolled? All those months he worked on this, and everything's finally...
You weren't even watching.
Only the first minutes. I watched the rest of it, I swear. Besides, Ashton was the one who wouldn't stop asking questions.
Well, why do we still need to talk about this then? I liked it. Ash liked it. You liked it. Shouldn't you be telling that to Zachary in person? I'm sure he'll appreciate it better than I ever will.
I know that, but maybe there's something you want to say? Zach had you check the scripts before he went through everything, didn't he? You also worked on it, even if it was only for a short time. So, maybe you want to...
I don't bother waiting for the rest. The moment I spot my car, I immediately make a quick beeline for it. Knowing her, this is merely another attempt at starting a conversation, just so we'll have something to fill the dead air, to replace the strained atmosphere we somehow walked into. One thing, the very thing, I'm not too keen to deal with at the present. Behind me, Isabella also changes her pace to match mine, her soft strides growing brisk and uneven in order to catch up. A small part of me half expects she'll suddenly trip. She's not the clumsy sort, but there are definitely times when she can be the least coordinated person on the planet.
Becca, hey! Oh no. Wait for me!
And people wonder why I worry. They're not really completely unfounded. Once you've already grown familiar with her habits. That right now, this is also at the very end of the list of things I want to think about. Becca, girl, come on. You're doing too much. Sometimes it does become overbearing. Even her voice as she calls after me sounds nothing more than background noise to my ears now.
Rebecca, slow down, will you? Your car's not going to leave without us.
The sooner we get on the road, the earlier we can get home. It's Friday, in case you didn't notice.
I know what day it is, but the traffic's not going to magically disappear, even if we go there right now.
I don't want to hear that from you. Didn't you used to complain how horrendous the traffic is back home for you?
Yeah? But that doesn't have anything to do with this, Becca.
Okay. What do you want to do then? Wait it out? Walk? I just want to go home, Isabella. If you want to stay out here longer, I won't stop you. But leave me out of it. I'm not up for any other foolish excursions tonight.
Girl, calm down.
I wasn't thinking about an excursion. I want to go home too. It's already late. It's just that you've been in this prickly mood since earlier. Are you really okay? Was it the cold? Or did something happen at school? Do you want to talk about it?
A long pause follows, and it holds everything she's been meaning to ask from the very start. I'm in no mood, but all the same, my hand stops short of unlocking my car, and my grip on the handle tightens. I can feel her eyes boring on me, waiting, hoping patiently for any answers I'd give. She's the same as Zachary. They're bad liars. But when you talk to people like them, if you're not careful, they often leave you with no other choice but to admit the truth. Those exact same ones I can't voice. Despite my lack of response, she pushes on, surprisingly. This time her tone is quieter, more sensitive than usual.
Was it because of the letter?
Title mention. It's a well-meaning question, much like the rest of this talk. Yet something in how she says it irks me.
If it is, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause a scene. I did see something in the mansion, though. I wasn't lying about that.
Wherever she wants to take this, I no longer want to hear a word of it. Not at this minute, preferably never. Especially when there are already a million other things buzzing and prodding inside my head. Sometimes my patience can only be tried for so long. Becca, I feel like you should just talk to her. But neither of those are an option. So, I don't know, just be like, hey, I'm not in the mood right now, I guess.
And during the open house, even if there were a lot of people around, there were weird things happening.
I know, Bella. I know this, but she doesn't.
I don't know if there was anyone else who noticed, but I heard things. I'm sure it wasn't because I fell down the stairs. Even before that, in the attic,
Will you give the sorting letter a rest already?
The effect is immediate. Abruptly, Isabella clamps her mouth shut. Head flickers across her face as she looks away, and her shoulders droop, all before the thought of holding back my tone or how she'll take every word crosses my mind. When the realization does hit after, a twinge of guilt washes over me at once. But with all that has already been said and done, what am I supposed to tell her then? That I'm someone who can be so easily unsettled by my own assumptions. That this stupid sulk has been brought upon by some equally stupid jealousy. Girl, you should just talk to her. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. This shit pisses me off. A simple glimpse of her and my childhood friend together infuriates a part of me. Or that I wish I'd been in her place during those times instead. True or not, I owe her neither of those. And if anything, she's the last person I want to know about it.
Look here, I'm not in the mood for this kind of talk tonight. My head is aching and I'm tired. I don't want to hear about the dumb letter, or the mansion, or whatever it was you saw in the bloody attic. Just get in the car and we're going home.
sorry. I won't mention it again.
If you're so worried about it, why don't you just throw the blasted thing away?
You make it sound so easy.
Because it is. Here, hand it over and I'll do it for you. Might as well shred it up while we're at it.
I hold out a hand to her, though the gesture is without any expectations. She's nothing if not stubborn, and it isn't surprising when she turns the offer down with a swat of her hand.
Rebecca, just leave it alone, okay? I get it. You don't want anything to do with it.
Good. I hope that settles it.
Yeah, just forget I mentioned anything.
I'm so sorry, Isabella.
I'll figure it out myself.
Yeah. That makes me stop again. This time I turn to look at her, searching her face for an explanation. But all she offers me is a sidelong glance and another one of those pained looks, climbing onto the passenger seat and closing the door behind her. Somehow, even with the steady din of traffic around us, the sound of that feels heavier, weighted with everything we refuse to utter tonight. Becca, you're just being awful. It's what I want, isn't it? Certainly doesn't feel like it. This self-sabotaging ass. Thankfully, if there's anything left to be spoken between us after, we won't have to discuss it on the way home. Or rather, we can't. Because no sooner than we hit the road, Isabella dozes off. Despite my foul mood, I still end up suppressing a laughter once the first sounds of her breathing fill the car.
Mama?
Not your mom, Isabella.
Slow and steady, the quiet rhythm so completely unlike her, so far removed from every impression anyone has of her. A few faint whimpers will occasionally come from her, but otherwise it's just us, this silence, and it's so utterly unexpected. Still, a welcome break, of course. Peace and quiet is the only thing you'll rarely get with her around. But it's nowhere near comforting. It merely lends the air this strange clarity. Every little sound, every single moment more palpable. And it comes with the unease. A jolt of surprise hits me. It's almost comical if this were a different situation. In my haste, I accidentally dislodged my mobile from its seat on the dashboard when I swiped the screen. Soon I'm scrambling blindly for it with my other hand while keeping a steady eye on the road ahead. Oh, great. A voice crackles from the loudspeakers before I can put it back. Although muffled heavily by the surface, I recognize the person on the other line from her chipper tone alone.
Hello? Miss Cooper?
Oh, you're still awake. Evening.
Oh, okay.
I hope I didn't disturb you or anything. I know it's a bit late. Sorry about that. I just want to check on you and Isabella. That girl's still not answering her mobile. Were you able to meet up with her?
Yes. She's with me. We're on our way home.
Hello? What was that again? I can't hear you properly.
Sorry. Let me just fix this dumb phone.
My hand stops dead for a moment. I spare the device a brief glance, waiting. Seconds pass. Nothing happens, though. Frankly, I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but the lines of my mouth forms into a frown regardless.
Miss Cooper?
Yes, still here.
Did you say something?
Just that I didn't get the last part. What were you saying again?
No, I thought you... Never mind. Must be the signal acting up. Coming in?
What?
Is everything all right over there?
Certainly. Is something wrong? What wouldn't? Okay, you seem to be busy. If this is a good time, I can just call you back some,
Oh, wow. I have to make a conscious effort not to panic right then and there, although my tight hold on the steering wheel tells a different story altogether.
Miss Cooper? Rose? Hey, Rose! Are you still there?
Only a burst of static answers me, and maybe this lapse is entirely because of exhaustion. It has been a long day, and I haven't fully recovered from last week's bout of flu, contrary to what I've been telling people. Though perhaps, had I paid closer attention to it, had I not been so occupied with other thoughts, I probably would have noticed earlier. But it never came from... Oh, it never came from my phone. Oh, shit. But from somewhere right behind me. Oh my god. Whoa. Time slows to a crawl. Looking up is a mistake. The first thing I see is its face. A ghastly shade, every inch battered, bruised, and bloodied. Even in the darkness, and the world passing by in a blur of lights outside, I can still make out the wounds. Blood still oozes from it, little trails of crimson running down its face, glistening under what little light there is. But it is the gleam in its eye that catches mine, a quiet plea, the anguish and the desperation in them, more than its hideous features and the awful stench of gore now soaking the air. And try as I might, I can't bring myself to look away, even as its lips contort into a horrific smile. Even as a sharp, harsh noise pierces the air and the silence around us.
Car! Eyes on the road!
Against everything I've been taught, and I've constantly reminded myself, I close my eyes. It's a brief moment. A short, vivid second of muscle memory and instinct complete taking over. And if I didn't allow it, if my hands didn't move or my feet didn't hit the brakes in that exact second, I might have... Isabella and I might have... No. I shake the notion away before I lose myself in it. Right now, it's an ugly line of thought I refuse to venture into. Now when breathing is a struggle and every ounce of strength has been totally drained from my body. Most definitely not while Isabella's panicked voice beside me still rings in my ears. We're alive. We're safe. That's all that matters. But it's not her face that I look at when I finally open my eyes. All gone. I expected stains, little telling marks and creases on the covers to show me where it sat not a second ago. But whoever, whatever it is, it left not a single trace. And though courage is a hard thing to gather at this point, I take what little of it remains in me and turn towards the back seat. Even then, there's none. Was there really something in there in the first place? With how empty it is, I'm beginning to doubt it. A stupid flu again.
I need a long rest after this.
My hands fall uselessly to my sides, numb from how taut my grip on the wheel has gone, yet still trembling from the unexpected rush of adrenaline. Against my ears, my heart still pounds in an erratic rhythm, and my breathing hasn't slowed down. But the world has already righted itself without waiting for me, and little by little, second after second, as I sit here motionless, color begins to seep back around me. Along with it are sounds and a voice, no longer the indistinct ringing it was earlier.
Becca, are you okay? Answer me, will you? You're scaring me. You know what? I think we should just call a taxi since...
Can you keep it down?
So, a differently recorded line. Strained, harsh, and completely unintentional. But with heat prickling in the back of my eyes and the mild throbbing at my temple, I honestly could do with a little silence for now.
Keep it down? We almost crashed, Becca.
I know what happened. It was a lapse. I'm sorry.
A lapse? You call that a lapse? Becca, I really don't want to end up a mangled mess on the side of the road. Or a mangled mess anywhere.
Well, sorry, girlie. It ended up happening in one scene.
All I'm asking, if the time ever comes, which I hope isn't right now, is a peaceful death. Give that one to me at least. Not that I'm asking for it, but please.
Isabella. Belle, you're overreacting. If you're so worried, why don't you drive?
Don't have a license.
I keep telling you to get one, didn't I? For the past 5 years.
As far as I know, though, getting your license in comparison to America is oftentimes a huge pain in the ass for a lot of countries. I don't know how it is for Britain in particular, but I know I think in Denmark, it's like incredibly, I know because my family, but it's like, for one, incredibly expensive, like ridiculously so, and then also like the biggest pain in the ass ever.
Do you see why now?
I wasn't really expecting to stay here this long. I thought it'd just be for a year or two.
I'm sorry, girly. All of a sudden, a pensive mood comes over her. Isabella looks away then, while what's left of my little lecture never crosses the tip of my tongue. I don't allow it to. Because in each of those words she let loose earlier is a small truth. Her stay has always been meant to be something fleeting. Earn some good money, go home. It's what she'd tell herself during her first year here. Now, half a decade later, I'm not sure if she still believes that. Even I'm not sure if I still believe that. And if there's something in her reasons that has changed along the way, even if I already have a hunch, it's the one thing I can never bother to ask. Those are hers to keep.
I'll be careful this time, I promise. Just please, can we give this whole thing a rest for now?
She nods, and that's the end of it. We spend the rest of the trip back to the Salem Well. For some reason, I didn't see the M there, and so I was just like, Sail Well. Salem Well in silence. All thoughts of an overactive imagination playing tricks on a flu-addled mind, and of smiles never meant for... Oh, sorry. It's my yawn curse. Of smiles never meant for my eyes abandoned, if only for a brief moment. Yippee! It begins innocently enough. Tuesday morning arrives, like any other day before it, bright and clear. Even though it comes... In Britain? Bright and clear, are you sure? Even though it comes with an extra helping of the usual October weather, I appreciate being able to catch a glimpse of the clear skies today, as clear skies lately. After going through a bout of sickness last week, it does something to lift the mood of what would otherwise be a dreary morning. And despite being mostly a creature of habit, I wind up waking earlier than usual because of it. Still no earlier than Isabella, it appears. I've assumed she'll take a day or two off because of what happened to Miss Cooper, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The sound of the morning news drifts from her unit when I walk past on the way to my mailbox. For some reason, all of those words got fucked up to me. Chances are, around this hour, she's already dressed and ready to go, probably just waiting for the next bus to arrive. I tried following her example before, but I don't think I'll be repeating that.
Really? How can anyone be up before the sun is up?
Listen, I don't want to be, but here I am, when in my mortal job, up before the goddamn sun. Okay. It's a habit she got from home, she said, instilled in her by the kind of life she grew up in. Like clockwork, it's always at 4 a.m., either to help with the chores or prepare her little siblings for school. It surprised me the first time. She didn't look like someone who could. In the end, I've simply passed it off as one of the many things anyone will have to get used to around her. Not that I'll ever fully understand. I'm my parents' only child. We weren't well off, but so far I've lived a relatively easy life. I didn't have to think about bills or food for the next... Oh, what's that like? Or paying any siblings' tuition on top of my own, or supporting a sick father's medication. All I have to worry about were my grades. If it gained Mum and Dad's approval, or what we would be having for dinner. When put next to hers, they all pale in comparison. They look less like problems and more like petty issues this way.
Petty issues?
But as unimportant as it sounds, sometimes its ugly head rears at the most inappropriate times. And sometimes they come through your mailbox in the form of a fancy-looking letter, pretty ribbons and all. Whoever sent this has spent silly money on an envelope alone, verging on ridiculous, really. I can already imagine Isabella wrinkling her nose once she sees this. Then she'll complain about unnecessary expenses and rich people problems. I'm almost afraid to touch it myself. It's simply brushing a hand against its crisp surface will be enough to put a crease on it, and it will be a terrible slight to the sender. But as extravagant as I find this, it isn't really the first time I've received one. Most of the time it's not even for me, so who am I to complain? Either way, no look of surprise crosses my face once I flip the envelope over and see my parents' name written in a neat script.
Nothing new then.
Alistair and Alyssa Gales. Nothing. Their years in the... Is it academy? What is that spelling? Is that a correct spelling, or are we just missing a letter? The years in the academy naturally brought with it various connections. People from other fields, arts, science, business, politics, you name it. This one, though, gives off a much personal vibe. Letters like this usually come from old students, people who've grown fond of my parents and they in turn treat like children of their own. I've only met a few of them. Most have moved on to become successful in their chosen careers. And little letters like this are their way of expressing gratitude. It's one thing Mum and Dad are proud of, rightfully so, and I'm happy for them. But there are times when I wish they'll remember they have a daughter here. A real one. Not that it's any of any importance now. It's not like they didn't raise me well and provided for me. They did. I wouldn't be where I am now if it weren't for their hard work. Like a dutiful child, I do everything I can to give back. Even as a small thing as letting know that I got another mail waiting for them. The phone rings for a good minute before someone answers. Mum, her voice warm as I remember.
Becca?
Hi, Mum. How's the conference going?
Well enough. Until your dad sprained his ankle.
Oh no, is it bad?
I'm alright. In case anyone in this family cares to listen, I'm alright. Very much alive, darling.
And there you have it. He'll be up and walking in a few weeks, don't worry. We're going to have to extend our stay here until it heals, though. Is something the matter?
Nothing big. Just that this mail arrived for you this morning.
A lie. Thankfully, she doesn't notice. Although, if I'm going to be honest, a small part of me yearns for her to do so and ask me about it. But I put down that idea almost as soon as it surfaces. I shouldn't make them fret. They're busy.
What does it say?
Raise your glasses, give cheers to the good times, blah blah.
Becca manners. That isn't how I taught you to read.
Sorry. You are cordially... it's an invitation, Mum, for a housewarming party. From, Hannah?
The name rings a bell, though at the moment I can't recall when or where I've heard it recently. It must be nothing too important if I didn't bother committing it to memory. There are a lot of Hannahs in the world, so who knows?
Hannah.
She also wrote you a note, Mum. It says you used to be her private tutor at the Evans mansion. And that she misses you and would love to see you two again.
It makes my heart clench to read another openly say those words to them, the same ones I want to tell them. I want to see you too. It's been years since we've been together as family, and if there's one thing that hasn't changed from childhood, it's that Mum and Dad are always busy with their respective careers. Out of the country, away on some meeting or symposium, sometimes for months on end. It only grew more frequent with the years until I'm old enough to live on my own. I like to think that's how I've become independent at such an early age. They've always praised me for that. At times I wish they didn't.
Evans? Oh, I remember now. Honey, it's Hannah. Hannah Evans. Remember? Bright girl, 2 years older than Becca?
Didn't she get married a few years ago? 7 now, I think. But they grow up so fast, these kids.
Yeah, she invited us to that too. Fonte de Medici. But we missed that one because you had to present your paper in Singapore.
We did send her a note after. Still a shame we couldn't attend, though. What is it about this time?
She sent another invite for a housewarming party. Becca, when is it?
This Friday, Mum.
Oh, that's too bad. We'd love to be there, but Da's not in a condition to go walking around. I guess we'd have to decline again. I really miss that girl.
I could go in your place.
I let it slip without thinking. Personally, I've never been fond of gatherings, regardless of how simple people make it seem. But if there's one thing I hate hearing, that disappointed note in Mom's voice always ranks first. Whether it's directed at me or some other thing doesn't matter.
Are you sure? Don't you have work this Friday?
The event will be in the evening, Mum. It shouldn't take anything away from my schedule.
My
It's
schedule?
all right. The invite's for 2 people. I can bring someone with me so things don't get boring.
I see. Maybe you can also invite Ashton?
Mum, that's a sure no from him. He hates attending parties. But I'll see what I can do. If not, I can always bring Isabella with me. You know her. She won't say no if there's food involved.
Okay, if it's not going to be a big problem for you, I don't see why not. We owe you this one, darling.
No problem, Mum. I'll even say hi to Hannah for you.
Please do. And let her know we'd love to see her once we're back in the city. Leave her our number or something.
I will.
But you know, the two of you would have become really good friends. Don't you remember? You met with her once. If my memory serves me right, you were 12 then?
This too I can't recall. It's probably one of those meetings where we only talked a bit before going our ways. If she did leave an impression, I'm pretty sure I would have written about it somewhere, or at least recognized her name. As it is, the only few people I can remember clearly from that time in my life is Ashton and Mandy, to some extent. Mum must have sensed my confusion because she laughed.
Don't push yourself too hard, darling. Really? It felt like having 2 daughters back then. Sometimes I wish they didn't send her away to boarding school. But, well, you know how often that goes with them. Still, try talking to her while you're there.
Oh, we'll see. I'll let you know what happens after.
I'm looking forward to it, darling. Take care of yourself.
Will do. You too, Mum. Bye. Tell Da to be careful next time.
She chuckles then. A hearty one, tender and always light on my ears. She may be a stand teacher, but this is the part of her I love the most. The sounds of it still echo even as our call comes about an abrupt end, bringing with it a memory from so many years ago. And life and responsibilities that accompany adulthood are things far from our minds. If given the chance, I'd love to go back to those. I don't dwell on it, though, shaking it all away almost as soon as the memory forms a clear picture in my head. I've always wondered how Isabella can easily pretend everything's normal over the phone call, then bounce back to her usual self immediately after. I've seen her do it plenty of times. For me, it just drains whatever energy I have. With the whole day of teaching still ahead of me, I can't afford to look exhausted in front of my students. Even for a wee bit, it's never a good example to set. So with another sigh, I put everything at the back of my mind and tread back to my room. The rest of my day waits. 15 minutes later, I'm heading back out, dressed for the day, my car keys in hand. Ordinarily, I don't stop for anything. There's never a need to. That's the beauty of this apartment complex. It's quiet and everyone keeps to themselves. No useless platitudes in the morning. No need to wear a smile on your face lest other people are nosy enough to ask. Today, however, the morning broadcast still plays from Isabella's room. My brisk pace slows to a stop and a frown gradually forms on my face.
She hasn't left.
Of course, this isn't unusual. There are times when I've left earlier than she did, like last Friday before their open house. But those days are few and far between. It only happens in the direst circumstances, though the last part of that might be a bit of an exaggeration. However, with what's happened in the last few days, maybe today is one. The death of a friend isn't something anyone can brush off, and for someone like Isabella's the kind who gets attached to people easily. With Zachary, Ashton, and I, that has been the case. I can't imagine what she might be going through right now, especially when the woman was someone she owed a lot, despite their training being brief. I've given her space last night in difference, but perhaps today might be the proper time to check on her?
Whatever. I've still got time anyway.
With light steps, I move closer to a door, hand already poised to knock. Still, I don't do so until I hear her answer me.
Isabella? Belle? Are you in there?
No answer. After a second, I finally knock, lightly so I don't disturb her, in case she's sleeping and has merely left the telly running last night. Never mind how she never lets that happen, ever. Waste of electricity and all.
I just want to check on you before I leave. Is that okay? Are you going to work today, Belle?
Still nothing.
I'm about to leave. If you want, I can drop you off.
Another round of knocking. Then I'm fishing out a copy of her key from my bag and unlocking the door. She lent it years ago, after I complained about the mess and offered to help in cleaning up. Though, I thought the gesture was completely unnecessary back then. After all, I could always knock. But she never did bother taking them from me, was returning it or turning away from the conversation whenever I insisted. At one point, I simply stopped trying to hand it back to her.
Isabella? I'm coming in, all right?
Without waiting for her to answer, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Her unit's still a mess. Instant needle cups on the table, a pile of clothes on the side, papers strewn about everywhere, and an unkept bed, among other things. This, as much as a given, will always be a given. I've been here several times already, and I still wonder how she can function in like a human being with a place like this state. However, that's neither here nor there. I'm not sure what I'm expecting, but it's certainly not finding an empty flat. Granted, she could have left earlier, far earlier than usual, but she never ever leaves without making sure she's unplugged everything. That's something she doesn't forget to do. Doesn't help that her bathroom appears unused this morning. Another habit I can only mean she hasn't been here since last night. Perhaps even since morning after Miss Cooper's death. The idea doesn't sit well with me, with what the news has been hearing lately.
The authorities are still trying to find the cause of death for all the victims. Early investigation revealed most of them were employed under Briar Realty Corporation at the time of death. Meanwhile, BRC has refused to comment on this.
Gathering my wits, I immediately place the call to her mobile. It rings for a good minute, the sound had comfort itself, and when another minute rolls by without her answering. Well, I'm not a woman prone to panicking. Certain bouts of temper maybe, but never panic, despite how I may sound when speaking. When it ultimately goes straight to her voicemail, a sigh is the only thing I let out. A pause doesn't last long, though. The next moment, my fingers are already moving across the screen in search of the two people who might be able to help. It's Ashton's number I find first and dial. Call it a habit, but even Isabella thinks he's dependable when the situation calls for it, despite how much they give each other grief. That says a lot about him. There's Zachary, but at this hour he's probably still sleeping. If he has freelance work, it's likely he's just gotten himself in bed. He's the last person I'd want to bother, if anything. The wait doesn't take long. Soon a click, and then Ashton's voice echoes through the receiver, rough and still heavy with sleep. He never did grow fond of mornings.
Christ, what time is it? What's up?
Not you, apparently.
Good one. Did you call us early just to make that joke? I'm going back to sleep.
No, Ash, hold on. This is important.
Becca, stakeout last night. Make this quick. I
still got a few hours before the chief bothers me.
Sorry, I'll let you go back to sleep after. It's just that... Wait, you were on a stakeout last night?
Did I say that? Shit. Forget I said that. Forget I said anything. Forget we had this conversation.
So, you have no idea?
About what? About what? I also have no idea why we're talking so early in the morning, so there's that.
Okay, there was a weird double line there, but alright.
No! Will you stop sleep talking or whatever for a second? Belle didn't come home last night. She's gone!
Who?
Isabella!
Instead of an answer, a brief pause comes after, followed by something blunt and heavy hitting a hard surface, and a string of rather colourful curses from him. What is that? What is that scream? The moment might have been one of the many things I'll keep to myself and remember fondly in the next few days, if things aren't the way they are. When he picks up again, there's no trace of sleep left in his voice.
Say that again, from the top.
Isabella's gone, Ash. She didn't come home last night. Her flat's empty. She left her telly running. You know she doesn't do that at...
Okay, Becca, stop. Calm down first. You're starting to panic.
I'm not!
You are. Breathe. One person's not going to simply disappear like that. This is Isabella we're talking about. Did you try calling her?
What did you think is the first thing I did? She's not picking up. It went to her voicemail.
How about Zach? Did you check with him?
Not yet. I didn't want to bother him. You know he has trouble sleeping and all that.
All right. I'll go ask Zach. I'll call you back.
No, wait!
He ends the call before I can utter a single word of protest. For the first time since entering this room, tension is gone from my shoulders and my breathing has eased. Bed creaks as I sink down on it with a sigh. The telly still blares the same uninteresting news and I'm surrounded by clutter. All the same, it feels strangely calm to be here without worry nagging at me. I'll have to apologize to Zachary later for sending Ashton this way this early, but for now relying on the latter for this isn't the wrong choice. It never will be. There's something I won't ever doubt him, much like his promises. And true to his words, he calls back only a few minutes after the last one has ended.
She's with Zach.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. She could have at least sent a message last night.
What are you, her mother?
Yes. It's the one thing I hear from Isabella, but from Ashton...
I don't want to hear anything like that from you.
I'm serious. You've got to stop treating her like she's one of your students, Becca. You don't have to keep tabs on her every time. Last I checked, she's only 3 years younger than the two of us. That's almost a decade gap from those kids you're teaching, you know.
Says the person who keeps calling her Scaredy Cat.
Yeah, but it's fun.
That's not related at all. Anyway, I'll go check how she's doing. Don't stress yourself out. You go ahead to work.
Sorry, hold on. There you go.
Wait, you? Don't you have a precinct to be at? Whatever happened to not treating her like one of my students? Because if anyone's going to ask me, I think you're doing the same thing.
Zach said it's an emergency. Something happened last night.
Okay, I'm gonna let it keep going, but I'm gonna do an audio check.
Emergency?
He didn't put in those exact same words, but it sounded like it.
Ash, what really happened? Is Isabella fine?
She's alright. She's safe. Zach let her stay the night after she... Look, okay. Z-Man wasn't clear about it, but let me handle this.
Ashton,
I'll check
don't call him that. He doesn't want you to call him that. Sounds like a lie if I ever heard one. The sort where he omits things just so people won't fret. And I'm not sure whether I should be happy he cares that much to do that. There shouldn't be a need for this between us, is there? We grew up together, didn't we? He knows I'm capable of at least hearing out the truth without it gnawing at me for the rest of the day. He knows me much better than that. I know him better than that. Frankly, there's plenty of other things to say about this. But despite and after all the trouble we went through, with how things are moving at the moment, only one thought occurs to me. What should I say? I'm gonna be so real, I blanked out a little bit. What were we talking about? Besides, like... Hold on. Alright. Oh, yeah, we skipped a lot ahead. Yeah, okay. Yes. Oh, she's sad. Sorry, baby girl. Okay, sorry, what were we talking about? Zach said it's an emergency. Something happened last night. But this always sound like it. What really happened? That sounds like a lie. It wasn't clear, but I'll check on her. What should I say? I think this is like, I can handle you telling me what happened. Whoops. No, he didn't like that. Okay, hold on. Yes, load it. Okay. There we go. Okay, because those words, I was like, this is confusing. Did he like that? Cool. Really trying to get them together, you know, because this is like important for her, important for me. She'll be less of angry if she finally is true with her feelings, you know. I recognize his concern for what it is. It's not new for him to go out of his way for us, and to be honest, this is what I love about him. As much as I would have loved to take this off his hands, it'll only be selfish of me to insist, considering he knows of my other commitments. Oh, okay. I see what she was doing. Because I thought she was asking us, like, it's okay. It's like, I can handle it if you tell me what's happening. Not as in, like, I'm going to go over there myself. Because that didn't happen in the timeline. I don't know how it would change, but... To do so feels like I would be trampling on what kindness he seldom offers to anyone.
Sorry for putting you up to this.
Nah, don't mention it. You've got other things you need to worry about. Take care of those first. This is a small thing.
I still owe you one.
Oh, I can name a few things you can do about that.
Oh, really?
You know, there's this ice cream shop that opened near the movie house. I could use...
Okay, let's stop right there. That's enough. On second thought, maybe I'll just think about it some other time.
Harsh.
We both laugh. The sound lighter and more comfortable. Like the old days when a wayward 26-year-old is at the bottom of the list we need to worry about. This is how we find a common ground. We may not agree on a lot of things. We may see things the way the other does. But the give and take is something we've learned to get used to over the years. Whether it's like this, confidence in him is the least I can offer as thanks.
Really? Thanks for this, Ash.
I'll let you know what happened afterwards, I promise. I'll call you later. You have a good day. Bye.
Bye, Ash. I admit, the way he puts it isn't comforting enough. He can be blunt like that. So many unknown variables. So many words left unsaid. I'd wish he simply laid them all out in the open, because like this, I'm more inclined to think there's an exaggeration on the other's part. If it's from Zachary or Ashton, I don't know. In the end, all I can do is wait to go about my day and hope for the best. Before leaving, I spare Isabella's room one last glance, disturbingly quiet now without her in it. Turn off her TV. I'll get answers from her later. For now, my concerns are best left here. The rest of the day slips away in a blur. Despite my best efforts in keeping this morning's events from surfacing in my mind, it sticks. In a way, everything today simply feels like a reminder. Every conversation, regardless of how casual, Every topic, no matter how mundane it seems. I blame the news entirely for this. Recent happenings brought quite a few interesting stories to everyone's attention, mostly superstitious talk of death. And when locals talk about death here, anyone can be sure as hell to count on someone bringing up that mansion Isabella sold not a few weeks ago. Even my own students won't stop yapping about it. I think it's even worse than when it was put back up on the market. Now there are more stories of this world reminding me of what matters, or simply because the atmosphere around this time of year calls for it. I'd rather take the latter. At least then I can be sure people will forget about it in favor of another set of holidays after. Nevertheless, and this may be a painful thing to admit, but listening to them is a pleasant distraction while waiting for Ashton's call. I hope he didn't forget. School day's about to end soon.
No, that's got nothing with what I heard.
You always hear stuff. I'm not sure if half of them's even real.
What's these voices?
No, really. Rowan knows about it. He used to be in the same class with them.
As soon as I move, you take the queen.
I can hear you from back here, you know.
Whatever, Rowan.
No, wrong, don't.
Anyway, the story goes like this. There were 3 of them. They entered the mansion on a dare, and they were all never seen again.
It's just what these voices remind me of. He's going to sacrifice himself.
No one knows what happened to them.
Don't run now.
This day. Scary shit, man.
Cock and bull story.
Cock and bull.
Coin it now.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't get it. Why don't you ask Miss Gales then? Better yet, why don't you go inside the place? I'm betting my allowance you can't do it.
Their talk immediately halts when I look up, all of them suddenly pretending to be engrossed in their current activity. Still, a word to put a stopper on this nonsense is needed. Creativity and imagination fostered by these stories is one thing, but reckless ideas should be corrected before anything potentially tragic comes from it.
Back to your worksheets, everyone. And I don't want to hear any talk of dares or going inside that mansion. It's private property now. You'd all better stay away from it before...
Not me! Not mine, you! At the noise, a whole lot of them go silent. You can almost hear a pin drop. It's so good. The looks on their faces would have made for a funny picture, but that's irrelevant at the moment. Not me, not mine, you. The student loitering around. Someone's going to be in trouble.
I'll be back. If you're done, you can leave your worksheets on my desk. Keep the noise to a minimum while I'm gone, okay?
I can sense their eyes on me as I walk out the door. A muted kind of anticipation. A bit unnerving, but it's far more agreeable than the feeling of being watched I've been enduring these past few days. Class is still in session for most of the rooms. In a few hours, once the final bell rings, however, this place will once again be filled with busy chatter and footfalls, an everyday cycle in itself. But for the moment, I let the silence guide me, my ears focusing on whatever sounds there are and there will be, searching for that distinct clanging of metal. A good minute passes, and for the portion of it, only my steps echo through the halls. And another. Oh, I'm about to turn around when... The sound of it halts my footsteps. It's a little muffled and infrequent, but grows louder after each interval. With the hallway devoid of people, if I don't put a stop to it soon, it will start to disturb the other classes still going on. Looking for it doesn't take long. All I do is follow the racket, and shortly, I'm standing in front of a nondescript row of unoccupied lockers. And from inside one of them, sitting in the middle, comes the noise annoyingly disruptive now that I'm facing it. Like someone's pounding on the metal door from inside, hoping to get out. Leaning forward, I try to get a glimpse through the horizontal slats of whatever's causing it. But in this light, only darkness greets me and another round of clanging. Louder than the previous one. More desperate. I've heard stories before, from other schools, a few colleagues who had to deal with it once or twice. Although personally I've never encountered one myself, and I can only thank the heavens I haven't yet. But
If this is another kid some other student stuffed in a locker.
with a huff, I straightened up and studied it briefly with a frown. Without delay, I reach for its handle and once it stops, immediately replaced by the muffled sound of a mobile phone ringing. I give the door a few raps before taking my attention away. A second. Another. When nothing or no one responds, I finally avert my eyes and pull out my mobile. Ashton's voice greets me from the other end of the line, oddly cheerful in light of this morning's matters. Or maybe because I'm just expecting some grave or serious news from him. Instead, I get this.
Hey, Becca.
Well, you sound happy.
I do? My voice still sounds the same to me.
There are only two things I know of that could be the reason for that tone. Sweets, or he's gotten a good lead in his case. From the sound of it, I'm going to assume it's the former, since lately the case is all that's running inside his head. If there's ever a third one, I have never heard of it. Yet. It can only be one of the two.
Ignore that. How's Isabella?
Got her home a few minutes ago. I think she's sleeping now. Sorry this took a while. Z-Man gave us the puppy eyes after we tried to leave. Had some food prepared for us, apparently. We didn't have the heart to say no.
Ash's sweet tooth is something that could be so personal. I think you're right. It's so cute. That's his gap mower. I love that so much. Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's all right. Is she okay now?
I'm not really sure. She didn't say anything to Zach, but she mentioned a plan to take a few days off from work. It was a passing comment before I left her, so I didn't get to ask.
Must be because of Rose's death.
Could be. It doesn't seem like it from Zach's story, though. He said she was shaking when she got there.
Shaking?
Yeah, she had a rough time. Listen, being under the desk while you get hunted and trying to do those quick time events was very traumatic for me. The word triggers a memory. From 3 days ago, on the way home from her little treat after she sold the mansion. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I won't lie, it scared me. Context, she saw the ghost lady in the mirror when she was out with Zach and Becca and had her own little freak out. A terrified look on her face. How she sounded when she suddenly screamed.
Becca? Still there?
Yeah, I just remembered something. Sorry, don't mind me.
Look, if you can talk to her, get the story out of her. That would be great.
That'd be great.
When I tried. Maybe she'll speak up if it's you.
I mean, Becca was already super dismissive in the beginning, so
I'll
probably
give it a
not.
go, but I can't promise anything, okay? You know how stubborn she can get.
It's not her being stubborn, Becca. You were genuinely, like, kind of awful to her at the beginning.
But thanks for letting me know about this. If you want, I can get you that ice cream thing you mentioned tonight.
Becca,
as thanks.
please.
Just as thanks for all the trouble I've caused today.
Believe me, I'd love to take you up on that offer, but I've got something on my schedule this evening.
Oh, my sked.
Maybe some other time?
God, you think you're so fucking cool, Ashton.
Thanks a lot, Becca.
Dumb bitch. There's a short pause before he cuts the call from his end. And once again, I'm alone with my thoughts. His sked. God, he thinks he's so fucking cool. Dumb motherfucker. But rather than answers, all I got from it are questions. More of them, one on top of the other, as if the world isn't planning to give me a break anytime soon. But that's a problem I'll tackle later. Right now I've got, yeah, she's kind of like, For one, there was a whole thing with the locker and she just stopped to take a phone call. If you thought there was a, for Seaman out this, Maz is trying so hard to stay hip with the kids. Yes. If she thought there was originally that there was somebody who got stuffed in the locker and she just like stopped to have a conversation on her phone, and it's just like, huh, whatever. Right now I've got students who need to be taught the follies of eavesdropping. If the slightly open door and their smothered laughter from inside is an indication.
All right, enough eavesdropping. All of you, back to your seats.
Is that your boyfriend, Miss Gales?
Yeah.
None of your business.
Trying to be.
He totally is.
Oh my god. A quick scuffle follows that comment. If there's a retort prepared from the tip of my tongue, I drop every pretense of letting it loose on them. There's no use arguing with teenagers sometimes, boisterous as they all are. They're still my kids, though. Rough around the edges, maybe, but still my kids. Shaking my head, I head back to my classroom with a smile, but not before taking a glance at the locker again. It hasn't made a sound since.
Must be the wind.
Sure. So without another look, I leave it alone. Oh, okay. Fantastic. That's just for us, not for her. All in all, the entire school day ends without a hitch. It could have gone better, mind you. But with the exams nearing, getting out of work before the sun has set looks as though it's a far-off dream for now. At least until they're over, then we can have the holidays to look forward to. Really are times when you simply take what you can get for the time being.
Nothing wrong with that.
All I'm hoping is for this will continue until the whole day ends. There's still that promise I made to Ashton, and frankly, the idea alone doesn't sound good. If Isabella didn't talk to him then, what makes them think she'll talk to me? It's not like there's a hierarchy, is there? Just because I can handle Isabella's childish tendencies doesn't mean I can do it all the time.
Really, those two give me too much credit.
Nevertheless, I'm keeping my fingers crossed. If only because I'm also worried about her. And both Zachary and Ashton deem it important that somebody get the story out of her. Here's to hoping it's got nothing to do with that letter. Again, it's got everything to do with it, girlie, sorry. I understand if she feels a bit stressed lately, but keeping that story going on for more than a week is... it's bound to get tiring at one point. Seriously, I don't merely want this to end in another argument. God willing, the cafe special will help smoothen things out. After all, it's always been food with her. Me too. Or money. Me too. But mostly food. Listen, times are hard and I'm hungry. At this hour, the cafe is usually filled to the brim with people. That's the reason Isabella and I rarely ever go here during the evenings. It is simply too much of a hassle when we prepare food ourselves in the comfort of our homes, but there really isn't much reason to eat out lately. With what life going on a busy streak. No time for long lines, better spent at that doing something productive, yes.
Lucky there isn't one tonight.
Only a few people are idling around the counter. 4 of them, in fact. A woman in her 60s and a teenager busy with his phone. Both are just waiting to be served their orders. Ah, I see. The other 2, a posh-looking man and child, who I immediately recognize as Kylie, appear to have not yet picked up anything they want. For some reason, my stare lingers at that guy. Though dressed relatively well and looks harmless, I haven't seen him around these parts before. Someone new in the neighborhood, perhaps. Even so, there's something familiar in him. Feels like I've seen him somewhere before. Also, that begs the question of why Kylie is with him. Of course, the girl easily takes a liking to anyone who buys her sweets, so it's both a bit worrisome and unsurprising. The blonde bloke doesn't look particularly thrilled with the company, though. I turn my eyes away from them soon enough once the guy at the counter appears, ready to take my order. That and also I'd hate to be accused of ogling strangers.
2, evening special, takeout.
He's already punching the order before I even finish. Saying my order out loud is really more formality's sake and made out of habit. He has known Isabella and I long enough that if we ever drop by here, he already knows it's always because I'm buying dinner for the two of us. I rarely visit here alone if I can help it, but Isabella can sometimes be a bad influence. He gives me a small smile before leaving to prepare my order, while I fish for a wallet when...
Look, you little ankle biter. If I buy you the biggest parfait they have, will you please behave? I would just like 10 minutes of peace and quiet.
She doesn't know how to count.
You said you'll get me some bread pudding this time.
Yeah, well, darling, they said they ran out of it. Just pick another one so we can be on our way.
Their parfait doesn't look as cute as the one my mom bought me.
Parfait is just ice cream, sweetheart. It'll melt no matter how dainty it appears. In the end, it'll all look like an ugly puddle. Now come on, just pick one. It could even be the most expensive one on that list. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Okay.
What I would give for someone to buy you off my hands right now.
Alright, bud. What? My whole attention instantly snaps back at them and their conversation. Jumping to conclusions isn't something I'm particularly fond of, especially when I have all the basis assumptions. But you can't really trust a stranger these days. No one around the cafe seems to have noticed his words either. Very suspicious words. Still, I don't move. Yet. But my hand has already shifted from my wallet to the book I'm carrying. A hardbound textbook. Looks harmless, but if the situation calls for it, it might be a good deadly weapon. Yeah, beat him up, girl. Might. I haven't got the chance to try it anywhere so far. Today could be the day.
But you promised.
Look, if you don't want a parfait, how about a bon appetit pie? I'm sure it'll taste just as good as any other bread pudding. I'll even buy you the entire tray. How does that sound?
That's not what you said before.
Well, sweetheart, adults change their minds sometimes.
You said if I come with you, you'll buy me a bread pudding, and I did, and now you won't keep your promise. I want to go home. I miss my mom.
No, darling, if I remember correctly, and I have a good memory, honey. What I said was, if you come quietly with me, I might buy you one. The quiet part didn't happen. Though now that I'm sober, I think this is a bad idea. And I should just ship you someplace else for that peace and quiet.
Oh, that's it. No hesitation. In a few paces, he's within my reach, and without warning... Oh, good. I'm slamming the flat area of the book against his skull. Good, beat him up. Fuck that guy. There's a cry of pain, followed by him instantly crouching down, hands nursing the soft spot. Almost comically, as if there were a different situation, and the safety of a St. Grady student isn't at stake, I'd probably feel sorry for him. I mean, has anyone seen how thick this book is?
Get behind me, Kylie.
Miss Pink!
It's amusing how fast her expression changes from a pouty one earlier to something of utter delight upon seeing me. There's no time for any pleasantries, not even quick ones, because soon the man straightens, and I'm readying my favorite newfound weapon for another hit. Except this time he's ready. Before I can land another one, his hand shoots up to catch my wrist in a firm hold. And that look on his face.
Bloody hell, woman! What's your problem?
To say he's pissed would be a complete understatement. Had I been a weak-willed sort, I'd probably cower under his sharp gaze. That simply isn't how I roll. If he thinks he can scare me and do as he pleases here, just because I'm a woman or whatever his reason may be, he's got another thing coming for him. So instead I return it to him with the same intensity, with the same venom.
What's my problem? You're the one who has a problem here. Rotten bowbags like you don't deserve the freedom to run this town. What are you doing to this girl?
And why is that any of your business, pray tell?
Oh, it's my business if I make it to be. Now, release me or I'll call the police.
Oh, you think that scares me, Daisy?
I have a name, you sleazy douchebag.
Oh, I'm sure.
His grip on my hand only tightens when I attempt to shake it off. His tone may be dripping with anger and sarcasm, but the gleam in his eyes say it all. He's getting a kick out of this. Riling people up, getting on their nerves, invading their personal space. He knows exactly what and which buttons to push. The nerve of this person. The nerve of this arsehole. It's so funny that they add an R to it. If he thinks I'm going to give into his goading, please. You might as well just kiss his sorry behind. In fact, why not do the most sensible thing right now? Teach him a tough lesson. Yo, beat him up. Beat him the fuck up. Cause like, fuck this guy.
Mister, you have until the count of 5 to let me go and step out of my personal space.
Yeah, fuck this guy. A fair warning. Fairer than any I can offer for people of his kind, and I'm already being considerate. Hell, this arsehole doesn't even deserve a warning. If he doesn't listen, well, he's as much responsible for what will happen next as anyone.
Or else what? Such vulgar words coming out of that pretty mouth.
Beat his ass.
A gorgeous flower like you shouldn't even.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Bowbag.
Love that intensity, Daisy. FYI, I like feisty in a woman. It gives them this certain charm.
Gross.
Why don't you?
5.
A second of silence. Nice. My achievement is nuts and bolts. Then without any preamble, my leg moves in one fluid motion to delivers a swift, powerful, well-placed kick to his nether regions. Needless to say, the effect is instantaneous. He yelps, abruptly drops his hold on me, and kneels over, howling from the pain. I can see tears forming in the corner of his eyes, too, though the mere sight of it prompts not an ounce of remorse from me. I would have been gentler if he isn't such a dirty little prick with an ego too big for his head. Too bad. Whether this obliterates any chance of him ever procreating remains to be known, but a part of me is already praying he doesn't ever breed after this. I have no need for more of him in this world.
You mad woman!
Do it again.
I warned you, you ass!
Why this is harassment, I'm telling you! Harassment!
Okay.
Then why don't you tell that to the police once they get here,
You despicable! Whatever you're assuming I am, I'll have you know it's all in your head. None of it's true. You best have that pretty brain of yours checked before that gets worse. What is wrong with you? Is this the face of someone who'd do anything suspicious?
Yes.
Oh? You don't think a stranger, luring an innocent child with promises of sweets before whisking them away from their parents doesn't warrant any suspicion? You have a very funny definition of suspicious, asshole. Maybe you're the one who should have that head of yours checked.
The kid asked me to buy her sweets. You're the one who's suspicious here. I'll have you know, I have a wife.
Yeah, that you cheat on. That much at least appears to have a sliver of truth to it. He even makes a show of brandishing his left hand to my face with much flourish. Sure enough, a wedding ring is there, though all that earned him is an unimpressed glare from me. Immediately a small part of me starts to feel sorry for whatever poor woman married this sod. I don't understand why he has to bring her up either, as if the mention of her alone will magically present a solution to his problems. She must truly be a remarkable woman if she can handle a dirtbag like him.
And even my wife of all people in this bloody city, has never, I'm telling you, accused me of such a scandalous thing! You crazy woman!
This is a good line read.
Married or not, you're still a sleaze. Honestly, I feel...
Miss Pink, why are you fighting with my teal?
Whatever words are still left to be said here dies on my tongue. The same thing goes for the sleaze. Besides us standing Kylie, gawking at us with the same curious stare she often brings with her. I know that look all too well, precious. A precocious child through and through. She doesn't say anything further. The gaze simply moves between us, eyeing us both carefully, clearly anticipating an answer. From my experience, when it gets like this with children her age, it's a sure sign they won't leave you until you give them an answer they're satisfied with. Lying won't do either. It has dissolved into a shouting match, for heaven's sake. And did she just say Tio? Something falls straight to the pit of my stomach at that. But my tone is gentle when I finally address her, void of any apprehension in what might be the first hints of embarrassment. I pointedly, "Hi, thank you, welcome in." I pointedly ignore the latter. It can very well just be the hunger speaking.
Kylie, sweetie, do you know this oaf?
Yeah, he's Tio Luke.
Right at the moment, my brain stops. Every line of thought, every argument I still have against the man beside me dissipates in a haze. Amidst all of it, one memory gets triggered from a few days ago.
Tio? The one you mentioned before? The uncle? The guy Rowan wanted to impress? Or was that a dare? I'm sorry, I can't recall. Is it the one who promised he'll take Big Brother someplace cool?
Yeah, the one in the same. Don't you know who he is?
I sure as hell don't, darling. Because if I do, I wouldn't have let everything I said earlier come out of my mouth. No, Becca, listen, girl, he deserves it. Fuck this guy.
He's my Tio Luke, gazillionaire extraordinaire, am I? No, the fairy godfather.
I'm glad you think so, Kylie.
Oh, you're...
He's
your godfather.
Yeah.
That's nice.
The one and only.
No, I'm so sorry, Kylie.
Did I get that right, Tio?
More than right, sweetheart. I'm sure Miss Pink here understood everything you said quite perfectly.
Whatever it is that landed at the bottom of my stomach prior has soared straight up to my face and stayed there. The heat from it slowly spreading to my cheeks, coloring my face in almost the same shade as my hair. If only the earth would swallow me whole here and now. His eyes are on me. I can feel them jeering, mocking. I can't even bring myself to look at him. What's in there? Amusement? I doubt it. He's probably having the time of his life right now. But I know, I can hear the sneer in his tone when he talks. He has that smug grin on him, which I may or may not want to punch off his face at the present, just for the hell of it. But damage control. I need to do some damage control before this whole thing goes south. I mean, this guy's a fucking dick. I'm not gonna apologize to him. I'll apologize to Kylie for causing a scene, you know? Of course, an apology is the most appropriate thing to say. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Fuck this guy. And no matter how much I will myself to do it, my own body refuses to budge. My own mouth refuses to open, and my head rejects the very idea of looking at him. Yeah, fuck this guy. No apology for an arsehole. Also someone with an ego too big for his head. Let his pride suffer. I'm not going to eat my words for the sake of stroking his damn ego. That's reason for him to gloat. Kylie, however, I owe an explanation.
Don't worry, Kylie. I'm not fighting with your Tio. This is just, a discussion. A very serious discussion between a very mature adult and one that's not.
Really? But I've never seen Tio angry before.
That's nice, dear.
It's because he's losing the argument. But don't ever follow his example, Kylie. You should always learn to be patient, even if things aren't going your way, okay?
Yeah.
Oh sure, a discussion. And it involves hitting random strangers you meet at a cafe with a book.
Honestly, you should hit him more.
A hard-bound book.
Yeah, do it again.
Mind you, the little me hasn't recovered yet.
Nah, I don't care.
My future generation never survives from this.
You don't even want kids.
We are going to have more than words, woman.
Uh-huh. You had a whole thing about how you hate kids, too. I don't allow Kylie to hear his tirade to cover both her ears with my hands. As fond as she is of the man, there are words he shouldn't be saying in front of a child. How can he not know about that? More importantly, how on earth did someone like him become a godfather? Who allowed it? Maybe I should talk to Miss Suarez about it. Warn her how he's not a good influence for her children.
Language! How can you use such crude words in front of her? Your goddaughter can hear you, for heaven's sake.
Oh, and you didn't. If I remember everything correctly, you called me a rotten bow.
So you're going to repeat it in front of her, just to make a point? What, are you 5? Even 5-year-olds are more sensible than you.
Can I get my food, please? Even Isabella, I can say that with much certainty.
Even 5-year-olds are more sensible than you.
See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Are you fighting again?
Oh, no. Like I said, we were just having a discussion. We're actually done now.
We're actually done right now.
You need to promise Miss Pink you will never grow up like this guy. Good kids don't do what he's doing.
But I like Tio.
And I'm quite sure Tio likes you too. But liking people is different. Just because you like him doesn't mean you have to be like him. There are better role models for you aside from him.
Like, I would prefer Hannah at the very least.
You?
Yes.
Not exactly what I'm trying to get at. But if that's what you want, I don't see why not.
Okay, I want to be like Miss Pink someday.
Oh, well, that's
I wanna be a
nice.
teacher,
That's good.
and I promise I won't be like Tio, even if he's a gazillionaire.
That's okay.
Wow. Turning my own goddaughter against me. How mature of you, Miss Pink.
Hehe. His tone makes me pause. For the first time since this talk started, I look at him. Briefly, something flashes behind his eyes. Something close to what might be an expectation failing. Dismay? I can't be sure. It passes almost as soon as it appears. What's that about? Does he actually like having Kylie around? Doesn't seem like it from the get-go. But if that fond smile on him is anything to judge by, then maybe.
Don't worry, Tio. If you buy me bread pudding tonight, I'll like you again.
Haha.
Aw, if that's all it takes, consider it done, sweetheart. We might have to find another place to buy it from, though.
Yeah, it's not here.
Somewhere safe, where a random crazy woman isn't going to attack us out of the blue. Let's go.
Okay. Bye, Miss Pink. I still like you, just not more than Tio anymore.
It's okay.
See you.
Kylie's already pulling him to the cafe's exit before I can protest on it. Although it's not like there's anything to object on further. Oh, sorry, big stretch. Well, I may view that man Luke as someone hateful, maybe to the point of seeing him as an eyesore, but I don't think that'll have any bearing on what the child thinks of him. When you think about it, if she admires him so much like that, then maybe there's still something agreeable in him. A part of him only Kylie sees. He still has the gall to wink at me, gross, before they both disappear behind the door, so maybe not. However, there's no moment to ponder about it. Seconds later, the guy at the counter waves me over and hands me a paper bag as soon as I've paid. He offers me another smile before I leave. Normally I return it simply for the sake of returning it, or I don't at all, with the latter happening more commonly. For the time being, I do so freely. After that encounter and the scene we've caused, seeing a friendly gesture being extended to me, albeit from a person I barely know on a personal level, it feels like a reassurance, though despite bearing no promise of better days. I take what little I can of it with me as I step out into the night. The cloudless night sky greets me when I walk out of the cafe. Beyond the tall buildings, a blanket of stars spread out before me. Isabella once told me that the place best to view it is someplace outside of the city, away from the noise and the obtrusive lights. She'd seen it once her mom's hometown and another time in university she used to attend, and she asked if it's possible to try it out here sometime. I agreed with her at the time, only because she appeared excited at the mere prospect of it. We made those little plans along with Zachary and Ashton. Though up until now, I never got around to it. Even so, I find myself enjoying this, despite being told it's only half the experience. Little things, you know. Stuff you learn to appreciate when you're alone. Because at certain times, you get to meet people who are unfortunately born with the innate talent to ruin the mood and the scene with their mere existence alone. For example, the very driver of the car fast approaching my direction. Luckily, he doesn't notice me. With the fleeting moment we pass each other by, he gives me a brief glance at the people he's with. Oh. Kylie's sitting in the back seat with a serving of bread pudding in her hands. And beside him, it must be his wife. Oh, well. Whoops. He takes a turn and disappears at the nearest corner. But throughout the night, that cursory glimpse of all the things to bother me, has left me wondering what kind of person his wife is. And more than that, a silent prayer to the universe. I hope I don't ever cross paths with that douche again. After having such an eventful day, anyone will think nothing will surprise me anymore. But here I am, standing on top of the stairwell, watching an odd scene unfold before me. Relief crosses my mind first, followed by confusion.
What is she doing there?
Although given what happened this morning, the question feels a bit inappropriate to ask directly. What's important is Isabella's here. She's sitting cross-legged on the hallway, just right in front of her room, with several papers and folders scattered about. Each of them seems as important as the next. More than once, upon giving the scene a quick scan, I spot Briar Realty's logo on the topmost area of the pages. Everything considered, it looked like a mess made by a third grader working on crunch time. The landlady will have a few things to say about this when she finds out. I have a few things to say about this myself, in fact. But something in the calm, focused manner she holds herself at present keeps me from disturbing her with that reminder. She's going through each paper with this intensity. Her brows furrowed, lips in a tight line, both hands moving in precise movements as she shifts through each sheet. When she finds something of note, she moves closer, nose almost touching whatever paper she's holding, and grabs her phone to call someone.
Hello. Sorry to call you this late. There's something I just want to confirm, if that's okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Thanks anyway. Not that one either.
It's a cycle. She's going through call after call. Then after the last one ends, she shuffles through the pile again and dials another number. Does it work? I've never seen her this engrossed with her own work before. Otherwise, she would have noticed my presence the moment I reached our floor. After the 9th call, it still appears as she still appears as oblivious to it as when I arrived. When she lets out a loud sigh this time, I immediately take that as an opportunity to interrupt.
Isabella, you know the house rules here.
And once her head jerks back to and hits the concrete wall behind her with a thump. There's the Isabella I know. Glad it's still there. I allow her a moment to nurse it before speaking again.
Becca, you're late!
Yeah, I ran into a little trouble at the cafe. But I brought food for the two of us, if you haven't eaten anything yet.
As anticipated, she grins once I raise the bag of food I'm holding. Yet it doesn't reach her eyes. There's nothing of that cheerful glint in it this time. Just a hollow tone for the sake of being polite. Ashton's right. Something's happened.
Yeah, maybe later. I've got to finish this first. Just leave it here. I'll eat it once I'm done. Thanks, Becca.
You can't eat this here. You know how the landlady would react. Why are you even working outside? Your room's right there.
I know. Sorry. It just feels stuffy in my apartment right now. I'll go back inside once everything's been aired out. I promise.
That has never bothered you before.
Well, it bothers me now.
Yeah, there's a ghost in there.
Oh, really? Just now? I find that hard to believe.
Yeah? Shouldn't you be happy? I mean, you've been complaining even if it's not your room. Now I know how you're feeling when it's messy, so I'm going to clean. Isn't that a good thing?
In spite of what's supposed to be good news, an exhale comes from me, drawn out and slow.
It's a good thing, Isabella. Believe me, but you're as bad as Zachary at lying. What's really going on?
She hastily averts her eyes. A surefire indicator that this is going to be one of those lengthy conversations that can possibly end with the other person angry. Again. It's one thing I'd like to avoid tonight at all costs. Still, I've made my promise to Ashton and Zachary. If she didn't talk to them, then who else is she going to talk to? If she keeps this all to herself, who knows what might happen?
Isabella, you can tell me. Is it about your family?
A slight movement of her lips. Although a frown, it's a reaction at least. I'm getting there.
Rose?
She merely shakes her head. Just a little more.
Come on, I know something happened. I don't know if it's because of Rose, but I know it's related to her somehow. You weren't here when I visited this morning, and both Zachary and Ashton are worried about you. If you don't want to tell them, you can tell me. Does it have something to do with work? Office?
If I didn't know her, I might have missed it. She shifts then, her fist tight, clenching tight and teeth biting her lower lip. And there's fear. Look of terror in her is the last thing I expected to see out of everything. Her mouth trembles briefly before she opens them. When she finally voices it out, the words simply spill from her mouth, one after another. All of it. True to what I promised her, I listened. Because this is something she's been keeping to herself. Even from the two most dependable people I know. The fact she chooses to tell me this speaks a lot to me.
Becca, she was there again. Last night? In the office?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Boss passed me all of Rose's workload yesterday. For the Ermengarde mansion. I had to stay late to finish them all. And then... when I was about to go home, I saw her. I saw her again. She was standing in front of me again last night, Becca. I couldn't get away. She was blocking the door. If I hadn't hidden myself, even if I made the tiniest noise, if she found me.
Yeah, that was a crazy death scene.
Becca,
that was cool.
She almost did.
She did a couple times.
If she saw me under my
ETs are
table,
hard.
I think that would have been the end of it. I'm scared.
But it was a really cute. It was a really cool scene.
I'm so scared I won't be able to do anything.
By the end, her hands tremble and her breathing comes out in rasping intervals. For a long moment, I let the silence stretch out between us, let her sobs fill it instead. But even as her soft whimpers die down minutes later, there's a heaviness hanging in the air. Not just from her, but also from me. From my exasperation over this whole matter, from my own frustrations over her stupid superstitions, when she could do us all a favor and grow a backbone. She may be young, but she's no longer that young. Come on, Becca. It's time to put an end to this. She can't keep going on like this. She's still got plenty of years to live out. And what if she goes home? What if we're no longer there to keep her fears in line with what's real? What would she do then? Oh god. Oh. Sorry, it's my sleepy curse. I'm gonna start. I'm more afraid for her, for what that kind of imagination will do to her, than what some imaginary monster could do. But with the manner she's looking at me right now, there's expectation in it, a hope and a plea sewn together. She wants me to believe her this time. If it's like that, then what am I supposed to say now? What she wants to hear, what she needs to hear. Becca, I need you to not, even if you don't believe her, what she feels that she experienced is very real to her. And so you should show some sympathy in that case, even if you don't believe it entirely, you know? As much as I want to set her straight, a reprimand is the one she needs right now. That's what I think. Ledor. Yeah, get him. Cool, we're friends again. Fantastic. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Go here? Where are we at? Whee! Okay. Ooh, that's a big fun chunk there. All right, woo! He skipped over all of that, but I'm sure this is a path if I haven't like done something in somebody else's story. All right, wee, all the way down here. Oh wow, we're much further than I thought. Okay, all the way over here. Yeah, you can really like crank through this part. Wee! God, her story is so long. Holy fuck. got these alternating paths here too. Jesus, it's still going. Oh my god, it's still going. Holy fuck, Becca. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, and then it goes all the way over to here. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god, this is... Becca! Why is this so long? Becca, oh my god. Okay, it does go kind of quick, but yeah, let's go here. Oh. Ooh. Well, with that pouty face she's giving me, I doubt it'll even end well if I push it. I know her. When she wants to be stubborn, she's stubborn. There are moments when she can be acquiescing too. Times when she'll be more accepting of what I tell her, despite her inclination to disagree with it. That all can wait. In the meantime, I'll be the ear that listens to her without judging her, without criticizing her despite my own opinions on it. Yes, exactly.
You should have called me.
She stares at me like I've grown another head, and her laughter sips out before I can stop myself.
There? I can't do that! What will you do? Hit her with a book? You'll be dead before that happens. And...
That isn't what I'm talking about. After you got out, you should have phoned me. You didn't have to go to Zachary's.
The corners of her mouth curl up, a sheepish smile by general definition, but this is Isabella. Her smiles are never half-hearted. They relax her high spirits. In spite of this, I know everything's going to be okay. Somehow. After all, she's learned how to pick herself up long ago. Long before we met.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I don't even remember how I ended up in Zach's place. I was in a hurry to get out of the office, and it was already late. Besides, I don't really think you'll believe me if I wake you up over something like that.
That's beside the point. True or not, there are people who will always be concerned about you. There's Zachary, but he's the first person you went to, and you didn't tell him anything. You just slept there. There's Ashton too, and me. But how do you think I'll be able to explain to your aunt or your family if you suddenly disappeared? Think about that.
Right. I'll remember that next time.
Then she grins. Playful and mischievous, a preamble to old banter. It's still not quite there, still not quite her usual self, but with it, I know we're bound to get her back soon.
Mom!
I told you not to call me that.
I send an elbow to her side for added measure, but when laughter follows the familiar gesture, none of it is unexpected. This is what's comfortable. This is how we found an equal ground despite our stark differences. So for the moment, I accept things as they are. Afterwards, a hush stretches out before us. For Isabella, this is rare. This isn't her. Yet in this moment, as she fiddles with the edges of another paper near her, as she hugs to her knees close to herself and lets a pensive expression linger on her, it feels strangely fitting. As if this is where everything's supposed to lead if we allowed it too long ago. Seconds later, the moment is broken by the sound of a door easing open and a voice begging some little piece.
How many times have I told you girls not to loiter around the hallway? It's noisy. Some people here are trying to sleep. Quiet down or go do your talking inside. I'm pinning a memo to your door the next time this happens.
Thanks.
Millennials.
Sorry, we won't do it again.
You'd better.
The door closes and Isabella starts gathering the mess she's made, carefully stacking them all in her arm. At a loss for what to do, I help her pick them up, and for the first time I get a closer look at it. Completely unintentional, of course, but it catches my attention nevertheless, and a confused frown makes its way to my face. Why is she looking through this? I look to her for an explanation, but she merely ignores the question in my eyes, takes the paper off my hands and finishes cleaning up. The last paper she puts on top is a letter. The one she supposedly found in the mansion and what's probably the root cause of this old behavior. I shoot her a questioning look for that too. But all she gives me is a smile, in a halting tone so completely unlike her.
Becca, I'll find a way out of this. You guys don't have to worry about me. Anyways, I should go. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Getting myself some food. Don't wait for me.
Isabella walks away before I can stop her, before I can remind her that I brought food enough for the two of us. She quickly disappears down the stairwell, while I'm left standing in the empty hallway holding 2 bags of takeout. One of them will go uneaten tonight. Just an innocent passing thought. One that I don't dwell on as much as I head back to my room. I ignore all of it, in the same way I assumed I won't ever encounter that douche again. To get to the party. The brief lull of the past 2 days has offered is nice while it lasted. Or as nice as it can get without worries of Isabella's whereabouts creeping up to me every now and then. She hasn't shown up after the last talk we had in the hallway, and the dinner I've bought had since been given to a different neighbor before it spoils. By all means, there shouldn't be anything to lose sleep over. She's gone on work trips before, usually a day or 2. This might simply be one of those, although it's often with a message saying exactly where. But it's the door... Is that how you're spelling door? Interesting. Don't know she has ended our last chat with that
Like
Knowles.
an ugly premonition.
And as expected, just as things start to settle and a steady rhythm finally worms its way back to my routine, Thursday morning brings further disturbance to the now calm waters. With little ceremony, though still enough to ripple through everything. In retrospect, I really should have seen this coming. Blackstone is a small city relatively speaking, compared to, say, London or Glasgow. There's nothing but a tiny mass of land boasting a mere population of 68,000. But those numbers alone are nothing to scoff at when standing in a busy street. We pay close attention enough. Faces taking the crosswalk or riding the subway will soon grow familiar. Unfortunate that out of that number, it has to be Theo fucking Luke I encounter more than once.
Oh, you know, a few problems popping up here and there that the agents failed to tell us somehow. Nothing a few hired hands can't fix, of course. I would have preferred a place near the city and something that's new to save us all the trouble, but darling wife insisted. Who am I to say no?
Are you kidding me?
This smug head is the first thing I see upon turning into a hole, in spite of the small crowd of parents and students gathered at the corridor for primary's career day. It's not that he stands out. He's pretty unremarkable at first glance, frankly. However, it's his countenance that draws people's eyes to him. The manner he carries himself with all the confidence in the world, it's the white man confidence, his mere presence dwarfing everything around him. I'm willing to make a bet that it also enjoys the attention it garners him, especially the ones coming from the women.
What an ass.
A single glance at him is how I know immediately that, one way or another, if we ever bump into each other again, my day will effectively be ruined in some capacity. He also exudes that air, the sort that makes you want to run him over with a lorry or pass it off as an unfortunate accident. With him, it's either you want to punch him or let yourself be charmed. There's no in between. I'd gladly do the honor of the former myself, but alas, there are people around us. And now I'm stuck with having to face one of the two.
I shouldn't have volunteered.
At the time, helping out sounded like a good idea. I have no classes left until after lunch. I could have opted to stay at the teacher's lounge and work on my lesson plans, but that means being left alone with our deputy head and his chatter. He's a good man, but Crivens, I guess. Or Crivens? I still don't know. He can talk anyone's ear off. So the moment an opportunity rose, I jumped on it. It's a simple task to boot. Just deliver a whole box of materials and a few posters for the event. If you stay around to assist if time will allow it. I just wasn't expecting him to show up here. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Had I known, I would have stayed and suffered through our deputy's impromptu speeches about his life crisis instead. But what's done is done. Going back is also out of the question. With how unexpectedly heavy the load I'm carrying is, I hate to lug this for a trip back just because my pride can't take another second of interaction with the guy. He's insufferable, all right, but I've had my fair share of dealings with teens of more or less the same temperament, all considerably younger than him, and they listened. If he wants to be difficult, like last time, then so be it. But he can bet his sorry English ass I'm not standing down. Left with no other choice, I brace myself and suck in a breath, mustering every bit of patience I have as I step into the hall. My grip on the box tightens when I pull it closer to me, to attempt to assume a low-key air as I amble towards the room. The box is not big enough to hide my face, even with the stuff held on top, but if all else fails, I can just hit him with it. Still, a small prayer forms in my head. If there's ever even one listening out there, please grant me enough restraint. Better yet, hope he doesn't notice me at all. That'll doubly make my life easier. Seriously, how hard can it be? He's standing a few ways from the door. There are plenty of people between us to use for cover. If I'm careful, I can just go in, hand in that stupid box to whoever's in charge, forget every plan of staying longer than necessary, and step out as soon as I can. Easy as pie. But as luck would have it, at the exact moment I reach the room's threshold, someone barrels towards me. She latches onto my waist before topping the sudden commotion with a gleeful squeal.
I knew it's you!
The force of it nearly throws me off balance, sending the items stacked atop the box tittling dangerously to the sides. With the child's added weight on my waist pinning me on the spot and both my hands occupied, watching is the only thing I'm able to do. The short seconds in between slows and as everything gradually slides off the box's small surface. Under different circumstances, this would have made for a funny story some other time. Comical, even. Until another set of hands reaches out and steadies the posters, threatening to take a nosedive right to the floor.
Oh, careful now, Daisy. Don't make a mess here.
Shut up. My entire body freezes. Upon hearing his voice alone, and an irrational impulse to hit him immediately bubbles up. But before my limbs could catch up with what my brain is currently screaming at me, he moves to take the burden off my arms. Irritation gives way to surprise and confusion. Just in that moment when instinct finally kicks in and I tug the box closer to me before he can fully lift it off.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? You're surprisingly slow on the uptake for someone of your profession, aren't you? Bloody, doesn't this school have people for this kind of work? So much for being a center of academic excellence.
I'm going to ignore that slight to my alma mater and my work, because that's not what I'm trying to get at. You know what? Why don't we just rephrase that to something you'll easily understand? Why exactly are you doing this?
Well, you look like you could use a bit of help. Have you seen your face while you were heaving this around?
Mister, I'm pretty sure if there's ever a look on my face, it's entirely because I saw something extremely unpleasant this morning.
Aren't you a ball of sunshine today, Daisy? Having a bad day, aren't we?
Oh, you have no idea.
I'd put it away if I were you. You might scare the children.
You don't have to worry about that. This isn't my department. I was just asked to bring these. Anyway, I can handle this myself, mister. The room's just right over there. Behind you, in fact. Now, if you could please move over and make way, it would do the whole world some good.
Sorry. Ow, shit, my camera. Oh, no. Stop this. Stop this. Come back. Hold on, hold on. Come on, wake up. You can do it. I believe in you. Oh, it's thinking about it. She's thinking. Come on. I don't know why sometimes it's like, oh, you're not tracking anymore? Good night. Okay, hold on. Let me just restart then. Wakey, wakey. You can do it. I believe in you. YouTube Studio, a fickle mistress. There she is. Okay. Whoa. Hi. There I am. All right. Whoa. I'll shake that off. Okay. There we go. Sometimes tracking is hard and it just doesn't want to listen to me. Okay, let me get my mood lighting back. I'll have to reset those settings. Hold on. Turn the brightness down a bit. The overlay. Well, we can. When I turn this here, though, it gets like super bright. So let's just do that. Okay. We should be good. Alright. Did what I have just said merely fly over his head? And my choice of words really that difficult to comprehend? Surely it shouldn't be that hard. I think you might be a little touched in the head. I like to ask him that, actually. Sorry. But Kylie chooses that instant to pipe in.
Don't worry, Miss Pink. Tio's strong. You can leave this to him.
Thank you, little devil child.
My papa does it lots of times, but I'm not allowed to talk about it to anyone.
Okay.
Tio says it's
confidential, Munchkin.
That's right. Tio's smart, isn't he, Miss Pink?
I'm still of the option that he's a piece of shite, but I must admit, his goddaughter's excitement is contagious as always. A smile makes its way to my lips. She has yet to budge from her place, though to be honest, I'm starting to lose some feeling on my stomach with how tightly she's wound her arms around it.
I'm sure he is, Kylie. But I'm also sure he'll find better use for it elsewhere.
Like helping you out.
Oh, well, that's one thing, but...
You heard the kid.
No one's asking you.
You wound me, woman.
And I'm quite certain I can do more damage than that. Shall we give it a try? Again?
He pales, stammers for a bit, until he ultimately decides against saying anything and settles for a brief show of discomfort instead. He's probably having flashbacks to the last time we met. His composure when he finally regains some of his bearings says it all. Something short of hilarious, if I do say so myself.
I'll have you know that threats never work on me, Daisy.
Okay.
Not in a million years, not ever.
You're assuming it's a threat.
Yeah, not a promise, bitch.
How cute.
That too. I'm not scared of you. Just because you landed a hit.
Do go on. Keep telling yourself that.
It was a fluke, you hear? I was caught off guard and your damn book left a dent. If I end up in a hospital because of what you did, I'm sending the chief of Luxburn Police after you, woman.
You don't say.
Just give me that bloody box.
He snatches it out of my arms before a single word of protest exits my mouth and quickly disappears behind the classroom. Not that it matters who brings it in now, my prior irritation has already melted into amusement. That's incorrect, girl. He's not so bad once you figure out how his temperament works. It's almost similar to a child. Well, that part's true. Though I still have to ask.
Kylie, did your Tio eat something bad before coming here? He's unusually nice today.
A far-fetched idea, I know, but it's the only reason I can think of why this arsehole is suddenly acting like a decent human he's, quite frankly, far from being. First and foremost, we didn't end our last meeting on a good note. If I were him, I would avoid the very person who put a dent in his skull, as he so aptly put it. Why is he acting friendly 2 days later?
He always is. But I made him promise to be extra nice to you since you helped me so much. I think you're gonna be great friends.
That's nice, Kylie. I quickly stomp on the urge to groan loudly or gag at that. He's the last person I've ever want to be chummy with in this whole city, but Kylie doesn't need to know that.
Are you sure it's not something he ate during breakfast?
I gave him some jelly babies this morning.
Well, that's
really
nice.
brought me lots of them. Mama said I should share, so I offered half of it to Tio when he picked me up. He likes the black ones.
Oh, he likes black gross.
Oh, that's probably why he's weird. Jelly baby overdose.
He could have done everyone a favor and choked on them while he's at it.
Do you want some? I've got more.
I actually don't really like those.
I played Melody or Takako this morning, but I'm sure they'll be fine sharing some of it with you.
No, I'm not really very fond of them. I was just asking.
I feel like with Kylie, there's a lot of foreshadowing here that I just don't know yet.
Oh, where's your mum, by the way?
Out of town with Papa.
An unexpected pang hits me at her words. The statement, though innocent enough, unearths a whole trunk of memories from childhood. So eerily familiar. Nights spent eating dinners alone, numbers the days continuing home into an empty house, coming home to an empty house growing with each passing year, and sometimes several Christmas Eves spent with relatives instead of my own family. It's too late to think about it now, but when I remember, the dull ache is still there, familiar though lessened by the years now. Besides me, Kylie takes a step back, having gotten tired of clinging to me. There's nothing but cheer in her, and she doesn't seem too affected by the fact. Although it makes me wonder how much of it is real, and how much there is to mask the loneliness if there ever one. What a lucky child.
Weren't they informed of career day beforehand?
Yeah, I told them all about it. My mom was looking forward to it.
And they still left?
Uh-huh. It's important business, so it can't be helped.
Sometimes that's how
They
it
promised to
is.
tell me about it when they come back tomorrow, though. Papa said he'll give me a gift if I behave. I've been a good girl, right, Miss Pink?
Yeah, Kylie.
You always are. But they asked that they asked your Tio to look after you? For this?
Nope, they didn't.
No? Then how?
It was supposed to be Tia. Mama likes her better than Tio, so she asked her, but she's sick and had to visit the doctor today. Oh, that's supposed to be a secret, by the way. Oh, but I think it's a bit confusing because Tio said she also went shopping. That's unfair. Don't you think so, Miss Pink? Mama doesn't allow me to go out when I'm sick. It's still okay, though, since Tio always buys me sweets before we go home. I'm gonna ask for a parfait today. Extra large. Don't tell Takako, okay?
Okay. Listening to her like this, it's easy to get a picture where Kylie's fondness for the guy comes from. She's far from a demanding child, unless you've made a promise of some sort. She never forgets those. She'll make friends with anyone wherever she is. And then she'll also give creepy-eyed stares to Zachary and get possessed. Buy her a few things and voila, you're settled. No wonder she's so attracted to the man. The douche probably showers her with gifts wherever he can. I can't say if the sentiment's the same for the latter, however. He doesn't seem the type, and probably just does it for the sake of getting some peace and quiet whenever he's with the girl. Classic
But
techniques.
before that, I'm gonna show him to everyone first. It's gonna be great. No one else has a gazillionaire fairy godfather.
That's true.
Also, when I grow up, I'm gonna be exactly like him and marry someone really handsome.
Well, that's nice, Kylie.
Like Tia did. That way, I can be awesome too.
There's some sort of misguided logic in there that I like to correct. But before I can say my piece, douchebag steps in, fresh out of the commotion from the classroom behind us, and plows into the conversation with every subtlety a wrecking ball has. No shite given, despite no one asking for his opinion.
Munchkin, sweetie, trust me. You don't have to marry someone for that to happen.
I don't?
Just do your thing, darling. I'm quite sure you can do great things on your own without lugging around an extra baggage with you.
Alright.
Tia married you.
Kylie drops the statement without any sort of preface. The moment it lands, the douche finds himself grappling with the conversation.
Yeah, well, that's true, Munchkin, technically. But it's not the same thing.
A small frown creases the girl's eyebrows as she tries to comprehend her Tia's rather vague expression. It's not surprising either, when Luke tenses under the child's questioning gaze. It's familiar. I've seen the same look on a great deal of times before, on Ashton whenever he's trying to say something he can't quite phrase. Another second passes before the douche moves, kneeling in front of Kylie and placing both hands on either sides of his shoulders. Kind is the last word I'll ever use to describe the man, but in this minute, there's a smile on his face I can't place, tender by all means for someone as obnoxious as him. It's a curious thing to see, if not a bit odd.
Listen here, sweetie. Tia Tia was already a great person before she met me.
Yeah, and then you fucked her up.
She is? But I don't see her doing anything. She's always at home.
Hey, listen. We have to get rid of that thinking immediately.
Not always, Munchkin. Did you know she's really good at numbers?
You're good with them too. You helped me with my homework once.
Well, Tia's much better than me. She used to do maths with big numbers.
Oh, like millions?
No, gazillions. And she's really good at it. So much so that her dad let her manage anything that had to do with it. That was even before she met me, too.
Does that mean she's better than you?
Yes.
Oh, leagues, Munchkin. Way better than I'll ever be.
Yes, she is. For some reason, I don't think he's still talking about his wife's mathematical prowess as his voice trails off. In fact, if I had not been paying any closer attention, I would have noticed the change in him. A slight shift in his smile, from one that's tender to something restful, like remembering a memory he has always been fond of and has often kept to himself. And at the fleeting glance of it, a tiny, small part of this insignificant... And at the fleeting glance of it, a tiny, insignificant part of the world somehow also shifts. Opinions changing, impressions moving.
You know what? Why don't you ask Tia next time you have homework,
Okay, next time I'll ask her to help out.
See? No need to marry a good-for-nothing bloke.
Can I also tell her to not stay at home anymore? If Tia's good at it, I'm sure she can help you out too. And Papa. He computes a lot of numbers too. Tia can help him.
You go do that. I'm sure she'll love to hear it, Munchkin, even if it's been a while since.
Another silence from him, and without missing a beat, he turns Kylie around and lightly pats her shoulder, in a gesture to end their conversation right here and there. Probably before he can say other things he's never intended to say, or a child is not meant to hear.
But off you go first. I think I saw your friend run off to the other classroom. The one with the pigtails? Go say hi to her. You still have those jelly babies to give her, yes?
All right. But wait for me, okay? I've got loads more to show you. They put up my drawing on the bulletin the other day. I'm gonna take you there later. I'll be back.
She soon disappears behind the small crowd, none the wiser to the sudden change in mood around her. Luke straightens as soon as she's gone. The expression on his face grows less kind now that there's no one to reassure. Despite that, a chuckle still escapes me. His head quickly snaps at me, an accusing glare clear in his eyes. Although it's less threatening now, considering what I've witnessed earlier. Funny how one person's impression of someone can easily change with that minute detail.
Why are you laughing like that?
Don't mind me. I just saw something surprising today. Don't let it bother you.
You know, putting it like that won't make me any less inclined to ask. What is it, woman?
What is it, woman?
If this is another one of your threats, I've already told you it isn't going to work on me. That good teacher act isn't going to fool anyone.
What makes you think it has to do with you? I could have just remembered something funny. Not everything in this world revolves around you, mister.
Yep, bitch. I hate this guy.
I am not daft, Daisy. It's on your face for all the world to see. Now, say it so we can be done with this stupid talk.
I let out another laugh. More to delay than to express any sort of amusement over the matter. In truth, I don't even know where to start. One wrong move, one wrong word, and I might offend the man. Who cares? He's childish enough for that, even if what I'm about to say are just mere honest observations. I don't give a shit about this guy. What did he just say? Hold on. It was backlog. That's it. Stupid talk. Oh well, regardless of how he reacts, it's not like it'll have an impact on anything between us. I have no plans on getting too friendly with the man, though he might have some good points. Emphasis on might. did that build? Oh, he liked it. Gross. Whatever. Where are we in the timeline? We're still on the 25th, are we? Oh, I guess so. I feel like we're on the 26th now, but there we go. The best treatment I can hope myself to give him is to stop thinking of him as a sleazy douche. No, I think you should continue to do that, because he is one. Besides, after seeing that look on him, I figured someone like him can use a little compliment here and there. Whoops. He probably doesn't get it much, considering how coarse his own language can get.
Can't you act a wee bit polite for even a second of your life? It won't kill you. You'll easily get answers that way, you know? Instead of demanding things from people like a temperamental man-child.
I'll be nice when I want to be, woman. Don't tell me what to do.
And here I was just thinking how you're doing a brilliant job as Kylie's guardian. Was I mistaken?
Was I mistaken? What? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Stop playing dumb. I hate to admit it, but you actually seem to be good with kids. Possibly even better than most of the teachers
don't
here.
agree in any slight bit of the term.
What do you know?
I don't agree at all. I've expected him to just take it all in, bloat his ego more, and even brag about it. Instead, what I get from him is a sound resembling a squawk. Or maybe that's him choking on his own pride. I can't tell about the hubbub surrounding us. When I glance at him, only a mortified expression on his face.
No.
Yeah.
No? You should be proud of yourself. At least there's this one good thing about you. Isn't that nice to hear? Pretty sure not a lot of compliments get thrown around about you, knowing how you are.
There are a lot of good things about me, Daisy. My hair, for one. There's also my
Whatever.
extraordinary good looks.
Shut up.
Wax lyrical about those all you want. I'd be happy to hear it any day. Praise anything about me, but that.
What is so repulsive about it? Even Kylie likes you. Shouldn't that tell you anything about yourself?
Kylie is one kid, not even my own. Trust me, you do not want to see me bring a spawn of my own into this world.
I agree.
This will be an abomination.
I agree.
Is that what you keep telling yourself?
Maybe. Is it any of your business?
No. But if I didn't know any better, I'd say this is because you yourself think you're a little piece of shite and somehow it'll pass on.
Correct.
It doesn't work like that, by the way.
Yeah, it can. The last remark just came out. There might be a sliver of truth in it, but I shouldn't have phrased it like that. Even for my own standards, or for the kind person I'm talking to, it's still quite rude. An apology is already in my throat, but the minute I open my mouth, all of what I prepared myself to say dissipates. Lost in the moment in front of me. He has turned gaze outside, staring at some point past the buildings blocking the view of the sky, equally lost in his thoughts. He's a vexing man under so many standards. However, in this moment, the morning light streaming from the window leads his features to a certain air. Softer, less severe than what he often flaunts. I might as well be looking at a different man. Blech. Gross. There's a tender note in his voice when he finds it, the words muttered under his breath, not intended for anyone but himself. Nevertheless, it reaches my ears, unintentional as it may be.
You're right. She deserves someone far better than me.
Agreed. All that talk about self-worth somehow makes some sense now. It isn't some profound knowledge he pulled out of his arse. It has come about because he's already been there, likely still stuck in the middle of it. Preaching about your own personal experience is easier after all. Less room for mistakes, more for a dose of self-loathing. What a complicated man. Not really. Just when you thought you already figured him out, he does one thing and says the other. You're not gonna make me like him. I don't give a shit about this guy. People like him are often the most difficult to gauge, far harder to understand. Yet it might be exactly for this reason why some are so easily charmed by him. It's the mystery that catches them, wanting to find out what's underneath that bravado. I won't count myself among those yet. Not at all ever, Becca. Yet his winning personality isn't much of my cup of tea. But sometimes once you get a glimpse of what's beyond that machismo, empathizing with a man isn't such a steep hill to climb. You're not gonna make me like him. No matter what you do, Gabe, you're not gonna make me like him. Fuck this guy. He's super fucking racist for one. And then he's just a dickbag and just gross to women in general. You're not gonna make me like him. If the comfortable silence we now share tells anything, that is. Perhaps no! Girl, shut up! You're not gonna make me like this guy. I like that we just like to gloss over that he's super fucking racist and really gross. Like, people like to talk and it's like, oh, isn't it funny that he's like, haha, look, he's a general rich douche. No, he's genuinely awful. Are y'all crazy? Oh my god. It's not exactly a bad thing. I'm so tired of y'all. Yes, he is. He's so fucking awful. He's gross and disgusting. We just like to gloss over his choice of words that he used early on in this game. We're just gonna pretend like it. Oh, he's a nice guy once you get to. No, bitch. That's not how this works. You don't get to be openly racist to people and then be like, well, he's a nice guy once you get to know him. Shut the fuck up. Actually, shut the fuck up.
You know, Luke, you're not such a bad person.
Is that supposed to make me feel better? I'm touched, Daisy.
Shut up.
Take it how you will. But a little attitude change would help.
I hate this part.
Oh, bollocks. Right, of course. Let me know when you're done with your lecture, ma'am.
And you can probably start by not leaving your wife out while you're having some quality time with your goddaughter. Who knows? Maybe that'll help change how the child sees her.
Where did you even get the idea I'm leaving my wife out? Have you ever even met?
No, but I did see her with you two last time.
His indifferent His indifferent expression quickly dissolves into a confused scowl, while I meet it with matching perplexity. It's only been 2 days. Surely his memory isn't that bad.
What? When was this?
At the cafe, after you left. She was sitting right beside you. Kylie was at the back and you were driving.
Daisy, are you sure you haven't accidentally hit yourself with your own book? Because that damn thing's quite thick. And I'm really getting worried about you. It has only been a few days, and concussions can be dangerous. I suggest you have that checked.
Well, you asked. I just answered. It's pretty rude to make her wait like that, by the way.
How can I make her wait when she's not even with us?
What?
It was just Kylie and I that night.
Now you're just pulling my leg.
Luke exhales, long and drawn out. His impatience rapidly changes from the compassionable air around us. In the face of it, I tense. I've accidentally stepped into another minefield. Any chat I've had with him so far has been like this. Why this still surprises me, escapes me. But above my worries of offending the man is my own bewilderment. I remember well enough that what I saw that night, and he says something completely different.
Wifey was out with Kylie's mummy that night. She wasn't with us. How do you think I ended up on babysitting duty?
But in the front seat. And Kylie's...
Miss Pink!
What's wrong, dear? Kylie's sob reached my ears first, and then her familiar weight returns around my waist again. Hot tears seep through my blouse as she buries her face in it, her arms winding tightly around me. Luke and I briefly exchange word glances, his own lips shut tight with concern. A The cries are soft enough not to attract much attention. Most of the visitors have been ushered inside the rooms by now anyway. Those that still linger, though, watches our little group with great interest and concern. If I don't get a better handle of the situation, I have a feeling Luke will start yelling at everyone soon. Yelling, I gently pull the girl away from me, cupping her face and wiping away tears, creating little trails on her cheeks. Her mouth is drawn in a miserable pout when she peers up at me.
All right, Kylie, calm down. What happened?
It's my friend.
That's a little too vague, Munchkin.
Let her speak, Luke. Who is it, Kylie? Melody? Or was it the other one?
Yeah.
Did the two of you fight?
She nods, then immediately clams up after, letting her sobs communicate the story instead, or as much as her shaking shoulders can tell me. Right behind me, Luke gives a nervous huff, while he shifts on his feet. He must not be used to handling children crying. What a wuss.
Sweetie, I won't be able to help you if you don't tell me what happened.
Seconds pass before she responds again. Ooh, my whole back popped. The tears are already gone when she finally mustered the strength to talk, her cries subsiding to mere sniffles.
I wanted to give her the rest of the jelly babies, but she won't come out.
Of course.
Where? Where is she?
In the little girl's room.
Is she still there?
Another nod.
She won't say what's wrong. I kept asking her, but she told me to go away. Career day is going to start soon. I saw the prizes Miss Alice will give us for good. She's gonna miss it.
Is that what you told her?
Yeah, she won't listen. She won't even take the jelly babies. After I saved it for her, too. She and Luke wanted to eat the red ones, but I told him it's not for him. Miss Pink, can you talk to her?
Oh, great.
Tell her to come out, and I'm really upset with her.
Okay. Just a little childish argument then. Times like this, I'm glad I teach teenagers mature enough for petty squabbles. I do love being around children and won't mind having one or two of my own in the future, but it takes a whole different level of patience to teach several of them. Mostly admire my colleagues who willingly took the challenge. Normally I'd leave this for their homeroom teachers to fix, but I can't just ignore the imploring look she shoots me. That's another weakness I'll have to steel myself against, before I ever think of having one of my own. For now, I give in to it.
Okay, tell me where she is, sweetie.
Sighing, I stand up and gesture for her to lead the way. Luke trails quietly behind us. Even with the small distance in between, his apprehension is palpable, understandably so. No one wants to be caught in the middle of a children's spat. But in the end, this is all just a part of my job. I can't just shy away from it, can I? Kylie escorts us to an adjacent hall. At this hour, the corridors and rooms lining its sides are empty, save for the gentle rustling of leaves, the twittering of birds outside, and the tapping of our foot against the floor. The whole area stays eerily quiet. Not unusual, though. This is the part of the building reserved for club activities at the end of the school day. With the rest of the school busy with another event, it's only natural for it to be this deserted. Come afternoon, right after class, it'll once again be filled with people. For the time being, I focus on the toilets at the far end, heading straight for it. Luke stays behind, opting to wait for the end of this drama instead, obviously not wanting to deal with another person's kid. Meanwhile, Kylie follows right after me, unusually silent as we approach the ladies' room, I assume. Sometimes before we made the turn down the hallway, she has stopped sniffling and started singing a tune under her breath.
London Bridge is falling down.
Fantastic.
Falling down, falling
Exactly
down.
what we want.
London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
Probably to brace or calm herself, or maybe this is her way of preparing to pull her friend out of her sulk. Certainly reminds me of another person. I make no remarks on it, however. It's all part of growing up, they say. Let her learn. Though slightly ajar when we get to it, and from inside, the sobs of a girl echo weakly, barely audible even in this kind of hush. Fantastic. Turns out Kylie is not the only one upset about this. Despite the situation, a smile forms in my lips as I call out to a friend.
Hello? Hello there? You're Kylie's friend, aren't you?
Delightful.
Melody, is it? She's looking for you.
Children can be so amusing sometimes. Granted, they can be exasperating, especially around this age, but the endearing things about them outweigh those. All you need is enough level of patience.
Career day's about to start, too. You'll have to come out, or you're going to be really late for it. Miss Alice won't be happy if one of her kids isn't there. I heard she brought little gifts for everyone who'll behave.
Gift for a ghost?
Don't you want to receive one?
However, her cries show no signs of abating. They only grow louder. Not close to a wail. Alarming, regardless.
Are you okay?
From where I'm standing, it almost sounds like she's in some kind of pain. And it's not impossible. They do that at times, hiding what ails them for fear of a reprimand. If it's like that, coaxing her out might be useless. It also makes sense why she chose the loo furthest from the classroom. Wasting no time, I just for Kylie to wait and amble towards the door, calmly so I don't alarm her. At the same time, a distinct sense of deja vu hits me. I've been in this position before, behind a door with someone crying on the other side. My calls ignored as their cries grow into a wail. Just this past week, actually. Even so, being in the same situation before doesn't bring any comfort. I'm putting up for the child beside me. I'm putting up for the child beside me is the thick undercurrent of worrying trickling into my stomach. I take one last breath, then I nudge the door open. It happens all in the span of a second. I don't make it past 2 steps into the room. The cries abruptly stop. Light footsteps shuffle behind me, coming to a halt at the door. My heart skips a beat. And when I turn...
Kylie?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, this little devil child.
Miss Pink? Miss Pink? Why didn't you help her?
Why is this child possessed? Why is the child possessed? Was the child always possessed? My whole body becomes motionless at the sight of her, words catching in my throat and heart pounding rapidly against my chest. This is Kylie, I'm sure of it. Yet nothing in the manner she speaks or the way she tilts her head in question carries the youthful, innocent vibe she always brings with her. As if I'm merely looking at a dead, hollow imitation of the child.
Can't you hear her? She's asking for your help.
Whoa. But it's not those that trigger a memory. It's those chilling eyes. Calling. Oh, we're back to this dope music. Beckoning.
Why won't you listen to her?
All at once the memory returns to me. A tide that has receded and now returns to shore with an overwhelming force, carrying images of a single moment from days ago. Of a world passing by in a blur, and of features I could barely discern under the little light that was. Not even a week has passed. In this minute, while I keep my eyes trained on the child before me, they return with such unbearable clarity. There are no horrid wounds this time, no blood streaming down a pale face, thank heavens. Just lips contorted into a small, twisted smile. They brim with venom I've never expected to see in a child, sending tiny pinpricks of dread crawling up my limbs and winding up my neck.
You're a bad person.
Oh.
People like you deserve to die.
Okay, girly. I can't breathe. Alright, do I got a QTE? Hands are at the keyboard. Those whispers and laughters again. Judging. Mocking. Taunting. Each scathing word ringing sharp and true against my ears. My throat closes in. My whole body tenses. A chill settles at the tips of my fingers, every digit gone rigid from the cold. With every single draw or breath, any struggle for air or freedom, a coil wrapped around my body tightened, dragging me down. A gradual, torturous descent into another bottomless abyss. On, and on, and on, until I lose touch with myself and the world.
Help me!
Until darkness claims me and, unexpectedly, a note. In the distance, harsh and piercing, cutting through the thick stupor and shattering the haze without warning.
Are you ladies done with your business here? I don't have all morning to wait for you two.
My eyes snap open, and the world shifts into place with a ragged gasp. When I glance up, a different set of eyes greet me.
Are you okay, Miss Pink?
No anger, no vile hatred in them, just plain, sincere concern. Bit by bit, I become aware of my surroundings and myself as warmth steadily slips back to me. I've reached out for the nearby counter to steady myself at some point, and my knuckles have gone white from how rigid my grip on it is. It's over now, yet the tension hasn't left my body. My heart still hammers hard in my chest in the erratic rhythm, and my breathing still comes short, shallow bursts. Before me, Kylie fumbles with her hands, utterly unsure of what to do to an adult in what's probably a laughable state.
Did you get sick? I'll call Tia, okay? Stay here and don't move.
No need. Just leave me alone.
Tia will know how to fix you. Oh, wait, okay?
I wish I could speak reassurances to her, but I can't shake it off. The dread is there, twisting at my insides in anticipation. Of what? I am no longer sure. Pushing myself off the counter, I break off into a run, brushing off the anxious look Kylie gives me when I gently push her away on my way out, or the furrow in Luke's brow when I stumble into him outside. Whatever they both saw on my face, I care not to know. Bloody hell, I don't even understand what's happening anymore. The tremors continue long after the last of my classes have ended. Although none of my students have commented on it, I've caught a few sharing anxious glances every time a pen slips from my hand or my shoulders tense whenever cold. How unusual it must be for them to see the normally composed Miss Gales become a bundle of nerves. Even the most boisterous ones have given me less grief today. You'd think being on my 4th cup of tea would provide any sort of comfort. Why is this the 5th? Egad, why does counting matter now? The fact that I can't easily shake it off this time should tell me something. The last time this happened, I passed it off as some lapse in my part, after having been sick the week before.
And it is a natural conclusion.
They're just stories. A century-old law passed by the locals to keep children in line. What place doesn't have those? One of my doll's books even went as far as to describe them as strong parts of Isabella's culture. Tree giants, women who feed on unborn children straight from a mother's womb, or hell, there's even that one story about a demon baby. All folklore that never had a smidgen of truth to it, most probably told to scare off the natives there back in the old days. Much like every other one in every other place. The world is more universal than people care to think. But looking at it from where I'm standing now, after staring right into the eyes of that woman, after all the things I've been hearing and feeling, perhaps there's really more to that bloody letter than some awful Halloween prank.
Perhaps Isabella's right all along.
That would be nice if you could believe her. Terrible thing if true. Though, that thought doesn't linger long, thankfully. Soon the ringing of my bubble takes my attention away from it. An unfamiliar name flashes before me once the screen lights up, my brows knit together. Marianne McCall. Staring hard at the screen, I try to remember when I've entered this person on my contact list. It takes a moment, but when it clicks, my eyes zero in on the book lying wide open on my table. Oh, cool, we just skipped back to the part. Found out from the library almost a week ago. I met a woman there by sheer coincidence, a fellow history buff apparently. We were after the same book, but in the end she's given it to me, under the condition that I call her once I'm done. To be honest, I've completely forgotten about it until now, and, well, I haven't really taken a peek at it until today. Normally I'd be done with the whole volume of this size a few days after taking it out. About 1 or 2 depending on how busy I am. But finding a chance to sit down and read through it has been more difficult lately than I anticipated. One moment I'm busy simply grading worksheets, attending a movie premiere, the next, then somebody's suddenly inviting me out for one reason or another. Days later, a friend stops showing up at her flat right after worrying reports pop up in the local news. There simply isn't enough time to breathe to get a grip on things. I have been flipping through the pages of said book moments ago, though never really reading anything and merely hoping for a distraction. To no avail. My phone— hi, welcome in. My phone gives out another ring, and this time I do not hesitate to answer.
Marianne? Hello! Here I was starting to wonder if it was a bad time to call. Is it?
No, not at all. I dismissed my last class a few minutes ago. I'm pretty much free for the rest of the afternoon. Unless something comes up. Is this about last time? The book?
Not really. I was hoping to ask you about some other thing.
Oh, sure. What about?
You grew up in this city, didn't you?
I'm trying to remember which part of the timeline we're at here. Career day. What happened in the time? I don't remember. God, there's so many things that are happening all the time. It's a peculiar question to ask someone you just met, but I answer her nevertheless. I'm more curious about where she's heading with this by starting with that.
Born and raised, third-generation migrant. Why do you ask?
So, you must be familiar with the local lore. The, stories?
Quite. If I'm going to teach about history, I'd like to think I am, yeah? But a family friend would be a better person to ask. If you want, I can contact him for you.
No, let's just keep this thing between us, okay? It's nothing too big. Alright. I really don't know how else to put this without sounding a bit crazy.
There's a ghost.
But things have been really, odd. Do you remember the mansion I mentioned back when we met? My current project?
Oh, thank you very much. In hindsight, I should have expected it'll lead to this. She must have not lived here for long if she's just asking about this now. It didn't take a week with Isabella when she arrived. That's Isabella, superstitious down to the last hair. Though it won't be too far off to think Marianne has only started thinking about this recently. She's working on the damn house itself. I must admit, even I'm curious now, despite living here for so many years and having so many chances to look it up before.
The Ermengarde Mansion, yes?
Yes, that one. And, the thing is...
I'm pretty sure this is after Marianne had the mirror incident, where she got...
Oh dear.
I mean, everybody's getting haunted.
You know what? Just forget I ever called you about this. It must have been the sunny weather. It's making me sick.
Yeah, it has to be. Oh, it could also be the house incident where she got the radio jump scare, and then we got the ghost that popped out from the door. That was crazy. See things.
No, wait. It's all right. I don't mind.
There's a moment's pause before she responds again. She's right in that. This is a silly thing to talk about, especially between what I assume two people who are pretty grounded in their beliefs and with regards to these things. I won't blame her if she hesitates.
I can't believe I'm asking you about this.
It's fine. Why don't you just think of it as some form of research?
Well, alright. But after this, we're going to forget we ever had this talk.
Okay, Marianne. No, it's okay, girly. I'm here with you.
My lips will be sealed. Now, what is it about the mansion?
Just, what do you know about it?
What do I know? So much. I know so much about it.
Past, what happened to the owners? Anything you can give me?
Let's see. To start off,
I do my best to give her a concise summary. From the time the house was commissioned for hunt... Oh, that's right. She's a history major? Or at the very least, she's a history buff. No, not a journal. Where was the... No, it is the journal. It's the profiles. Yeah. Becca is master's degree in education, major in European history. Yeah. Okay. Good for her. Good. From the time the house was commissioned 400 years ago and who had built it, up to the point it got deserted after the last heir's death, and the deed was passed on to the Ermengarde's nearest relatives. Frankly, if it weren't for those urban legends persisting, the house would have already faded into obscurity long ago. Demolished, even. These are all nothing she probably hasn't heard of before, yet there's dissatisfaction in her tone once I finish.
That's all there really is to it?
That's all I got for you, girlie.
As far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
There's this little bit I forgot to mention about Lady Charlotte Ermengarde's death.
We finally get history?
But most of those are just theories. Aside from that, this is really everything we've been teaching all these years.
We know from a CG that both the Lord and the Lady are not the greatest people.
No mention of any other weird stuff? Other crazy stories? Or a letter of some sort?
My blood runs cold. Any warmth and comfort the tea I drank. Isn't she teaching right now? Hold on. Isn't she in a class full of students just having this conversation? Whatever. Any warmth and comfort the tea I've drank has given me prior has instantly been drained out of me. The phone creaks softly as my light hold on it turns into a firm grip. This whole letter bullshit is starting to turn into more than a coincidence.
None that I've heard or read of. What does a letter have to do with this?
Oh, no. It was just something I came across. Ignore it. Random thoughts, you know? By the way, I need to run. Thanks for answering my questions.
What'd you miss? We had an incident with the possessed child this time. And we had a little scare there, but that was about it. And then we have to, oh my god. Let me tell you though, the way that this game wants me to like Luke so fucking bad is just not happening. Oh, like I can deal with the possessed child all day, but they want me to try to like Luke so fucking bad, and it is just not happening. Also, let me know if the audio is doing any kind of glitching and if we're having that reoccurring problem. Thank you very much. Yep, I have a whole long series of this that I'm working on. We're closer to, I wouldn't say, we're past the middle at the very least. There is essentially a ghost that's haunting 5 people, and we're dealing with it in various ways. The mood around my classroom has gotten considerably denser in light of what little I've gleaned from that conversation. I don't think Marianne's lying about her intent. Oh, sorry. I don't think Marianne's lying about her intent. Her interest is genuine. I'd give her that, but she's left a lot of things out. I can handle possessed child, but I draw the line at Luke. Understandable. Yes. I could not give less of a they're trying so hard to be like, oh, well, if you get to know him, he's not that bad of a guy. But, motherfucker, I hate this guy. Explain? Well, there's a bunch of previous videos that you can watch, and you can take a look about the rest of the story. We're being haunted by a ghost. That's what this story is about. I get the sense that she only asked because something's happening around her too. And if she hasn't mentioned the letter, I probably wouldn't have made the connection.
Just what the hell did we get ourselves into?
I have a whole playlist on my channel that you can watch. Of course, there's still a lot of confusing details in this. All of these are just assumptions. No concrete conclusion to be formed with what we have, and if we want to find out what we're really dealing with, I think Marianne's right. There might be something more to those stories. As absurd as it sounds, the very place that gave us the letter might tell us something beyond what we know. And tomorrow night, I have a few hours that chance at I have a few hours of that chance at a housewarming party. Totally not exciting though, since the place is privately owned now. I can't just wander around. But it's enough reason to keep the dread at bay, as soon as I step out of the room ready to put an end to this day. Oh, god damn it. Get this guy out of here. How will all those good vibes disappear in the thin air when I run headfirst into Luke? There's really something in this man. Regardless of how much of my opinion of him... Ugh, god, gross. No, fuck this guy. He simply blasts through every good impression people have of him without care or thought. He doesn't even need to open his mouth. His mere presence does it. In all honesty, I think he's the kind of guy only a mother can love. Of course.
You're still here?
Draco, yes. Similar attitude.
Obviously. Who do you think standing in front of you?
An ass?
Yes.
Oh, come on, Daisy. You've done better than that. Losing your touch?
Luke, I don't have time for this. I'm heading home, and your face is the last thing I want to see before I leave. What do you want?
Belatedly, I notice his hand, partly raised, almost poised for a knock. And a slight lift of an eyebrow, he quickly drops it to his side and turns to Kylie. She said there's our possessed child. She's standing a few steps away from him, holding her hands behind her back and tearing at something on the floor with the tip of her shoe. Then he proceeds to make vague gestures at me and the child. He resembles a fish flopping in the air with the way he's moving his arms. I think he's trying to urge her to speak up.
Munchkin, I thought you wanted to tell her something.
You do it, Teal.
This wasn't my idea, darling.
Don't worry. I won't tell Tia what you told me the other day. And this morning.
Okay. Luke exhales, rolling his eyes at the ceiling and maybe praying for the universe to grant him more patience. He knows a losing battle when he sees one. He may act worse than a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum at times, but he's no match for an actual child. Nothing better than served a dose of his own medicine, Once his frustration has been promptly let out, he points a rude finger at me. I do my best to stare the offending digit down. Oh, I know. It's so gross. But I can already hear the demand before it's even out of his lips. All the nicknames that he gives everybody, especially to women. It's particularly only to women. He always gives them a nickname, and that just makes my skin fucking crawl.
You, come with us.
What makes you think I will?
Because little Rugrat here is upset and worried, and it's your bloody fault. I've no idea what happened this morning, but if you don't come with us, I won't be hearing the end of it from her. So do me a favor, Daisy, and just be glad I'm inviting you.
Oh, thanks, bud. I'm honored.
You are asking for a favor, and you can't be bothered to be polite?
Uh-huh. Oh, big stretch. Oh.
I don't know. It's been a really busy day for me. I kind of miss my couch.
Daisy, you just...
I have a name.
Just say yes.
Sleep with one eye open. Yes. A pause follows, almost too dramatic. Afterwards, his face twists into something between a grimace and a smile. As it happens, he appears like he's in a lot of physical pain. You think the man is getting an aneurysm by simply being polite.
Please?
Oh, good job, buddy. You used your big boy words. Wow.
Tia said it'll be his treat.
Okay.
What? I said no such thing, Munchkin.
Daisy is a nickname for her? Yeah, because of her, I think probably because of her shirt has all these little flowers on them. But yeah, that's Rebecca's nickname. And then, I mean, Marianne's nickname was Mint because they called each other by the drinks that they were having when they first met in the bar. So, I mean, she equally gave him a nickname, but just every time he says Mint, it just, like, pissed me off.
I only agreed to this because you requested it. I'm under no obligation to feed her.
I promise we'll be quiet the next time I visit.
Oh, all right, but just one meal and make it the cheapest.
He and Ashton will get along famously in that department. On a different front, the offer of free dinner does sound enticing, however half-heartedly given it is. Mostly because Kylie has widely put on her puppy eyes, and by the second I find all my choices slipping away from me.
Miss Pink, it'll be fun!
Oh, Kylie.
You don't have to feel sad anymore, okay?
Oh, you dear possessed child.
Oh, well,
There's something deeply wrong with you. My mobile buzzes from my pocket, cutting me mid-sentence for a second. I'm spared from the act of giving an answer I'll regret either way. Fishing the gadget out, I wave a hand at him and excuse myself. A disgruntled expression is on Luke's face before I turn away. I'd be lying if I didn't say it didn't amuse me. He's as eager to be done with this as I am, but what can I do? Checking, a message from Ashton shows up. Oh. Hey Becca, I'll be around Salem well this evening. Need to meet someone in the area. I might have to drop by yours in Isabella's place after. See ya. Just the usual. Unlike what he does to Zachary, Ashton has the decency to let us know when he's dropping by or he's in the area for some business. He just shows up to Zach's house. From the way it's phrased, it sounds to be the latter. Either way, I'm glad he's at least aware of that boundary. Not that Isabella's ever going to let him leave the building unscathed if the other pulls the same stunt he does with the other man. I cringe to imagine what she'll do to him. Sighing, I slip the gadget back into my pocket. But I look up to see Luke's utter impatience on his face. I now face a different dilemma. The two of them are still waiting, and knowing the kind of person Luke is, this is already a grand gesture of goodwill coming from him. All to please his godchild. His denials aside, it's easy to tell he's really fond of Kylie, and from his actions alone, I kinda hate to ruin that.
Well, Daisy, we're waiting here.
Shut up. On the other hand, there's Ash. His message doesn't exactly imply he's going to wait, or is he's expecting me to be there, but there are matters I hope to discuss with him in person, to put simply. Housewarming party matters. Oh, that's right, yeah, we gotta invite him. With inviting Isabella out of the question, I only have Zachary and Ashton. Although the former has already made it clear that he'll be busy this week, and well, Ashton has been my first choice from the start. Even if he detests attending gatherings like this. It's the company that counts. We can be miserable together. But that's the problem, isn't it? He hates them, and it's very likely his answer will be a flat no. It will never make me like you, Luke. It's just not possible. I'd rather not hear that. If by some miracle he agrees to it, he'll probably be sulking the whole party. Not really a tough choice when you put it like that, still. Tough choice, but I have to pick one. No, I have other things to do. Fuck this guy. Fuck this guy. Kylie, you're probably haunted. Don't know what that's all about. Listen, anyway, I got other things to do. Does he hate it? Good. Fuck off. I hate this guy. They want me to like him so bad, and it's just not happening, ever. Though, when you look at it closely, it isn't such a difficult decision to make. First and foremost, no matter where I look at this, it is inappropriate to some degree. Disregarding Luke's honest intentions, I've only known the man for a grand total of 2 days, including today. But if I'm going to be thoroughly specific, I'll give it a grand total of around 10 hours. By all means, that's not enough reason for me to join them for dinner, even if he says Kylie's the one who requested it. To other people, it won't appear as innocent as he makes it out to be, and if there's one ugly thing about this city, it's this place's penchant for inane gossip. One little spark, and it'll spread like wildfire. Who knows how far it'll go, how many ears it'll reach. What if Ashton hears about it? Yeah, we gotta go see our boy. I have to not think about the consequences to that. I've got enough on my plate lately as it is. Being at the center of a rumor mill along with this man, in whatever form it takes, sends unpleasant chills down my spine. My answer must have already shown in my face, as Kylie's smile immediately dissolves into a pout.
You're not gonna join us, are you?
Maybe next time, Kylie. Listen, you're lovely, maybe not lovely, dear haunted possessed child. I don't want to spend time with this fuckhead.
I'm sorry, Kylie. I'd love to, but I have other things to do.
Maybe one day you'll
Another
understand,
time, maybe.
Kylie. Oh shit. Hold on. My headphones are... Oh no! Oh, oh fuck, what's this called? The soft bit of my headphones is like coming off and peeling. Hold on. It's got it stuck in my hair. Ouchies. I'm gonna pull some of my hair out. Let's see if I can fix that. There we go. Alright. Better.
A friend just texted me about something urgent, and he wants to meet tonight.
Just say it's a date, Daisy. The little rugrat will understand. She's not an infant. No need for blatant lies.
Oh, sorry if you can hear my dog outside. Heat instantly crawls up my face at his baseless insinuations. Know what I would give for another chance to put a real dent in his skull.
What even gave you that idea?
My god, Becca girl, we gotta get over this. You need to just get with this guy.
Why do you care? Stop sticking your nose in other people's affairs.
Oh, your face says it all, woman.
Ugh.
You think I won't recognize those longing looks?
Gross.
There isn't a look, you There isn't a look, all right?
Oh my god, Becca, I'm so desperate. Please, no one is taking Ashton from you. Please.
Sure, whatever helps you sleep at night, Daisy.
You already have a story written inside that head of yours, don't you?
Oh, please. It's not that interesting. The color of your face does suit you, though. Matches the hair. Well, come on now, Munchkin. I'll just buy you an extra glass of that parfait.
With extra strawberries?
I'll get you a basket full if you want. As long as you behave. And no complaints if they don't have enough syrup again. Deal?
Deal. Have fun with your date, Miss Pink.
Okay. Well, see if she ain't bummed about it. So it all works out. Luke's already leading the child away before I can correct her. Upon reaching the end of the hall, however, he doesn't miss the chance to shoot me another one of those infuriating winks. Gross. Does he really think women enjoy those? I'd sue him for harassment if I could. Or sorry, harassment. Though I must admit, the two of them walking together... No! You will not make me like him! There is nothing in this world that will make me like this motherfucker! Oh my god. No, I can't bring myself to care. I simply can't. I simply can't bring myself to care. He says he dislikes the idea of having children on his own, but it's easy to see some parts of him genuinely wants them. I don't agree. I don't agree. What's stopping him? Maybe because he sucks. Something to mull over, along with every other confusing and frustrating thing about this guy. Some of the time, though, Ashton's waiting. Time for a guy that I actually care about. His car's headlights have been left turned on, illuminating the otherwise empty parking lot. If it's like that, this is probably going to be a quick visit. Although our landlady would probably have a few hundred words to say about this before letting it go. Not many in this complex own a vehicle anyway, to warrant the space's frequent use. Owing to this area's proximity to downtown Luxbourne. No one's going to be disturbed if one car stays parked with its lights on for a few minutes. Right now, though, it serves as a pleasant company, while I idle inside my own car, thumbing through the invitation's fine print, flipping it over and over until the motions become familiar enough. What should I say? How should I say it? There's a very high chance he'll say no. But on the off chance he accepts, what should I do? Fears, doubts, questions I haven't asked before. And more often than not, the anxiety is because of him. 17 years ago, I'd been in the same position and a different letter in hand. Somehow nothing has changed. Perhaps if you'd noticed how I've always felt about him years ago, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Girl, maybe you could just tell him. Maybe you could just talk to him. I listen, miscommunication tropes always piss me off. I just don't find them fun at all. The pining... Oh, the pining is good. I do love a good... don't get me wrong, love a good pining. But sometimes there has to be a point where you're just like, girl, please. Honestly, he managed to ace all those exams at school without even lifting a finger, and he couldn't figure this out.
How dense can he get?
Very. But I can't very well wait for another 2 decades just for something as measly as an invitation, can I? It's not like it's going to be a date. Although, frankly, I wouldn't mind if it is. However, that's a wish best reserved for some other time. I won't get anywhere if I just keep thinking about the what-ifs. Gathering all my thoughts and courage, I step out of my car and gingerly make my way upstairs, invitation in hand. Ever since the incident 3 days ago, there's a strange air permeating the atmosphere here. I agree, and there's so many miscommunication in BL, it drives me crazy. I know, me too. I'm just like, but this can't be the only trope we have. The only time where like miscommunication ended up being like fine for the most part is the best portrayal I've ever seen it done is in Sesamia, and that's only because they get it resolved like immediately. They're like, oh, gut reaction, I'm upset. The scene progresses a little bit. The partner doesn't let the other one, like Sasuke doesn't let him like get away for any kind of like miscommunication to like fester, and then they talk about it immediately and they're like, hey, what's bothering you, what's wrong? And most of the time it's like, I already know what's wrong, but listen, here's what happened, here's the thing, it's fine, everything's okay, and they solve the issue immediately. That's the only time I'll accept miscommunication as a trope, is that it gets resolved quickly. Weighted but the sort that slowly trickles through you until the burden of it finally bogs you down with some kind of disquiet. The days since have been uneasy, and Isabella's absence from her flat does not help settle it. Every day coming home somewhat feels like an uphill battle in itself, leaving you spent when you're supposed to be getting some rest. Is Zachary expecting the same thing? I certainly am. The same weary slump is also on Ashton's shoulders once I catch a glimpse of him. He's leaning casually on the rails, his back against its metal surface, while reading through a bunch of papers. Each one appears more important than the other, despite me having never read a letter of it. I'll probably head back to the precinct after this, if he's not going to drop by Zachary's for a bit of a shut-eye. No rest for the wicked. But no matter how occupied he seems, he pauses anyway and looks up from his work the moment he hears my treads. He raises a hand in greeting as a small smile spreads across his lips. Exhausted as I am, I can't help but return it to him.
What brought you here?
He hums something inaudible, nearly an answer, nor even a vague hint, before he turns his attention back to the papers. For a passing second, I thought he'd ignore or even evade the question, like every single time I've asked. But then he shuffles the documents back to a binder and sets it aside with a huff. It sounded more fatigued than I've ever heard from him recently. Either there's simply too many things to keep him busy at once, or his investigation isn't going too well. Maybe even both.
Just work.
Just work? Do you expect me to believe that?
In a way. I didn't think an important contact ditched me and now I'm stuck would make for a cool alibi. Did it work?
As if there's going to be any difference. You're still a dafty. Anyway, do you want to come in? But if you're going to hang around for a bit, you better turn those headlights off. My landlady's one hairline away from banning you off this place, you know? Stop taking the piss out of her. She's a nice woman.
Well,
when she stops taking the piss out of Shirley, maybe I will.
You and your bloody car.
The first time I've heard the name, I did a double take. And the way he put it, it was as if he was talking about some woman he met somewhere. surprisingly got along with and grown fond of. Never mind how impossible that is, knowing his lack of interest for people outside our small circle. Honestly, it sent a surge of panic in me. It lasted for days. Till he proudly introduced me to his new car. His car!
Hey, it's a nice name. Don't laugh at it. You'll hurt her feelings.
Alright, whatever, bud.
I'm gonna have to give that offer a pass, though.
Okay. Nothing unexpected, but admittedly I'm hoping he'll stay for a few minutes. Suddenly asking him to accompany me to some housewarming party is starting to turn into a bad idea. If he can't even be bothered to spare a second of his time to his friends, what more he has to spend some hours in a room full of strangers.
I need to get going. I just dropped in to check on something and...
His words trail off, cut mid-sentence on purpose, leaving it for me to comprehend the rest of it. At the same time his eyes shift, momentarily towards the door closest to us. Isabella's unit. Eerily quiet now in her absence. The instant his lips curve into a small frown on his shoulders tense, I know work is far from his reasons for being here. Being all too aware of that idea alone summons another dull ache straight into my chest. Like every time, every single moment, he affords her the attention he can never seem to spare others. While it is a worry better left for a different situation, it twinges the heart nevertheless. Girl, no one is taking him from you. You can have him. God damn. Oh, big stretch.
Is there a problem?
Nothing of note. Abigail just wanted to ask her a few things.
Abigail?
It's related to that incident with Cooper. You heard the one.
Oh, yes. Probably one of the people
Hold
that they're
on.
looking into.
She isn't in trouble, is she?
No, we're good.
No, I don't think so. Not as far as I know. And do you really think Scaredy Cat can do anything like that? It's just an off-the-record thing, okay? Abigail wanted to confirm something. She knows I'm friends with someone working at BRC, so she asked me. Apparently she isn't getting anything from that company, as long as the red tape's in the way. It's nothing urgent, though. She isn't answering her phone again, so I thought I'd check myself. I can wait until she gets home.
If she comes home soon. The last time I saw her was 2 nights ago.
His demeanor immediately changes. Despite his careful attempt to appear nonchalant, his eyes scream of unspoken worry. It's almost painful to see how much he tries to hide it, especially in front of someone he has known for years.
What? Did she take a vacation or something?
No word from her, unfortunately. And I don't think she'll go on a trip without telling us. It's been 2 days. 3 if she's not going to show up tomorrow either. Do you think we might have to file a missing person report?
I hope not. Even Zach's not acting like himself already. I wonder what that guy ate. But let me know if anything happens. You know how to contact me. I'll see you later, Becca.
Ashton squeezes my shoulder, light as he can, before stepping away and heading straight for the stairs. His way of offering comfort in the middle of this little mess we found ourselves in. But amidst all this, a tiny voice in the back of my mind nudges at a memory. Something I've forgotten at the very reason why I've chosen to return home early. He's made it 4 steps down when the realization kicks in, and awareness of the envelope I've been holding returns to me. Panic rears before proper words can form, or I can think about the situation. Not a second sooner, I'm calling after him.
Ashton, wait!
He halts, 1 foot already down another step, and he turns to me, raising an eyebrow in question.
Yeah?
And of all times, it is in this moment when I falter, the adrenaline from earlier's panic suddenly recedes. All of a sudden, none of the things I prepared to say will take form, and I've caught between simply forgetting about this or just blurting it out to him while hoping for the best. Should I even? Yes, yes! Come with me! There's nothing wrong with trying, I suppose. I'm not going to lose anything if he says no. Which, frankly, has a very high chance of happening. On the opposite, though the thought still doesn't prevent the heat from curling up my face and sending my heart racing. It's better get this over with before my throat closes up and I lose nerve.
Tomorrow afternoon. Do You have time?
A small frown is already on his face. I already see where this is going and what he's thinking from that alone. If for some hellish reason I continue, hanging on to that tiny glimmer of hope, he'll say yes if I present an argument good enough for him.
That depends. Why?
Well, you see, someone sent an invite for a housewarming party, and I thought you might want to...
Rebecca, I'd rather stand on the messy end of a gunshot. You know that.
I know, it's just... You're one of the few people I can count on with things like this.
That's cool, I appreciate the thought, but really, Zach's a better companion. Gatherings like that just aren't my cup of tea.
Well, guess what, Ash? It's at the Ermengarde Mansion.
It did cross my mind, you know. If he isn't busy with his freelance work, I'd probably ask him too. Actually, you two would have been spared if Isabella was here, but...
Why not just skip out on it? The world's not going to end if one guest doesn't show up.
Trust me, I'd love to. But I promised Mom I'll be there.
Still can't say no, huh?
Like you're any better. Besides, the person who sent this is an old friend of Mom and Dad. If it's important to them, why not? Though, who would have thought, huh? The famous Evans heir used to be tutored by my parents. Apparently, we also met before.
Wait, who?
Evans. Hannah Evans. Well, she's already married. She goes by Hannah Wright now. Remember the couple who bought the mansion Isabella's selling?
The same people?
As far as I know. Unless I misread their address, or there's another Hannah Wright in this city that we don't know about.
Let me see that.
Yeah, now he's gonna go. Without waiting, he walks closer to take the invitation off my hands, gently but with the same force of urgency in his voice. I don't know what he finds in it, but his eyebrows drawn together as his eyes scan through the little lines of text printed on the small piece of paper. His hold on the envelope tightens with each pass, and by the time he has finished reading, his mouth has formed into a thin line.
You never mentioned this.
I mean...
We met just once. Or at least, that's what Mum told me.
Yeah, I don't got much to mention. Whoops.
Honestly, I can't recall anything from it. Otherwise, I would have told you about it.
He hums something inaudible under his breath, all while thumbing the paper, staring at it as if doing so will proffer him answers to every unspoken question in his head. While he gleans nothing from it, he merely folds the envelope back to its form.
All right. I'll go with you.
Yeah, of course you will now.
What?
I'll go with you. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Unless you've already made up your mind about asking Z-Man.
No, I told you already the guy's busy. Why would I bother him for this when I can go alone? But what about your own work and...
I can make time for this. 3 o'clock, yeah? I'll pick you up an hour or so before.
My head reels, less from what this implies, more from how easy all of this seems for him, how fast this turnaround is. It's already halfway down the stairs when any semblance of sense returns to me, and I can finally string 2 words to protest together. Yet all of it dies on my tongue at the small smile he shoots me. He disappears from my view seconds later, his footsteps gradually fading as he descends the stairwell, until all I can hear are my own shallow breaths and heartbeat, loud pounding hard against my chest. It is only after I'm standing alone in my room minutes later that it sinks in. He has taken the invitation with him, but besides that, more than that, he has also accepted mine. Calling this happiness is a complete understatement. For now, looming thoughts of the mansion and that woman lay still in the back of my head. Alright, we made it to Friday. The night wears on without further incident, despite the great number of thoughts swimming inside my head. Come morning, there's only a hush, a strange sort of stillness unlike the ones greeting me every morn. This one's uneasy, tight with anticipation, like a string stretched thin, merely waiting for the proper time to snap. Granted, it doesn't make my day any less pleasant, but the edge is there. And as expected, the second I step out of my flat, it comes apart, broken by the voices of 2 squabbling adults echoing from the floor below. It was quiet while it lasted. Shame.
What the hell were you thinking?
Oh.
I wasn't. Ow! Could you let go?
Well, a few seconds later, they both ascended the stairs, with Ashton pulling Isabella by her wrist. She struggles as she should, but his hold on her remains firm. Freeing herself means having to draw blood, as she attempts to pry his hand off of her other one, or using unnecessary force to push herself away. Neither of which is better than the other. One could potentially end in an accident, while the other means having to hurt him physically. She has a good sense to realize that, at least. However, it doesn't take the desperate edge in her voice when she answers Ashton's temper with her own. And so on they go, none the wiser to my presence.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you could get in?
That's why I'm asking you for help.
Is this what you've been doing these past 3 days? Because this doesn't make your case convincing, Isabella.
Rose died, Ash.
I know. Every single person in Luxburg knows. It's on the damn news. But that doesn't mean...
People are missing. Some of those are my friends. And BRC's just covering it all up.
You can't just barge into my office and expect me to do anything about it, right off the bat. This isn't a children's game, Isabella. We have procedures. We have to follow protocol. There's red tape all over this case for a reason. We sure as hell don't investigate things just because some stupid letter spooked us.
Ash, you have to believe me this time. If we don't do anything right now, more people will...
It's been a whole week. This stupid letter prank is getting old real fast. I'm sick of it. It was funny the first time, not so much now.
You're the only one that can help me with this, Ash. Even Rebecca won't.
All right, you two are awfully loud. What's going on here?
Both their heads snap up almost in unison. A displeased frown is on each of their faces, but this is a necessary interruption. What can they do? People still in their units have already taken an interest in the commotion, with some taking a peek behind their curtains, while others are bold enough to crack open their doors, if only slightly. If they don't keep it down, pretty soon our landlady will show up. Getting a reprimand from her is the last thing I want to happen, first thing on a Friday morning, even if this is hardly my fault.
Well, if you want to continue this, you two better do it elsewhere. You're disturbing other people.
Don't worry, we're done here.
No, we aren't! Becca, I looked it up. I called them. I visited some of them, and...
Which you shouldn't have done in the first place. Isabella, you're going to create more problems for us with what you're doing. A team has already been assigned to it. Leave it to us.
Your precious team is looking at it the wrong way. Becca, it's not just Rose. There are others.
That last bit strikes a chord, prods strongly at a memory, and that vicious smile already etched deeply inside my mind. The image appears clear enough that, at the mere mention of it, I stumble on my own question.
What do you mean?
The letter, Rebecca! It's not...
It's nothing. If there's really something going on because of that dumb letter, none of us would be standing here. We've all read it, haven't we?
Well, I mean, things are happening.
But Rebecca's alive, Zach's alive, I'm alive. So for the last time, this isn't a curse.
No, that's all because of me, baby. Otherwise, Isabella would definitely be dead.
There's a murderer on the loose, and your co-workers happen to be the victims.
It would be so interesting, though, to see how Ashton's feelings may change, though, if Isabella was dead. Because that timeline, I didn't want to happen because I really didn't want Isabella to die.
Give it a rest, Isabella. It's too early for this shit.
Don't you think that's too much for a coincidence?
Not so much. Most serial killers follow a pattern. I'll tell you about it some other time. And anyway, coincidence or not, the point is, civilians like you aren't supposed to get involved. You're putting yourself in danger.
I wasn't chasing after...
Will the both of you slow down and stop arguing for a minute? What's this about your coworkers, Belle?
Becca, please don't tell me now you believe this shit.
Sure, in a heartbeat, I'll agree with Ashton. That's how it's always been. Besides having a very good point, really, the very same ones he'll make every time I ask too many questions. But the fact of the matter is, what he wants to hear from me right now is far from what I've been sensing these past few days. It doesn't matter what Isabella or I believe on our own. Something odd has been happening around me. The letter she picked up is at the heart of this. But however I respond the question in their faces, only one of them will be pleased with it. You have to admit it. Support your girl. Ashton in particular won't be too happy to hear it. Support your girl. Ashton will come around eventually. He better, at least. Hey, that's fine. Imagining the look on his face doesn't take too much effort. His entire posture shifts at the moment my reluctance shows. Shoulders tensing, brows furrowing, eyes gaining a sharp edge. He's already bracing himself from the disappointment. And it will be a disappointment. Not in a million years did I ever believe I'll be saying this either.
I might have seen her. The woman Belle's been telling us about. The one she said she saw in the attic.
I think it's important for Bella to know she's not alone, and who am I to deny? Both of them stare at me like I've grown an extra head, and for a few moments Ashton looks as if he's about to have a fit. A pause treads at its heels after, a silence thick enough one can almost hear a pin drop.
You're kidding, right?
Nope.
Do I look like I'm joking?
Really, Becca? Not funny.
Ash, I'm not lying. Why would I lie about this? It's been this way since the film fest. The past few days have been really odd since we read that letter. Last night, you mentioned Zach hasn't been acting like himself. Maybe you should ask him, too.
Or maybe you're all just feeling under the weather.
I'm not sick. Don't you think I'd know that by now?
Becca, you're starting to sound like Scaredy Cat. Give me a break.
Why don't you?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you two.
Isabella's voice cuts sharply through the conversation, abruptly putting an end to the brewing argument.
It's all my fault. This is all my fault. I was only hoping I could fix this before any of you. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this.
She breathes in deep. She breathes in, deep, steadying, and in that moment something falls behind her eyes as she looks away.
I'll fix this. I promise.
A quiet resolve. The same one I saw and heard that night from 3 days ago. But this time it burns brighter. Even Ashton wavers at its sight when she looks him straight in the eyes, gaze unflinching. Gradually his grip on her wrist loosens.
Belle, there's nothing to fix. The problem is...
Just this once, Ash.
Her voice, though small and lacking any force, stops him. Along with it, every sound, every noise dies around us, a hush descending as if the world is waiting for her words.
You don't have to come with me, but if I don't do anything, I am going to regret it.
She lays a hand on top his, gentle, pleading. Hi, welcome in. Almost intimate, if one does not consider the circumstances we found ourselves in.
Please.
Ashton will never tell a soul, will never admit it even to himself, but it is in that short second that his own resolve breaks. The moment the hard edge in his eye softens and he relinquishes his hold on her, letting his hand fall limply to his side. Wordlessly, Isabella steps back and runs off, leaving only a muttered thanks and a small, lackluster smile. Only after the last of her footsteps fade away does Ashton move, breaking the silence with one of his sharp exhales before reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose in a gesture of frustration and surrender.
Did you really have to tell her that?
Yes!
What do you want to hear from me then? That everything's fine?
Yeah.
No, I want all of you to stop putting these ideas in her head. None of it is helping. Never mind. Don't worry about her. I'll bring her back here.
He's already poised to leave when my own instincts take over. I reach for him, gripping his elbow with the same unyielding grip, the action prompted by voices whispering at the back of my mind. He's already made it clear he's not going to believe me, but he deserves a word of caution. Who knows where all this will take us? How will all this end? He shouldn't be caught off guard, beliefs notwithstanding.
Ash, I I know you don't believe in those things she's saying. And you know me. I'm less inclined to believe in those things as you do. But I've seen something. There's something strange going on here. You don't have to buy it.
Girl, yeah, sure. My art tag is #STArt.
It's bad enough that Isabella goes off like this without telling anyone. I'm just worried something might happen to her if she keeps at it. Talk to her, okay?
As if she trusts me enough for that.
Doesn't the fact that she approached you first about this, instead of me, already say a lot?
Well, I think she approached Ashton because Ashton actually has connections to, like, get things properly done. But also, Becca, you were incredibly dismissive when she was first voicing her concerns. So she just resolved that you weren't going to ever believe her anyway. A different kind of trust, granted implicitly and never spoken, sometimes too big, too fragile at last, to last. He falls silent for a long moment as he turns it over in his mind. In the end, all he manages to offer is a small nod before he departs, and a promise to, at least, listen to her, without the teasing or the jibes. A favor for me, and the least he could do for her. This is as much as I can do for him as well, until I've understood what's happening myself. Tonight, hopefully, where this all started will provide the answers I'm looking for. Ooh, do we finally get to go back to the party? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, cool. I can't wait for this. Except the whole thing's off to a bad start, and all of a sudden, whatever Isabella claims dwelling in this mansion becomes the least of my concerns. Severely underdressed is a total understatement to describe how... Yeah, Becca, you're going to a mansion. You gotta dress up, girl. Cars worth more than my own apartment and childhood home combined line the mansion's front yard. Men and women decked out in their best also flock near the entrance. Most are eager for the festivities to start, while some are simply idling about, enjoying the warm afternoon sun before it sets. Yeah, get ready for the soap opera. But once the woman standing at the front porch speaks, their undivided attention immediately shifts to her. Presumably Miss Wright, from the confident manner she holds herself among present company. This despite keeping a far simpler appearance to the rest of her own guests or not having her than the rest of her guests of her own guests or not having her husband beside her. A trait worthy of utmost admiration at best. At worst, she is the envy of every woman, the subject of every gossip in Luxbourne.
Welcome, welcome everyone.
I missed that last time, yeah. It's time for the drama. And Mom said we could have been good friends. I can't even picture myself mingling with the kind of guests she has. Though I admit she does seem familiar, now that I've seen her this close. Memories of sitting in a vanity not mine, being dressed in clothes too fancy for my taste. They flit briefly in my mind, until her cheerful tone rises above the buzz of her enraptured audience once again.
Please, make yourselves at home.
I wish I could share her enthusiasm, really. But being surrounded by all this extravagance, for lack of a better term, merely makes me dread how the rest of the night might go. Also knowing there might be some truth to what lies inside this place helps drive the unease further by a notch. Ashton, on the other hand...
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Oh my god. For someone who abhors gatherings like this, he already seems right at home, standing with an air too lackadaisical as he watches the valet drive off with his bloody car.
Can't you at least act with a bit more shame?
Becca, if I find a single scratch on Shirley, there will be hell to pay.
Alright, buddy. I'm sure you paid a lot for her.
Those guys know what they're doing. They're handling cars worth more than your precious Shirley.
Yeah, I'm like, probably nothing you have is anywhere near expensive what some of these other people have got. My disdain has likely shown beyond the tone of my voice, quite possibly in the form of grimace. He chuckles, a rare moment where mirth and amusement dance across his features. Try as I might to pull up a stern glare, I can't help but join him instead. There's something in the lightness of it, in how easy this kind of interaction falls into place, when we don't let feelings get too involved, in spite of being stuck in a situation we're not fond of. It brings back memories. However, the moment doesn't hold. All of a sudden, Ashton grows quiet.
Chief?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember this. An odd expression flashes momentarily across his face, though he blinks it away before I can figure out what it is exactly.
Ashton, what's...
Sorry, Becca. I just saw someone I need to catch up with. Longtime friend.
You can just say the police chief is here. It doesn't help that he isn't even making an effort to spare a glance my way when he answers. Instead, they're focused at some point in the crowd. His gaze darting between people walking past us until a small frown forms from his face.
Oh, wait, Ash! Oh, what about...
This won't be long. Be careful while I'm gone, okay?
I meet the smile he hastily throws my way with a frown of my own. What does he mean by that? But before I can ask already, he has turned his back from me and is walking away, without a single explanation whatsoever. In some desperate effort, I try to catch up to him, if only to know what warranted this sudden departure and his odd warning at the end.
Hey, be careful! About what exact...
Only for my attempts to be interrupted by a muffled ringing from my pocket. Mom's cheerful voice greets me as soon as I answer.
Yes, I'm at the party already, Mom. Yes, I'll say hi to her if I can.
The conversation itself doesn't last long. Just a simple hello, reminded to enjoy the party, and to send their regards to their old student. But when the call ends and I get to look up, Ashton's already heading inside. With a sigh and, admittedly, a little disappointment, I tuck my mobile back into my pocket and follow after him.
So much for a date.
Whoa, that line recording was done somewhere else. Even with familiar company, this is somehow shaping up to a terrible evening. Woo yeah, woo yeah, woo yeah. The party hits full swing in an hour later. With the host's opening remarks given, still no sign of her husband, the poor woman, and the guests promptly fed, the band shifts the melody to a livelier tune. Soon, laughter and the rhythmic tapping of shoes fill the room, all in accordance to lifting strains of music. It seems fun, I admit. Fascinating at certain moments, the flurry of dancers, making their music their own, almost with no care in the world. If I weren't so indisposed, I'd have joined the crowd for a song or two. There isn't a lack of invitations anyway, many of them in fact, with some asking more than once. It's only my stubborn refusal that prevents me from joining them. And I can. A single nod is all it'll take, and the evening would have been far enjoyable for me. But pride in my own silly hopes, the thought of being seen with one of them by him curbs that, as much as I hate to admit it. It's a hard truth to swallow, especially when the very person at the center of it makes denial difficult. Can't even spare me a minute of his attention or a single glance at me the whole evening. Hell, Zachary might have spoken more words to me. I bet Guy's busy covering the event to boot. Oh good, Zach's here too. At least he manages to slip in conversation or two between takes, or weave a small wave of his hand when he passes by. What's Ashton's excuse? He's been flitting out of sight the whole time. One moment he's hanging around a small group, in another he's hovering around the string band. Just a second ago he's wolfing down some deviled eggs by a buffet table and a glass of wine in hand. The next thing I know he's gone. If I didn't know any better, I'd say he only agreed to come with me for another reason.
I swear,
he did.
The next
I'm
person
sorry, Becca.
who asks, I'm dancing the night away with. Ashton can go fuck himself.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
Her voice almost makes me jump, focused on the gobshite wandering around the ballroom with my own annoyance to notice. If she's heard any of the profanities I mumbled, or she's taking notice of my... of my discomfiture? Is that a word? She makes no comments on it, merely greeting me with a smile when I turn my attention to her. Miss Hannah Wright gives off a whole different air when she's not speaking to an audience. Homely, a bit too friendly for my liking. But I guess that comes with being raised in such an environment and having to deal with pompous, snooty people. Though I suppose nothing has really changed from years ago. I remember her carrying herself in the same manner during one and only visit. Does she remember any of it? I won't be surprised if she didn't. It's taken me a while myself. She's probably met a lot of people like little Becky throughout the years. Might have already forgotten about me or my parents. People like her thrive on connections, after all. Nevertheless, I return her smile, awkward and stiff as it may be.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, you're fine, dearie. It's only really the parvenu, those who climb, that come to these parties all dolled up. Quite the black-haired beauty, isn't he?
It takes me a while to realize who she's talking about. Until Ashton walks by again in closer proximity than any of the other times he has done so far this evening. Still without a look of acknowledgement our way, though, even if Miss Wright speaks loud enough to catch the attention of anyone within earshot.
Who, Ash?
You know, you really shouldn't have turned down those offers. If I wasn't married, I'd happily go dancing with those young men. But you said a name. Ash. That's the exquisite lad you've been looking at all this time. I don't know him, and I'm the one hosting this party. That must mean you know each other. Is he your boyfriend, then? Because that would explain those rejections.
Ah, yes, here we are. This isn't the first time someone has made that assumption. Almost every student I've had in the past did. My co-workers, more often than not, assume he is. Few of my neighbors also think that we're an item. Girl, just talk to it, please. Not that Ashton has ever reacted to those. He's been quite indifferent about it, in fact. Still, the heat of blush creeps up on my cheeks. Denial already, despite wanting to happen so badly myself.
What? No, that's ridiculous. He isn't my boyfriend.
Such a violent reaction. A simple no would have sufficed. Many here would be happy to hear it.
And I haven't been looking at him.
I do my best to summon a straight face, but before her good cheer, it easily falters.
That's right. You've been staring. Quite heatedly, in fact. Although I'm not sure if you look like you want to kiss him or kill him.
You know?
It's more the latter, currently.
Just don't go murdering him on my property.
Yeah, there's enough murder that happens on this property.
I don't want to walk into a room and suddenly find a body there.
It's infectious in a way. No sooner I find myself enjoying our chat more than I've imagined myself to. Though her attention briefly wavers at one point, she remains a good companion. Even more once I've mentioned who my parents are. Her face quickly lights up and fondness graces her face, despite the meeting from several years ago to being a short one. But of course, there are some things we can't really avoid talking about. After all, it's one of the few things I remember her asking me, the moment she spotted little Becky in the room. Do you have a boyfriend? In retrospect, it's an odd thing to talk about as children, when there are loads we could have started with.
Yes, oh, I remember you! You were the cutest little thing with glasses! And when we met, you were having boy troubles with this lad called something with an A.
Oh gee, I wonder. I believe I still have the clothes she gave me. Chosen, all so I can impress him. Even back then, Ashton has always been denser than a rock, and that one attempt to get him to notice backfired spectacularly. Sure, he's keen. He's a detective, for heaven's sake, but feelings more often than not escape him.
What was it again? Aaron, Alan, Adele, Albert, Alexander, Andrew?
Which makes this whole talk all the more embarrassing. The more names she lifts off, the more my discomfort grows, until my smile turns into a grimace. What will she think of me? Here she is, married, to a man she most probably loves at that. While I'm still stuck in the same place, yearning for the same person.
Ashton! Ash! That man is that boy! The same one?
Sure is.
Oh, goodness me, after all these years! I can see why, though. He's quite dashing.
He is. He's very handsome.
You don't really need to announce it to everyone within earshot, you know?
Keep it. I'm so sorry,
sorry.
but it really is cute.
She says that before a short moment a hint of pity flickers in her eyes. I take that as a chance to change the subject before anything more can be said over the matter. I haven't even sorted these things out for myself.
This is a nice party, Miss Wright.
To be frank, I doubt she'll be so willing to pass this up. The topic has already captured her attention.
Please, Anna's fine. We're friends of a sort, aren't we? We must be friends, seeing as I know about your little infatuation, Becky. Don't you worry, dearie. You'll have your happy ending yet.
Thanks, girly.
I'm not too concerned about that, am I? That's not what I'm looking for.
Oh? And what makes you think that? Doesn't everybody want their happy ending?
The idea of happy endings sounds like they're just for fairy tales. And they are, sorta. I don't think you can just sit around, trapped in some tower and hope for the best. If you love them, you have to fight for it, right? You're not just going to sit there and hope that everything will just fix itself on its own. Like everything, you have to work at it.
Hypocrisy, that's what this is. How dare I preach something when it's exactly what I've been doing? And then I go and act as if I'm entitled to any of it. That by virtue of us growing up together, he must return whatever I feel for him. That he's not allowed to look at another because I'm the one who has stayed by his side the longest. When in first place, Ashton has always been on his own person. Miss Girl, she's looking around the market, even though she has a whole husband. Listen, I mean, her husband is already cheating on her. So, like, she has so much faith in a wrong man. And this is something I cannot force on him. I can only hold on to these, take care of it until the time comes and I can confess to him. Great, if he reciprocates, but if he can't, if he won't. Selfish. I've been too selfish.
But what do I know?
I'm sure the daughter of the two greatest professors I've ever known is smart enough to know what she's talking about.
At one point, maybe I would have easily agreed to that. However, the past week's also seen changes in the way I view things. As nice as these things sound, it turns out whatever I previously know may have not even been true for other people, or for myself. It is sobering and almost funny how things I might have said with much certainty before, now as doubts muddying each of them. Oh. But there will be time to mull about these later, because when a hush suddenly descends in the room, a whole different issue rears. Yep, this bitch. Especially when Luke, fucking Luke, strides into the now quiet ballroom, fashionably late and oozing with the same pompous men carries around with him.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the right mansion.
Before long, Hannah leaves my side. Well, we didn't get the little seat. Okay, well, maybe we'll get it later. Before long, Hannah leaves my side to join him and doesn't take a genius to piece it all together.
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen. If you would excuse my presumptuousness.
Man, shut up.
So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
His attitude, the manner he carries himself around people, his unfamiliarity with that part of the city. Of fucking course. I should have known. Although I'm partly at fault here, tabloids and gossip columns have never been really my thing. Should have also expected that wherever Luke fucking Wright is, some sort of drama will sure follow. He seems the kind of person who revels in it. Figures it'll find him on its own even when he's not asking for it. Yeah, there's a soap opera. It happens amid a round of applause and hoots. that people lagging behind the crowd they've gathered does not catch on until the cheers turn into several scandalized gasps.
I am pregnant with your little bastard. You promised me you'll take responsibility.
Ooh.
God damn it, Luke. I finally got you to talk to me after months of silence, and you do this to me.
What do you mean you're pregnant with?
Yeah, get him.
Luke, is this true?
Bro, I'm just standing here.
Lies and slander, woman! Security! Johans, take her out of here before she makes an even bigger fool of herself!
No, you do not do this to me. I was so ready to leave my stupid oaf of a husband. I told you to leave that damn wife of yours. Look at her. Does she look like she wants a baby? Does she look like she could take care of a baby?
I love that line read. Mods, escort this woman. The commotion doesn't go further, despite the drunk woman appearing like she has plenty more venom to spill. Mods, escort this woman out of the premises. In a little while, security shows up, escorting her out. Apparently, she's the chief inspector's wife, too. As if this whole thing can't get any more fucked up than it already is. What a mess. But the damage has been done, and beyond the repercussions this will bring, I'm more worried about Hana. Maybe, no, I don't give a shit about this guy. I've seen the man that hides behind his self-importance, and it is someone who cares for the person who stands beside it. Ew. No matter how questionable that is now. After all, no anger is worse than that of a scorned woman. He is lucky, though, that he is not to be the object of it anytime soon. Oh, please. And his wife loves him enough not to believe any of the woman's drunken prattles.
Take that trollop out of here immediately!
Trollop. Oh my god.
And see to it that she isn't allowed here or anywhere we hold any authority in Luxbourne.
Damn. Hannah's out. Listen, girl, you have too much faith in your husband. No, what a word. Not a trollop. Hannah's outrage is a strange sight to witness. After those smiles and the graces she had carried herself through the entirety of the party. Like this, her eyes burning bright with fury. I don't doubt she can do so much more. Ruin the scandalous woman if need be. Oh yes, scandalous. Shaming her is already an act of mercy. Generous enough coming from her.
Everyone, please go back to enjoying the party. Don't let that mess of a woman ruin your night.
Yikes.
You heard her! Strike up the band, maestro, and let us dance like fireflies in the night!
Alright. Yet when she turns to Luke, eyes gleaming with hope, something feels off. Something I can't quite place. Yeah, I believe she's possessed at this point in time. Hers is not the face of a person who so ardently loves. There's a lack of tenderness in it. An absence of warmth and sincere affection. It's the kind that constricts, suffocates.
Well, that was a mess, wasn't it? And you handled it magnificently.
It happens. We are very important people, are we not?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's possessed right now. No one seems to have noticed it. However, and their command, music resumes. There's a brief lull, a reluctant pause before the place comes astir again, but shortly the buzz returns to the room. Dancers have once again taken to the floor, and their guests' excited chatter begins anew. Maybe it's just my imagination.
Lady, would you like to dance?
With pleasure.
Yeah. She's fucking possessed right now. The unsettling feeling in my stomach remains, however. Even as the strained atmosphere dissolves into merriment, even as I watch the couple lose themselves in the moment, while the people around them join them in it, it grips me all the more when once I leave the hall, the last glimpse I catch of Hana is her smile, a thin, unearthly one spreading across her soft features. porter closes the doors behind me with a soft click, but all I hear from it are the chilling whispers, those that seem to echo along with the unfamiliar grin in my mind. Help me. The brush of fresh air against my cheek does little to dampen the nervous edge in my bones. Away from the rush of the party, I just feel bone tired. It's late. I've accomplished nothing of what I come here for, and Ashton's nowhere to be found. I'm not sure what pisses me off more. That he ignored me the whole evening and might have just left without saying anything, or knowing he obviously has some other motive for being here. Can't he at least trust his own friends for that?
He didn't have to lie to me.
He's not even answering his phone. A man has always been difficult to contact when he's out. But you'd think he'd at least have the decency to keep the lines open if he's going to wander off on a party. One that he happened to attend with his friends at that. I let the call ring for 9 more times before cutting it off. Now he's trying to find someone who refuses to be found. I can get home on my own. I don't need him. He can just...
Becca, where'd you go off to? If we're done here, let's go.
My mistake. The second his voice cuts through the crisp night air is that I've allowed my annoyance to get the better of me. Fuming, patience forgotten, I whirled around and marched towards him. One accusation after another piles up at the tip of my tongue, ready to be hurled at any moment. There's no hesitation holding me back when I fling it at him. That straight face he keeps as I do so isn't helping temper my anger either. It only makes me want to slap some more sense into him.
Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?
Becca, I've been waiting here the whole time. I told you I hate parties like...
And before that, where have you been the entire evening?
Right then and there I might have forgiven him if he'd shown some ounce of remorse for leaving me like that. Maybe he could have looked away and given me a sign that my assumptions might be right. He doesn't even need to put them into words. A single gesture of confirmation is all I need. Rather, what I get is the same impassive look. He does that whenever he can't disclose anything. He does that whenever he's lying. In the face of it, amidst the thick tension, a frustrated huff is the only thing I can summon.
Be that way. Fine. Suit yourself.
No more words. After everything I've seen tonight, and heard tonight, I'm already too exhausted for those. So without speaking any further, I simply walk past him and stomp over to his car. Although before I can pull open the door, he calls out, one hand outstretched, a gentle weight on my shoulders.
Wait, Becca.
He pauses, his brows furrowing and lips curving into a slight frown. I can almost see the gears turning in his head while he tries to piece together everything he wants to say. Before, perhaps, I might have waited patiently for those. He's not a man fond of using words to express himself. More often than not, any gesture of honesty will only come out blunt and coarse when forced. But today, for one reason or another, I simply can't summon that forbearance.
Ashton, if you're just going to waste my time again...
Becca, listen. I don't know how else...
That much is obvious. Why don't you just take the whole bloody night? Go on. I can wait until next year. Better yet, why don't you just keep it all to yourself like you always do? It's not like...
Rebecca, will you hear me out first?
The silence I can offer him, but whether I'll believe what he's about to say is still up for debate. A very long debate.
I honestly don't know how else to put this. I'm aware your parents have some kind of history with Hana Wright, and somehow you're friends with her.
Friends is putting it very, is putting a lot of presumptions.
But you should stay away from these people for now, especially the husband.
Agreed.
Who? Luke?
His expression deepens into a scowl at my mention of the name, but whatever opinion he has, he doesn't immediately voice. Still, something about it has greatly displeased him, evident in the stiff note his tone assumes.
Yeah, he's bad news.
Agreed. He fucking sucks. I hate that guy. Both of these feel like the same question. Okay. Right. Yep. these happen. Okay.
Care to explain your reasons?
Did he like this? Oh, he liked it. Okay, cool. I've not meant for it to sound harsh as it does, but anger and frustration have never been a good match in me, particularly on nights like this. It's not surprising when Ashton jerks back as if I've struck him. For a fleeting moment, something akin to her darts across his features, his eyes narrowing and hands closing tightly into fists at his sides. Then swiftly he glances away and shifts his focus on the line of trees nearby, like an answer can be gleaned from the dark expanse.
I'm really sorry, Becca.
What is it for? For the party? The vague answers he continues to give. Does it include all those times before this? The years worth of it? I don't doubt its sincerity. Audio? Okay. All right. Is it doing its thing again? Oh, we made it a good distance this time. I'll go ahead and restart it. It's just this game. I don't know why it does this. It's doing the thing. Okay. It is literally just this game. We had no problems playing Homicipher. Okay, let me know how that's sounding. Hi, welcome in. Okay, let me know if it's still doing its little glitch thingy again. We made it a good distance this time. Yes, frankly, I wonder how I can keep myself from raising my voice at him.
We'll talk about this tomorrow.
Okay, how's that? Just let me know.
And you better have a proper answer for me by then.
All fixed. Good. I don't know why that happens with this game every time. What game is this? This is called The Letter. It is a horror visual novel. There's a brief hesitation before I step away. A short moment of wanting to say more, of waiting if he had anything to add. 'Cause it's cursed. It is cursed. The game's cursed. They're cursed. We're all cursed. He's only silent, eyes still trained at the distance. It is that last glimpse I see of him before I climb inside his car. The door slams closed with the same force as the anger I'm holding. Its sound merely vanishes into the night unnoticed. He follows soon after. Shortly we're on our way back to the city. Yet even with the city's bright lights welcoming us, the dense, somber air from the mansion still lingers. The moon is almost at its highest by the time we reach Salemwell. Even after our respective heads have cooled off, the atmosphere within the car remains rife with unspoken tension. This isn't a problem so easily fixed with a few handshakes. Quite frankly, I don't know what will. Ashton himself has no idea what to do when he alights and dawdles awkwardly in the middle of the car park, unsure. It almost seems like he's having an internal debate, whether he should say goodbye or mutter another apology. Did I miss some of the... Yes, you missed a lot of the story. We're on our... this is like the 3rd or 4th stream of this. And each of those streams have been like 3-4 hours. So we're getting closer towards the edge of the game. I would say we're definitely past the middle. I wouldn't say we're quite at the end yet because we still have 2 more routes to go through, but we're very deep into the game. It almost seems like he's having an internal debate whether he should say goodbye or mutter another apology. I could have driven it away purely out of spite the second I've gotten off. Still, old habits die hard. It's late, and Ashton's flat is on the other side of the city. Irritation might still rear its head every time I look at him right now, but I'm not too cruel to put up on another long drive. But I have, the playlist is on my channel if you have any interest in horror visual novels. Especially when he still appears as he hadn't gotten any rest.
You can borrow the couch.
Oh my god, is he staying the night? Oh my god. I throw keys to my flat his way before a protest forms on his lips. Although he catches it with ease, he eyes it with a wary expression and shoots a puzzled glance my way.
You haven't been forgiven. We're still going to have that talk, believe me. But I'm not about to send you out on another drive looking like that. It's late. Go get some rest.
We're setting aside a lot of loose ends like this, but he appears to have accepted that reason, at least in the meantime. Oh, thank you. He does give me another questioning glance when I shove past him, pulling my mobile in the process.
Where are you going? I thought...
You go ahead upstairs. I need to contact Professor Andrew.
I just always note that this is an adult-centered, adult-themed horror visual novel. So if you have anything in particular that bothers you, like some very serious topics or body horror, it's I would just, you know, just be careful.
Andrew? Why would you... Oh, no. Please. Is this that thing Isabella said this morning? Again? I already gave her my word, Becca. I'll look into this BRC crap. No need to drag the old guy into it.
Of course, he's still skeptical. It makes one wonder if he's even seen anything at all. Figures his curse will stay away from the scoffer. But this is another loose end tonight that I just can't leave alone, Ashton's belief notwithstanding. It just so happens that one I can delve into using means other than taking a look at the mansion itself.
Ashton, do you really think I still give a shite after that stunt you pulled tonight?
No, but this is...
I spent so many years with him to know this is about to turn into another argument. Before he can finish it, I cut him off with a firm raise of my hand.
Look, I don't care.
Yeah, shite.
There are weird things happening around here. And yes, it's Isabella's brand of weird.
Oh, good. I always still like to note for anybody that I can't provide accurate trigger warnings or content warnings for people because most of the time I'm going in blind myself. So I just recommend anybody who has any particular issues to just be cautious when they're indulging in my content, since I cater a lot to adult themes.
Ghostly voices, strange sounds, and a bloody woman sitting at the back of my car. You don't have to believe me, and I no longer have the patience to convince you, so just leave me be, Ashton.
He doesn't push it, going quiet instead, although I know he has a whole case of it prepared inside his head. But there's a reluctant shift in his movements when he steps away from our conversation. Short of climbing the stairs, he stops, turns to face me with an expression almost too conflicted.
Are you really sure?
What?
That there was something? That you've been, seeing things?
Yes, I'm very, very certain.
Oh my god, do you believe us now, Ashton?
Now go. And you better not break anything in there. The last time I let you stay over, it was that statuette Belle gave me. You haven't even replaced that one.
The last of my reprimand goes both unheard and unanswered as he disappears behind the stairs. If things were less strained, he might add a quip or two about that, followed by a light banter. Instead, for a long moment, I'm left staring after him. There's something in the way that he asks about it that nags. Coupled with his expression, the whole exchange just feels unsettling. One that doesn't fade either as I gather my thoughts and shift my focus on another, even as I dial Professor Andrew's number. And that's when it clicks. During the long wait for the professor, one stray thought emerges from the unease. Ashton has not intended for his question to be a jibe. It's concern. For what, though? For my well-being? The letter's curse? The woman I mentioned? The answer's for those who have to wait, however. Finally, the call connects and Professor Andrew's voice echoes from the receiver.
Professor Andrew?
Rebecca? It's late. What can I do for you?
I know, I'm sorry, but this is a bit urgent.
After all, this is a more pressing matter. Our lives might be at stake and we're still in the dark.
Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you to do me a favor.
Woo. Ooh, we cranking the days. Alright, let's see where we're at. No, we're on the 30th now, which I think is the longest. Is it the longest we've gotten? Or, no. We're on the 30th. Right. Ooh, this is the longest in the timeline we've gotten to. Okay, cool. So this is like, we are up to date on everything. Where is your tree at, Girly Pop? Wee. Alright. Oh, God. Your story is so long, Becca. Okay. I think this is on the common route. I don't know if it's the longest. I have a feeling that Ashton's is the longest route. And we went middle. I think we are on the common route. But God, your route is so long. Yeah, it looks like we're on the common route because I'm not making any to, I didn't want anybody to die. Ooh, we're almost there. Okay, cool. All right, cool. I have a feeling that Ashton's gonna be the longest, but who knows? It could be Luke. Professor Andrew Clark has agreed to meet with me 2 days later in front of the Luxbourne Public Library. He has other commitments, but being a long-time family friend has its perks. I have my parents' connections to thank for that. Of course, I'm not the sort to impose on him often, but the situation is, well, it's not entirely bad, although it does require calling in a few favors from friends like him. Without his signature, I won't be able to gain access to the library's restricted section. The restricted area. The story is long. It is very long, going through many arching paths with many different branching timelines. If I wanted to get more in-depth information on the Ermengarde mansion, that is, not simply what they choose to show to the general public. As much as I hate to admit it, there's always something people censor, and whatever it is, I won't find it in the general section. It has to be what they are keeping here, beyond the public eye. The thought of that alone makes me antsy. Thankfully, I don't have to brood over it. The wait for the professor doesn't last long. He never did enjoy to make people wait. Likewise, he dislikes people who are tardy. He arrives 5 minutes after I do, greeting me with that kind smile and casual wave of his hand. I haven't seen him in so long, but it appears like he hasn't changed much. His familiar presence alone is enough for a fond smile to spread across my face.
Professor Andrew.
Rebecca, didn't I say long ago you can drop the professor?
You know I can't possibly do that. Even if I can, it feels disrespectful to call you by your name alone.
Yeah, because she's a proper lady.
Both you and Ashton never listen to this old man. Kids these days.
All right. But just for today, since you're doing me a huge favor, Andrew.
I guess you simply can't have it all, even at this old age. But pleasantries aren't what we're here for, yes? You mentioned you needed a permit.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir, if that's okay with you.
More than fine. Anything in pursuit of knowledge, as they say.
He hands me the permit without further prompting. And just like he promised, he's also written a recommendation after his signature. More than enough to get me those files. I muttered a small thanks before slipping it into my pocket. Although when I look back up, his brows are furrowed, the face of curiosity. Not surprising, considering how vague I've been during our little talk over the phone. Right then and there, I decided to tell him if he ever asks. Maybe not all of it, but stuff he needs to know. It's the least I can do to thank him. As expected, true to his inquisitive nature, he asked.
If you don't mind, though, I know you've always been an eager learner, but may I know what in the restricted section that piqued your curiosity?
It's the Ermengarde mansion, sir.
He's quick to raise an eyebrow at that, and for a while I fear he'll take the slip of paper back. Is there something in what I said?
The ones they have out in the general isn't enough?
I'm, hoping for a more in-depth read, sir. More about the history and the people who once lived there. The general section doesn't have anything much on that.
Oh, I see. Well, you certainly aren't the first one to be enamored with that place. It doesn't shock me. The architecture is admirable, and the urban legends are something to talk about. Why, just this past week, I've got a few asking me about that. Imagine that.
I think enamored might be a little too much to describe our interest in it. But I have to agree. The mansion is beautiful, even with the renovations. They kept the stained glass windows, too. They are magnificent.
Oh, you've seen it.
I have.
I was there for a few hours to attend a housewarming party. The invitation was for my parents, but they couldn't make it. My mum used to work as a private tutor for the Evans. Hannah, right?
Ah, I know of her. Her husband, too. Who doesn't? Luxborn's
like that face.
Most popular couple.
Yeah, me too, bud. Something falls behind his eyes. The warmth in them suddenly gone, like he's reliving a painful, distant memory and seeing it play right in front of him. It disappears almost as soon as it surfaces, but that look has unsettled something in me.
Is something the matter?
Nothing much. But you know, you're already like a daughter to me.
Wow.
So if you could, do be careful with the friends you make.
I would not consider them friends.
Is this about the rights, sir?
Just a friendly advice from an old man. Don't think much about it. Anyway, I have to leave.
He seems to hate them? Yeah, me too.
Say hi to your parents at the detective inspector for me, will you? I wish you luck with all that research.
Thanks, Professor.
I will. Thanks for this, Andrew.
Big preach. Andrew gives my shoulder a light squeeze, the gesture younger me has always appreciated, and quickly crosses the street after. I watch him until he disappears behind the door to a cafe, until the doubts swimming inside my head find a moment to rest. Whatever his business is with the rights isn't anything I should concern myself about. For what they do, for one, Hannah is a little bit better. She's possessed right now, which is not entirely her fault, but she is possessed. But it's the husband more than anything is, one, super racist, two, really misogynistic, and three, just an all-around general big piece of shit. Hannah, at the very least, tries to be nice to people, but she doesn't reprimand her husband enough for somebody who is a partner to him. And also she's like super possessed right now, so that's the thing. But I also kind of did that myself in one of my choices. Because I didn't give a shit about those two. I care about Hannah slightly more, but even then, I don't give a fuck. Good. Fantastic. On how, though, I've yet to find out. And I'm hoping the library will give me the answers I want this time. Also, the husband's cheating on his wife. That's another thing. He's been cheating on her. We hate that guy. The other thing is that he's like actively and he's an alcoholic, which is not to say like, you know, it's it's genuinely like not a lot of people's fault for being being alcoholic is you know, addiction is very serious. but he also has no interest in even slightly trying to get better or to curb his addiction. He very clearly goes off whenever he wants to drink a fuck ton. He's gotta go. Exactly. Good. Like, I'm always here. It's like, addiction is not any one person's, like, you know, it's not their problem that, it's not their fault that they're addicted, but it is their fault how they choose to continue to act around their addiction. And that's important. On a gloomy Sunday morning, the library is especially empty. The second floor in particular. Oh God, we're gonna be in a little, I'm gonna be alone again in a fucking dark area. I've always considered this place to be a sanctuary, a respite away from the hubbub of the city. As a child, I grew up reading books here, spending hours here no end poring over the pages, living out fantasies in my head until my parents called me home. Now it feels nothing like it. The silence is smothering, suffocating. Even with how clean they've kept the microfiche. Yes. Go shroom. How the entire small of it lacks a speck of dust or clutter. Breathing is a struggle for air. Not far into my stay, I began to long for the noise outside, and perhaps as a way to claim this unease, I start to hum a tune. Imagine that. Why, of all things, it has to be that silly nursery rhyme. I've got no inkling. It does its job, however. It fills the lull with something far less awkward, far less deafening, and that is enough for a distraction. I have business here. No time for silly daydreams, only important work to attend to. Even if there's a possibility of it being fruitless, by some means it feels like I have to do it. If not for me, then for the people who are affected by this microfiche. What do we even call it? A haunting? A Halloween prank gone wrong. A curse. If Isabella were here, what would she say? Will she panic? Will she be angry I only listen to her now? It all microfiche. It all stems from that one moment in the movie house, doesn't it? We could have avoided this if only we had taken her warnings to heart. One stupid mistake is all it took to send our normal lives on a downward spiral. Frankly, I'm no longer sure if I'm angry at myself for it, or at the universe for throwing us into this mess. But we can only make do of what little we have, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Going here might not be the right decision, but it's a start.
A good start.
Doesn't take much time for me to find what I need. A microfiche of an old newspaper, long kept in special storage cabinets at the far end of the restricted section. The year is 1620s and beyond. Before the city of Luxbourne even exists in these records, when the mansion had just been built, and Anslem is nothing more but a small, sleepy hamlet near a river. A lot of pieces are missing, days, sometimes several consecutive weeks without any records remaining. Often it goes on for years. Microfiche mansion. Yes. Troublesome, but as it is, I'm lucky enough to find anything at all considering how far I'm looking back. Can't be picky now. Can't waste time mulling over what record keepers of old could have done to make up this a breeze for me.
I can still work with this.
The faint whir of the microfiche. She and Kissing company as I go over each slide, each image, hoping for something that goes beyond what the local lore knows. There are snippets, little mentions of family that once settled in the house here and there. The usual singing of praises for the couple who helped brought up the once tiny settlement into a buzzing town. Nothing substantial, nothing I didn't know before. It continues on like this for a good while, until I come by the years after their deaths. The people of Anslem might have loved Lord William and Lady Elizabeth Ermengarde, mourned their passing and held them in high esteem in the years after. But it was their daughter that was remembered fondly by the townspeople. If her parents built this town, Lady Charlotte was the one who made it prosper. Remarkable, considering it was a period of recovery from about a plague that killed half the town's population, including her parents. What's surprising, though, this is the microfiche. If you didn't know what microfiche is. Apparently, her time is also marked more than superficial changes to the place. Whoa, I didn't realize Girly had no clothes on. It's okay. You won't even notice. She moved things, changed laws, altered out customs and traditions. If they were done on a woman's whimsy, it doesn't say, but she seems capable enough of more than that. The gist of it is, the town she rebuilt is what eventually grew to become Luxbourne City, while the nearby Anselm village remained as it was, a relic of old. A frown swiftly forms on my face.
So, why is there a need to hide this?
Air puts a stop. Oh, she puts a stop to the local slave trade? That's a fucking lie. One by one, I try to recall every lesson I've gone through, every book, paper, and journal I've read. This is the microfiche, yeah. None of those ever mention this. It's always the lord and lady of the house, their endearing child, always an afterthought in those anecdotes, and the ones who always took her life in the end. Never someone who restored the town from the brink of collapse or brought new ideas to it. Is that because she's a woman?
That pisses me off.
That is very possible, but also, she be up to some shit. Granted, not everything is sunshine and rainbows. Not all aspects of her can be considered admirable. This is history. Some parts are bound to naturally delve into unpleasant territory, whether I like it or not. Witch hunts, for example, became common near the end of her life. Which would have been completely unremarkable. It might have gone to become a mere footnote in history, if it didn't involve Lady Charlotte and the very slave she saved. It caused quite a stir, enough to leave almost a week's worth of clippings. The girl was eventually burned, condemned by an entire town. At the word of Lady Charlotte alone. But this doesn't really have anything to do with the curse, does it? Oh, I think really hard about that, Becca. Think real hard about it. Yeah, there you go. Unless that woman following us and this slave are the same person. A tale of revenge. How cliché. However, with the lack of accurate photographs, it's impossible to tell. Maybe if I squint, the illustration will start resembling her? But in my field, it doesn't work that way. It shouldn't work that way. I'll be the laughingstock of the community.
This isn't going anywhere.
Mentally exhausted, I take careful steps away from the screen, pressing my palm to my tired eyes. The lack of ample light in this area doesn't help. A headache already threatens to form at the back of my head, yet I'm nowhere near figuring this out. This is simply too much to take in all at once.
I should have asked for someone's help.
And now I'm at a dead end. I start gathering everything around me, placing them back in their respective envelopes for storage. The motion's no longer new after volunteering here a number of times. I didn't make much of a mess anyways, considering the lack of materials available to begin with. I'll have a look somewhere else. Where remains unknown, though. Just as I'm about to slip the last of the slides in, something catches my attention. My hand pauses, the microfiche halfway through its protective sleeve. So the microfiche is like the it's like clippings or like articles, or it's like the web paper that you slide through the computer. Hold on, I can explain it better. Microfiche. Because it's the machine and it's also the paper itself. Microfiche. It's a card made of transparent film used to store printed information in a miniaturized form. Yes. Okay. Yes, it is ominously dark. So microfiche is it's like the machine and also the paper that it's used. So it's essentially in very old documentation. You will have like this piece of paper and you'll have a ton of little images that are printed on it as like, they're almost like tiny little thumbnails. And each of them are printed on this one paper that you slide into the machine. And the machine enhances the image on the computer, and you just slide through the readings of those papers. of those little images. And it's trying to keep records from very old times. Usually like newspaper articles from early 1600s to 1700s. It's kind of like this cardstock texture. It's just used to record and keep information that can't be like that is hard to like, you know, replicate and stuff. So it's a better way to keep it all together. This is one of the few I've set aside without taking a careful look at it. It seems like a gossip column at first glance, but upon closer look. I slide it back to the reader, gently turning the dials in search of the page. Yeah, see how she mentions that she slides the paper with all the tiny images on it, then you move a dial and it will go through. Have you ever had one of those really old cameras that had like pictures of like dinosaurs or something on it, and you would kind of like roll the film on the top of the camera so you can see each new picture as you like roll the film? If you ever had one of those, it works in the same way. It's just enhancing a small image so you can see it clearly. It takes some time, but once the image becomes clear. They must have had this drawing commissioned for this announcement. Yeah. Does that make sense? I don't doubt it. So yeah, this is where the microfiche, you can't see my mouse, but at the very bottom part of that computer is where the paper is and the microfiche. Yeah. And then either to the sides or to the bottom here, there's like a little roller, and it just rolls along those small little slots and images, and it enhances it on this big screen here. So that's how microfiche works. The details are far more intricate, their likeness likely closer to how they might have appeared at the time. They're both recognizable this way, closer to those paintings I've seen in the mansion. However, it's the man standing beside her, Edward Godfrey, according to the article that had caught my attention previously. Her first cousin, and eventually her fiancé. Ah, the cousin. Every day is learning. That's what I'm here for as your storyteller. Here to provide knowledge and information. All the different ways of bookkeeping throughout time are always so interesting to me. Her first cousin. So first cousin means that, oh God, how removed from the family is he? So no. First cousin is you're much closer than I thought. It would be like, oh God. It would be like your No, that would be just your cousin. Shit. Family trees are where I have a hard time. But we're getting a little too close in the family tree of marriage. But I mean, that's common back then, but you know. Maybe it's the posture, the manner in which he holds himself. Or maybe it's the shape of his eyes, though I can't be too certain about it until I've gotten a better reference. Nevertheless, there is a resemblance. He looks eerily like... My head snaps up, glowering at whoever's running on the floor above. Any day I'd march upstairs and reprimand whoever it is.
This is a library, for heaven's sake.
Oh, Jesus. When I was in the time, I've gotten what I need. Without wasting another minute, I hit the machine's print button for a copy of the page, while my other hand moves to put everything back into storage. A ragged exhale slips from me. Relief, perhaps? Or maybe this is already exhaustion. Regardless, soon I'm closing my eyes as I wait for the printer to finish, only to stave off a headache building up from everything. Sometime, I even began humming the same song again, for comfort. Despite my doubts about this, despite all the tension in my shoulders. This may be a small find, but at least I can start somewhere. We can start somewhere. There's a way out of this. I know it. The printer sputters to a halt. However, Its sound isn't what makes my eyes snap open. Oh, wonderful. Oh, wonderful. Okay, here we are again. A feeling, a chilly brush of air behind my back. Brief enough for someone sickening to suddenly lodge itself in my throat while I take in my surroundings. My art tag is #STArt. It's that suffocating sensation again. Creeping into every part of me, crawling under my skin, draining me little by little of any strength. From that day in the mansion. I know, it's the worst. From that brief moment at the school. Without delay, I grab the papers and make for a quick beeline for the door. Oh, am I gonna have to QTE? Oh yeah, here we go, baby. My whole body freezes.
What are you doing, Miss Pink?
Oh, fantastic. I hold my breath, not daring to make any noise. For a little while, only the sound of papers crumble under my grasp fills the room. The excitement from earlier gone instantly. Replaced by a cold, seeping dread spreading through my limbs. Oh, welcome. Welcome to the game. There we go. Okay. Replaced by a cold, seeping dread spreading through my limbs. But more than the fear is the anger. It pains me to hear her using my own student's voice against me. More than once I believed it was really her. She has no right.
Why don't you play with me?
This is the worst. Although she hasn't made a move, if there's a wall behind me, I'll probably take a step back. Anything to put distance between us, no matter how small, as long as I'm out her reach. But I steel myself. Because if I do fall back, turn away from her, I'll be left with no way out. I'm not dying here. Well, let's go ahead, just in case. Let's go ahead and do a save.
You think you scam me?
Yeah, get her, Becca! Yeah, get her, Becca!
I'm not afraid of you, you spook! This is one Scotswoman. You aren't getting into an early grave without a fight!
She goes more Scottish with her accent. That's so funny.
Come at me!
Yeah, get her, girly! Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Oh, shit, fuck. Oh, good. She just threw some shit at her. Okay. I don't bother looking if whatever I threw hit its mark. You got this, girl. Run. As fast as my legs can carry me. Despite my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. But in this maze of bookshelves, the whole place almost void of people. Oh, shit, fuck. Is there even a safe place I can escape to? Well, here's the thing. I don't know how this library is laid out. So in every horror ever, you don't go upstairs, you know, because that's where you die. So I would assume I would head for the door. What do we think? What do we think, everyone? Let's see. I could... Oof. This is a decision. I think we'll go with... I feel like it'd be better... Let's go to the door. Okay. I saved anyway, and I don't want Becca to die. And I will save scum the shit out of this, because I don't want her to... Let's head for the door. There's the only room out of this place. Okay. Let's find out. If there's one, it is out of this room, out of this place, and as far away as anyone can get from her. I can think about the rest of what I can do after I'm outside. When there are other people I can ask for help. She's not chasing after me like this. There's no hesitation in my steps as I race for the restricted section's door, head downstairs and bellow straight for the library's exit. For its safety and a desperate bid for my life, library rules be damned. I can no longer hear her behind me, and I'm not taking any chances. A breath almost escapes me as I near the door. A little more. When out of nowhere, a library cart careens from a blind corner and slams into my sides. Ouchies. My back hits the floor with a hard thud, the impact completely knocking the breath out of me. The copper tang of blood gradually spreads over my tongue as I fight to get my bearings back. I force myself to move, even with the excruciating pain coursing through my limbs. The exit's almost there. If only I can. But there's no moment's respite. Think about the library rules. Oh shit, fuck. There's a heavy weight on top of me, cold tissue sliding around my neck, tightening like vice pressing, closing in, leaving me gasping for air. Through my blurred vision, I can only make out a hateful gleam, the spite in her eyes as she looms over my body and her grips of my throat grows tighter. Desperation kicks in. Kick her! Kick her! My nails dig into her wrist as I struggle against her firm grip, trying to pry her fingers away.
Let me go.
Oh shit, fuck. Moving the mouse in the arrow's direction. Oh wait, shit, how do... Oh shit, fuck. Okay, well, death scene. I was like, do you mean to move in the green? I'd misread that. Every second I writhe under her punished grip.
Somebody help me.
No, it's totally okay. We'll be totally fine. We'll be totally fine. Darkness fills the edge of my vision. Don't even worry about it. We'll be totally fine. All right, let's try that again. Because I'm not sure. Keep the slider within the green bar by moving the mouse in the arrow's direction. Okay, so... Oh, I see what it means. I see what we're talking about. Okay, I got it. Okay, I understood. I don't think twice. My limbs are moving of their own before what I did could fully register in my brain and my lungs could recover. Behind me, she lets out a cry, sharp, loud, and thunderous against the empty walls of the library. But the fear her wail brings compares nothing to the relief washing over me when I finally make it out. See, we're fine. We're fine. Always head to the door. We're fine. Just a little QTE, nothing to worry about. Pick up my goat. We are fine. My knees buckle as soon as my feet hit pavement. It surfaced cold and hard against my skin. I've only been there a few hours, about 1 or 2 probably. I don't know anymore. It feels like eternity all the same. What if we went upstairs? Do you want to see what happens when we go upstairs? I can reload. My breathing hasn't slowed down yet, and I don't expect it to go after going through that. I probably look the most undignified creature on a Sunday morning right now. Out of breath, disheveled, slumped here with a bloody lip and all. But at the present, I simply can't bring myself to care, even when a few passers-by start giving me strange looks. Stare at me all you want, I don't give a single shite. I'm alive. I'm safe. This isn't the end yet, but I'm safe. And inside my bag is something that could get us out of this mess. Nothing definite yet. I don't want to get my hopes up, but it still is something. If Isabella is here, I'm sure she'll feel the same. She'll even be the first one who'll put her faith on it. Okay. I can save here and we can see what happens. Let me check, not the journal. Let me check the tree. Hey, Damien, if you keep spamming that in my chat, I'm gonna have to ban you. Do not come in here and keep spamming in my chat. Let's see. So we are at the common route. And we got here. Oh God, it started all the way in the back. Yes, and that was an accident. Because me. Oh, it's another. Okay. Oh wait, so that's a QTE. So this is the other. Ooh, so that leads to all whatever the fuck happens here. Ooh. Oh, we're so close to the end. Okay. If it... So this, and then that's it for the story. Ooh. Okay. We'll take a little look-see. We'll take a little look-see and see what happens. But I might come back to this branching path. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. So we'll load. Let's see what happens. So we head upstairs. No people upstairs, aren't there? The weekend staff with some volunteer. There should be. Even if it's a Sunday, I'm only here on a special permit. There should be at least one other person manning this place. I heard them a while ago. Of course, I couldn't possibly tell them about this. They won't believe me in the same manner we didn't buy Isabella's stories until it was too late. But I can easily come up with excuses. For now, what's important is I don't end up trapped and alone with her.
Safety in numbers, as they say.
It might be dead. There's no hesitation in my steps as I race upstairs, ears straining for any signs or sounds of the woman appearing, jumping at me again any second. I can still hear her behind me, the grinding of bones, her whispers as she keeps calling me back. Although it's at a distance, I don't slow my pace. Library rules be damned. Yeah, she's so adamant about this library rules. Because no matter how much I pretend to be brave, the level-headed one or the tough one, this terrifies me. This scares me more than anything. This isn't how I plan to die. But when I get to the 3rd floor, only silence welcomes me, and an emptiness that stretches out far too wide, sending the entirety of the floor for it to be reassuring. There's no time for library rules. It's just behind me, somewhere at the foot of the stairs. Panic rises in my throat. No other way now but up. Oh my god, are we going to the ceiling? That'd be crazy. So I bolt, desperation kicking in without warning. I take 2 steps at a time, tripping clumsily over some of it in my last-ditch attempt to escape. But I know. In the back of my mind, I know all of this is futile. With every footfall, with every rugged breath, every pounding of my heart, it gets hammered into my mind. And it only becomes clearer to me once the door at the end opens. Yep, revealing the vast expanse of Luxbourne's early morning skyline, with her treading at my heels and blocking my only way out. Yep. Ooh, okay. Except the one that greets me isn't who I'm expecting.
Hannah? Oh, Becky, sweetie. Why would you ever run away from me?
Yeah, she's super possessed right now.
The trek up here must be exhausting, isn't it? You poor darling.
It's Hannah. Mm-hmm. The voice is the same, even the looks. Yet nothing about this Hannah screams of the Hannah I know. Yeah, she's scary. Yes, she's possessed. So this might still be a trick, but it could possibly be her possessed. The reason why we know this is because you'll see when she pops up again, her necklace in her route. We went down a path, and her locket that she wore, which was this beautiful heart locket of her family that was given to her from her family, she always wore it. But eventually, when she got possessed, she changed out that locket for a new necklace that she's wearing that used to belong to somebody within the mansion. She exudes none of the sweetness or cordiality she always has with her, even when faced with people she barely knows. If I had not seen what I have just seen, heard what I've heard this past week, it's very likely brush this jarring disconnect to the old weather. However, something's off with her, and my mind is screaming the space between us is best kept for now.
Why don't you come here, sweetie? Downstairs with me.
Yeah, so this is how she looked when she got super possessed, and you can see the necklace that she's wearing now isn't her locket, her heart locket that she had from her family. It's some kind of pendant from somewhere from that she found in the house.
I can't.
Oh, why ever not?
Please, Hannah. just leave.
Don't be such a spoilsport, honey. Don't you want to catch up?
No, thank you.
It's been years since we've seen each other, hasn't it? Don't you miss big sister Hannah?
Oh, Becca, run.
Maybe some other time, Hannah. I'm here on important business.
Important business, she says. Little Becky all grown up.
Aaron.
Now she's learning to meddle. Tell me, darling, what did the curious girl find out?
I don't think that's any of your business.
I think Charlotte's trying to get rid of evidence.
Oh, believe me, it is. It is now.
Especially if it involves my darling prince.
She laughs, her features contouring into something horrid, close to grotesque. A twisted little thing completely removed from the person I've met not a day ago. This isn't Hannah. She's gone. This little fact caused me to take a wary step back. Since when? She appeared okay in the housewarming party. And as annoyed and overbearing as I find her husband is, I feel sorry for the ballhead. Oh, it's ballhead, I think. But anyway, might be an asshole, but he doesn't deserve this. Hannah doesn't deserve this.
What's wrong, Becky? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Maybe so.
All I'm asking is what brought you here at this hour. Of course, if you didn't do anything wrong, we wouldn't be having this problem, yes.
Stay away from me!
A useless plea. Does she even understand a word I say? Can she even... Is she still human in the first place? Somehow I doubt it. Because no human being will ever do this.
You and your friends have become such a nuisance to our lives. So do me a favor, sweetie, and come with me. I promise it'll be worth your while.
Becca hit her with a book. Simply imagining what she's capable of doing to us. I never want to give her that chance.
I'm telling you to back off!
Yeah, get her, Becca!
How rude. I'm sure Mumsy Gales wouldn't be happy about that. Please be a good girl now.
Her gait is slow as she walks forward, but with every inch she draws near, even as I pull away to take back what little distance I can between us, the smile on her merely grows whiter. Here comes Becca with the steel chair, mocking. And here comes Becca with the steel chair! Oh! For me. She may be less of a human now, but I'm pretty sure she's fully aware she's gotten me cornered. She wouldn't even bother making it here if she isn't. But I can't look away. I can't bring myself to, even as the heel of my shoe eventually hits the edge. Under the line. Trapped. Alone. So this is how it ends, huh? Quietly and without fanfare. Surrounded not by a warm breeze, but a chilly morning air. No soft footfalls on empty hallways, but the din of the early morning traffic below, nor warm afternoon light. Nothing but cold, pungent smell of death, all underneath the dreary morning sky. How fitting. Yet, amidst all of it, there's a single voice I want to hear. Oh, this sucks. Ooh, this sucks. If only for the last time.
Becca?
Oh, fuck.
Hey, did I wake you up?
Oh, fuck.
No, I left you a voicemail, so I thought... Where are you?
The one I grew up with. Who always got grades better than I did without even trying. Whose silly antics I have to put up with all these years. Who stood by me even when things got tougher. That one person who's been a constant in my life.
Ash, do you remember that one time?
Right hands.
What?
Oh no, I'll cry right now.
Back in secondary. We joined a contest back then, didn't we? We had to dress you up as a girl and...
No.
What? You looked really pretty. I think I still have that picture somewhere.
Burn it. We're not talking about that again. You promised. seriously, what brought this on?
Wait, let me see those pictures.
Nothing. It's just the first thing I remembered.
So weird. Despite everything, my lips curl into a smile. Faint. A sad little thing on its own given the situation. Because even at the very end, I know I have this. The casual talk, the friendly banter, talking like how we always would as children. If only I hadn't been too selfish. If only I hadn't taken all of this for granted in favor of my feelings. Then perhaps I won't be regretting anything now.
You're being weird today, Becca. Whatever. Listen, I need you to go home right away. I'm at Salem Well right now and...
I wish time would simply stop for us. There are still a lot of things I want to say. Things I never bothered saying out loud. Things I should have said a long time ago to someone who has always been by my side. But in this moment, there's only one.
Thanks, Ash.
Hold on, did I do something?
For everything.
Rebecca, what?
I'm so glad to have known you.
Wait, what are you? God damn it, Rebecca, where are you?
A soft click. And I'm closing my eyes. There's a rush of air. The sound of the world dimming around me. Like a song coming to its inevitable end.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
And I did get a memory fragment. No, not the kitty! Oh, fuck. Okay, we're backpedaling because I definitely wanted to keep Becca alive. Hey, Becca, don't even worry about it. Watch this, girl. Come back to life right now. No, we're not going to look at it for too long. I know, don't look at it. Don't look at it. It didn't even happen. It didn't even happen. Nothing happened. Everything is fine. Oh, that's sad. I'm sad. I'm not that. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I tabbed out. Becca, everything is so fine right now. Everything is so fine right now. Hold on. Dead? Not Becca. Yeah, and then we get the death. This is probably another death scene, but just depending on who else also died during those times. Ending 2. Yeah. Ugh. Sad. Anyway, we're gonna continue along the Becca is absolutely alive and everything is fine path. Damn, that was rough. Whew. Wherever this will lead us to is victory on its own. Now all that's left is to find the others, the rest of us trapped in this bloody nightmare. But I don't remember exactly. Wipe it all from your brains. Right on cue, as if to answer to my previous thought, my mobile phone lets out a beep. I pick it up, simply hoping it'll be one of them. Alright, his voicemail, because he said he left a voicemail. It's a voicemail that greets me. From Ashton. There's a pang of disappointment, of course, but it brings some reassurance that nothing's happened to at least one of them.
Hey, Becca, call me back when you're free. We need to talk. ASAP.
Oh, so good to hear you, bud. It ends right there. A message less than a minute long, curt and gives nothing away. I let it ease my worries regardless and do as he asks. Because this too is another triumph for us. And less thing to worry about. Well, now we're on Ashton. Woo, okay. Oh, fucking crazy. All right. That's up with modern day. We have never gone past the 30th. Yeah, Becca's was the newest in that. Okay. Ashton, let's see what you have, buddy. Are you going to be equally as long as fuck? Oh, Jesus, this is so long. Holy fuck. Look at how tiny this bar is. Oh my God. Oh, you can't see it through my overlay, but hold on. Oh, fucking Christ. So much for doing a twofer. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. Bruh. You gotta be shitting me. Oh my God. What the fuck is this? Maybe it's the romance options too, because those are also something. Because you have the common route, you have a bad route, and then you have a romance route, depending. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Look at these paths. Oh my God. I wish. I don't think you can. I don't think well, if you're talking about Ashton romancing Zach, I don't think Ashton can romance Zach, but I think we can, if we're like, I think as like Isabella, we can romance Zach, I think. I tried for it. I tried real hard. This is a fucking crazy. This will most likely have to be a next stream kind of thing, because there's no way I'm getting through this today. Oh, fuck. And here I was wanting to finish it up. No. God, I know how long is Luke's. That's going to be fucking crazy. Oh my God. What is these paths? Holy shit. Do you see at the bottom how tiny this little bar is? Oh my God. Because I feel like, you know, obviously with Ash, we're probably going to get into the meat of it all. We're going to have a lot of background information for one, and then we're probably going to move even further in the story from you know, Jesus fucking Christ. From October 30th. This is crazy. This game is really cool in all the ending paths that it offers. It has a lot of flaws, but it has a lot of cool concepts to it as well. And like, mind you, a lot of these like small, these bits here, these one or two options is like, I mean, obviously you can see that they lead to like the same place. So it's like some of these options are not like, don't like crazy matter. But then, like, when we get to some other shit, like, what the fuck is all this? What the fuck is all this? Oh my God, what the fuck is all this? Oh, and then that's the end. Holy shit, dude. Oh my God. I also wonder how long Luke's is. Because there's the route where if Ashton is the only survivor up to this point, there's the route where if like one person dies, there's the route if two people dies. Obviously there's the route, you know, various romance route and various choices that you make. Like I ended up getting Hannah possessed because I didn't give a shit about her really, and so I was like, sure, she can get possessed, whatever the fuck. So there's probably the route as well as if she wasn't possessed, but Luke will probably be similar, if not. Oh, Jesus. So most likely I'm going to have to save this for next stream, even though I really wanted to bust through a lot of it today. But I mean, it has been almost 6 hours for me. Where are we at? We're at 5 hours, 30 minutes. God, yeah. I mean, like me personally, I definitely could go for longer right now, but like, what the fuck is this? Oh my God. What the actual fuck is this? Holy shit. Jesus. God damn. And I rather just maybe save it all. Yes, I've been here for 5 hours. This is probably one of my normal streams. I typically do 5 to 6 hours a lot of times. Okay, yes. I've been going for a while. Let's see. I'm trying to think of what I want to do. We'll probably call it for now. Maybe actually let me get into like around here in this before this branching path, because I have a feeling a lot of this in the beginning here is just going to be the same shit that we know. So I'm gonna go a little bit further and then we'll be good. I typically do long streams, so I'm not very and I plan to sit here for a good long while, so I'm fine with it. Oh god, I don't have like, what's Ashton's voice like? He's kind of just like a guy. I don't have much of a what's my best guy voice for Ashton? I don't know. It's probably just gonna be me talking normal but low. At least I don't have to do an accent anymore, thank god. Parties have never really been my thing. They're always such a hassle and it takes so much time off my day. Prior plans and commitments cancelled, all for the sake of playing along with others.
Welcome everyone.
I hated them even as a child.
Please, make yourselves at home.
But Mom often insisted... Oh wait, am I Luke right now? No, I can't be. I have to be Ashton. She'd slick my hair back, put me in one of those stuffy dinner jackets, and if there were any children around, urge me to make friends. Oh good. Never mind how utterly loud or tedious it was. It was all for the sake of keeping up appearances. To some extent, lies have already surrounded me, long before I've chosen what I wanted to do with my life. Luckily, there were easy ways to tune everything out. Much to my mom's frustration, I always managed to sneak my CD player along. Kept to myself and to my music, had my own little world, until I learned to observe. It's a simple matter of awareness, really. And for someone with keen eyes, a skewed necktie or a simple flick of the wrist alone could tell volumes about a person. I still don't like parties. Especially ones as big and fancy as the Wright's housewarming. However, when there's actual reason to go to them, I figure they're not too bad.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Whatever, Ashton. Besides, like it or not, it's all part of the job. I'm here on a mission. Ms.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Yeah, because it's Mr. Howard Wang that's voicing Ashton. Howard's voice is such an interesting range for me because it's not something like it's a little on like the lighter side, but it's still like it's like right in the place where I can't quite reach, because if I start to pitch myself up a little bit more, it just sounds like my normal voice, but well, we'll do what we can. One that has the name Luke Wright plastered all over it. You'd think the man would want to remain inconspicuous after his name was linked to several high-profile crimes across Luxbourne. Haha, get this motherfucker. Granted, most of it has gone cold over the years. Having stagnated without any lead or evidence, that still doesn't make him any less suspect. Yet here he is, throwing a party in his own backyard. Although having observed the man the past year, I'm not even shocked. He craves it, damn spotlight. Constantly yearns for attention like a neglected puppy. Doesn't take a genius to figure out why he's nowhere to be found at his own party. And that's not the problem here. What pisses me off is how far his reach extends, how close he has creeped into the lives of the people I care about. And a criminal, Ashton, get him! Again, like a stubborn itch you couldn't be rid of. First, Professor Clark. Then there's Isabella. I also spotted Z-Man here a while ago, and now there's also Rebecca.
Can't you at least act with a bit more shame?
Oh, we're just at the party now? Oh, shit. We didn't backtrack all the way to the beginning. Holy shit.
Becca, if I find a single scratch on Shirley, there will be hell to pay.
Wow. There will also be hell to pay if he so much harms a hair on either Zach or Rebecca's heads. Worrying about Isabella's brief dealings with him is stressing in itself already. I doubt he'll attempt anything in front of other people, though. It would tarnish his glorious reputation, and he values appearances more than anything. That doesn't necessarily mean he isn't capable of it. More than, in fact. And on the off chance he does something, I wouldn't be responsible for my actions.
Those guys know what they're doing. They're handling cars worth more than your precious Shirley.
For Zachary and Rebecca's sakes, however, I really hope this will simply be another housewarming party. Even though something tells me it's anything but. Call it a detective's intuition or whatever. When Luke Wright's involved, nothing good ever comes out of it. Can't let my guard down here. Even more so when a familiar car slows to stop and comes...
Chief?
Oh, right. Okay, and then we split off. Hi, welcome in. My presence here might be odd at best, but I have an excuse. One that this man handed to me himself a year ago, along with heavy dose of flattery for the newly promoted detective inspector. Can't exactly say the same for my good old boss, can I? Although to see him here, chatting up with Luxborn's rich and famous, it isn't such a big surprise in itself. No disrespect meant, but the guy obviously is a social climber. What is surprising is the fact that he seems all too eager to mingle with a person of interest wife. Just what the hell is he doing here?
Ashton, what's...
Sorry, Becca. I just saw someone I need to catch up with. Longtime friend.
What the shit is going on here?
Oh, wait, Ash! Oh, what about...
This won't be long. Be careful while I'm gone, okay?
Hey, be careful! About what exact...
I don't want to draw attention to myself either. At least not until he's giving me a proper reason to spoil his little party.
Thank you for the invite, Anna. Husband still missing, I see.
I should be...
Yeah, he's off with your wife, bud. Oh, shit. The
doctors again?
Wow. For now, the best I can do is wait and remain inconspicuous, especially with Chief here. His motives are dubious at best. If it means having to pretend I don't know Zach or Rebecca, or forcing myself to rub elbows with people I barely know, let alone life is getting messy, then so be it. I can't involve anyone. Off with your wife! Wandering is out of the question as well, when there are guards and civvies stationed here and there. Sure, getting past them is something I can do with ease, but I'd rather not right now. When I'm one of the few snooping and roaming about, it'd be best to try and do so once it'd be best to try and do so once there's a crowd of people. My eyes just went all over the place. And if their interior designers' drunken claims are to be believed.
Yes, well, what about Luke? Should we file a missing persons report now, or do you want to wait 24 hours?
He's around.
You know, I can tell if someone's bluffing.
It'll all come down to how well I'll play my cards tonight. With a good hand, this party is going to give me a breakthrough I need to crack Luke right, or something to prove my suspicions wrong. Maybe find out what kind of game my boss is also playing. Thank you so much. Welcome in. I've had an inkling before. A few hunches tempered down with how... Is my subscription alert not on? Huh, I'll have to check that later. It should be on. That's weird. But one does not simply deal with the rights and get invited to... One does not simply... and get invited to a party they host without wanting anything from either of the two. Or, it's the other way around. So with the last wary glance at the two, I head into the ballroom. I just hope this will not complicate things further. Hi, welcome in. Shit. By the time the party's in full swing, night has fallen. Yet there still isn't a Luke Wright in sight. And man can be quite ostentatious with this. Frankly, I'm impressed. I don't even know how many. It's hors d'oeuvres. It's hors d'oeuvres. I'll always say that. Oh, thank you so much. I don't even know how many hors d'oeuvres I already stuffed in my face with. One too many, probably. The servers are already giving me a stink eye every time I saunter over the buffet table. Listen, those deviled eggs look so good, though. Blame your employer, not me. He's the one who has the guts to show up late. Hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres. Oh, French. You're not a real language. Besides, most of the guests' idle talk is concentrated in this area. Despite standing under the same roof with the very people they're whispering about, some just couldn't resist. Might as well keep an ear out for any useful info.
Is Suarez still fixing that tech problem?
Oh, yes. My day is going well, thank you, and I hope you're having a good day too, Foxy.
Tech problem.
It's been 3 years. Sooner or later, the blighter will put 2 and 2 together.
I love these. I love these accents.
She might have already.
If the red tape on being slammed with the past few months suggests anything. That or someone has been pulling the strings. I wouldn't be shocked. Case would have not gone this long. Scumbag didn't have a mule of some kind in the force.
Shush you, we all know Suarez just wants an out.
I knew he was bad news the day the merger with Evans Incorporated happened.
Feh. Glad I did not have to deal with that.
These are great accents.
But keep it down, someone might hear. The wife especially.
Keep it down. What the fuck is that one? Keep it down, someone might hear. Say wife. This kind of negligence has always been an advantage, but sometimes I wish I could be smashed drunk while doing this. Having sharp ears also means you get to hear the most unsavory things. Who cheated on who this week, one person's motive for bashing someone's skull against a wall, or a father's excuse for burning his own daughter alive. That sort of stuff. After a few years it gets tiring, you get desensitized to it. But humans could also be downright awful. Sometimes there simply isn't enough brain bleach in the world. Sadly, the wine is a no-go tonight, mostly for show. I'm up for another drive later for one, and I definitely want to be sober in case anything comes up. Reminds me, there was definitely somebody did Scottish at some point, but there's just that one accent that was just like, this is a nothing accent. And something always comes up in assignments like this. A detective inspector dying of cardiac arrest, for example. Because I can feel the moment my heart grinds to a halt. The second I shift my eyes to a corner of the ballroom.
Hannah Wright.
Some will say I'm acting a touch bit paranoid, and maybe I am. This is a party, and she's the hostess. Goes to say that she'd take time to mingle with her guests. But Hannah Wright née Evans, that's right, that's her whole name, isn't without her fair share of accolades. At least to the public, she doesn't seem like it. Unlike her husband, she's the one with the business sense, not to mention the impressive track record needed to manage a company. Or effectively hide whatever irregularity there might be. She's clean as far as my agents and I have found. That doesn't rule out the possible involvement with whatever her husband's been up to. Yeah, fucking get his ass! Get his ass! Even with Z-Man's personal opinion on the woman, there are certain gut feelings you really couldn't shake off. How Luke Wright came out clean in previous reports until I bothered to take a deeper look into it. What I found may not be sufficient to bring anyone to trial yet, but it's close enough to nurture suspicion. This may be a bit of an overreaction, but no one lasts long in my line of work by being careless.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't you think?
The question: what inspired you to do YouTube, and why did you decide VTuber? I love VTubing. I love everything a VTubing brings, and I love... Oh, sorry, big stretch. I love creating stories, and I love everything that you can do and express through a VTuber and their medium. For YouTube, even before as a VTuber, I've done things on YouTube before, so it was just the most comfortable platform I was with, instead of Twitch. So I'm just happy being on YouTube. I like everything that comes with VTubing. The character designs, the creation, the lore, the all the interesting things that you can do all through this medium.
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Oh, thank you. Nothing being worried about then. She's probably even more careful with appearances than her own husband, having grown up with the spotlight focused on her. Yet even knowing that, the anxiety stays. Yet even knowing that, the anxiety stays, has been here since the party started. I've brushed it off earlier. It wouldn't feel edgy, right? I've gone undercover on a party hosted by various person I'm investigating. That in itself is risky and has plenty of rooms for error. Usually, though, the tension passes around the first half hour or so. I've been trained to remain composed in situations like this. However, with each second I spend here, it only grows heavier and seeks to overwhelm. An odd feeling that someone is watching me instead. It's been like this since last week. Oh, very, very faintly. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but the woman's voice is in the background right now. There's always this kind of like small babbling that happens. There it is. I don't know if you can hear it, but her voice is in the background. Yeah, it's really, really faint. Yeah, there it is. Do you hear it? Yeah, there's like a little whisper in the background. It's really faint. You might need headphones to hear it better. People would be looking at me no matter how small or big of a blip I am on their radar. That's what they do in these things. But when the feeling of eyes burning into my back lingers longer than necessary. I have a question. What's the lore story of this game? So this is The Letter, which is a horror visual novel. It is basically a if you remember old chain letters where it was like, send this to 5 people or else, and it tells you a little ghost story. It's essentially what's happening here is that in this big giant mansion, there is a ghost that is haunting it. And originally the first character that we play as, Miss Isabella. Miss Isabella was a realtor that was selling this house, found a letter in an attic, and after finding letter in the attic, was chased down by a ghost that it belongs to, and incidentally ended up showing that letter accidentally to 5 other people, and so now they are all haunted as well. And also, I mean, the couple that lives here in the mansion, definitely haunted. So we're trying to figure out the secret of the ghost, trying to either help her or trying to escape from the curse. But we are all cursed right now. It is. It's a little terrifying, but it's a cool game. It has its fair share of issues, but it is interesting. When the feeling of eyes burning into my back lingers longer than necessary. I've been looking around every now and then to catch the culprit. No luck. And despite my efforts to push the sensation as far down as I could, tiny pinpricks continue to sting the back of my head, and the ghost of a cold touch creeps up my limbs. Until my gaze switches back to Rebecca and Hannah Wright. Biggest issue, Luke. Yep, there it is. She stands there, dark-haired and dirty, sticking out like a sore thumb. Even so, no one seems to notice. Oh, so Ashton noticed this part too. Because in Becca's route, Becca talked about how she felt like there was somebody always watching her. But she never saw anything. But we didn't get this scene where when we were Hannah for her route, when we were Hannah, we did see this. And we noted how she saw the woman too. So that means Ashton's seeing her right now as well. Interesting. Although she's looking away from me, her mere existence here strikes, disturbs. A sense of tunnel vision binds while I stand stock still and gape at her, like my life depends on making sure she stays where she is. I feel trapped in her presence until another guest bumps into me, yanking me out of my stupor. Only then do I realize that I've been holding my breath. And we're fine. And everything's fine. And nothing happened at all. Before I could figure out what happened, she's gone. A quick scan of the room yields no sign of her. The party continues as if nothing's amiss. I'm not really one to judge, but I'm sure someone like that would have not been allowed in a fancy thing like this. What's that security been doing? Are they really that incompetent? Is someone so distinct to easily get in without notice? There should have been an outcry by now, particularly from the host. She's been standing in almost an arm's length away from the woman, and yet she simply continues her talk with Rebecca.
Oh, the professor! And your little Becky!
My parents couldn't make it since they're in Scotland right now. And Mom says hi, by the way.
Is there something in the food then? That I'm starting to see things? It couldn't have been the wine though. I'm every bit as sober as when I first stepped off my car. The hors d'oeuvres? The hors d'oeuvres? Why would anyone want to do that? Why would Luke Wright want to do that? He's fishy, but I couldn't see why he'd ever think it'd be a good idea to lace the food he's serving his party. With someone like Chief Lee on his guest list to boot. He has been linked to a narcotics trade. This motherfucker! Get him! Get his ass! Get his ass! Oh my god, he's trafficking? That's crazy! However, that kind of tactic is below him. That much I could tell. Unless there's a mass murder waiting to happen here tonight, which I highly doubt. So.
What the fuck was that?
True. But there's no time to look deeper into this, even if I want to. Ah, yes. Now when the telling silence comes upon the room and draws everybody's attention to the main doors of the ballroom.
About damn time.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the Wright Mansion.
I've been tailing this guy for a while now. Before that, I heard stories from previous officers who tackled this case, none of which are pleasant. Mind, I'm not counting the incident with Professor Clark yet. Pleasant is glossing over the gravity of it. While Wright's good at covering whatever shady stuff he's doing, he's shown to be a really rotten guy. Yes! I know! I'm so aware. At least, that's the case when he thinks none of his peers are around to judge him. I lost track of how many counts of verbal abuse and harassment cases this guy could be pinned with. That's what I'm fucking saying! Standing in the same room as him doesn't make me want to punch him any less. Actually, they're just stronger, but protocols. In my case, first and foremost. My own opinion of the man shouldn't get ahead of my purpose here. If I want to put him in his place, it should be in court, with all the proper charges filed against him. I'll only be able to do that once I gather enough evidence to pin this bastard down.
Welcome one and all to our humble abode. Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are all ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen, if you would excuse my presumptuousness. So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
And then the soap opera happens. Suppressing my annoyance, I prepare to step away from the crowd. Miss the cheers and claps. Now is as good a time as any to move. Try to find that something the McCullough woman was talking about. In the first place, I have no plans to actually shake hands with the slime ball himself. Fake smile is plastered on my face while I pretend to listen to one of the other guests gossiping about him, all while slowly inching out of the ballroom. Fortunately, before I can get it any further.
Are you feeling ill, Rochelle?
Yeah, woo, soap opera.
Perhaps you need to sit down and...
Rich people only have two ways to resolve their mess. Either they quietly deal with it behind closed doors, or they create an even greater problem out of it, and it just blows up in everybody's faces one way or another. Fun.
No! Shut it, you mon-
You mon-
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this scumbag over here. You bloody bastard standing there with your smarmy smile.
Yeah, get him. Not even a few seconds later, and this is already proving itself to be a big public spectacle. Why spend money on television to buy daytime soap operas? There it is. It's just one right here. You could just go to one of these parties and see the action unfold in real life. Get free food too. Really, if I were an actual guest, I'd just take this as some sordid form of amusement.
Watch your tongue. You're on thin ice, Rochelle. Where's your husband? Who even invited you?
You. What? But I'm not a guest who's here for a good time. I need to focus on him, even through this whole sorry tale. So I wait, I listen, I observe. Interesting, isn't it, though? That's the chief inspector's wife. It sure is. All right, 29th. Wow. Okay, let me check the... Hi, Ashton. Oh, let me check. I never read his profile. Okay, hold on. Okay, he is a Capricorn, because of course he's a Capricorn. December 26, 29. He's almost 30. 5'5". Oh, he's smaller than I thought. Oh, he is pretty small. Yeah. Detective Inspector, American Japanese. Christian, non-practicing. Probably family's Christian, yeah. Bachelor's degree in forensic science. Likes taiyaki ice cream. Oh my god, me too! Shirley Ophelia. Do you mean like the play? Ophelia? Old-timey action movies and thrillers. Kart racing, jazz and swing. Sherlock Holmes. Justice! Short kings rise up. Little 5'5" kings. Jazz and swing is cool. I like that about him. There was little love between his parents, and though he grew up privileged, he found little joy in student life. He saw the standard testing system as a chore and considers his popularity among his peers to be an annoyance. Rebecca was the only one he considers a friend at St. Goretti's, and he was no better when he went into university. If anything, his indifferent outlook got worse with his parents' divorce. He initially took law, but was quickly disillusioned by how heavy-handed and abused the system was. So true, King. Forensic science, on the other hand, became fascinating for him. He served a brief time as a police officer before he applied to join Luxburn's criminal investigation department. Hell yeah, buddy. Early on, he was too eager to deal out justice, but his numerous years in service became quite the learning experience for him. Now, as detective inspector, he's been assigned the biggest case yet. Wow. So good. He was like a cop, and then he said ACAB, baby. And then he got into a different division where he was more on the investigative side, which is great. Love that for him. Absolutely love that for you, King. Okay, and then let's check out the branches. Oh, not there yet. Okay, we can go a little more then. Okay. The morning after starts off quiet. Whoop. Nope. I want to. There we go. Okay, no, let me be in control. Even the whole of Salem Well residences seems unusually still. The open hallway when I step out is devoid of tenants. No sound coming from the other units either. It's almost as if something's brewing on the horizon. A peaceful night's sleep still does wonders for the mood, though. I can't even remember the last time I slept without anything urgent interrupting. It's a nice break from all the bad news lately. If it wasn't for the insistent buzzing in my pocket waking me up, I'd sleep in. The ringing has stopped before I can move somewhere. The ringing has stopped before I can move somewhere private, but sleep has also been effectively kicked out of my system by then. Pity. I'm gonna use a little more rest until I have to face the other storm. Of course, I owe Rebecca an explanation. Wait, if he's investigating Luke and has enough on him, shouldn't he be able to get him arrested? Or is the law different with British people? Quotations. The law is definitely different in Britain. I don't know how heavily it varies. Oh, sorry, a big stretch. I don't know how heavily it varies. But I believe a lot of evidence that he has is circumstantial, I believe, and he doesn't have solid proof in everything. He only has like mostly hearsay. And maybe a few little bits of dirt here and there, but he doesn't have anything that's like concrete enough to prove to courts, because a lot of it can be like a lot of the evidence that he have can either be considered like biased or unfounded, or it could be they could instead with their lawyers say back that he's just pushing for slander and libel. So it might not be they need like hard evidence to be able to effectively incarcerate him. What'd you miss? You missed a ghost. A ghost happened. Of course, I owe Rebecca an explanation. Doesn't matter if it's the whole truth or another hastily spun tale. Although I haven't really figured out how to go about this yet. Unlike Zach and Isabella, who don't usually ask questions and are content with what little I could share, Rebecca's rather quick on the trigger. It'll have to be set aside for later, though. Oh my god, his stupid fucking ringtone. This is so fucking stupid. Sad. It would have been nice to just chill after last night, or maybe half listen to the news. What kills me about this part is that it's his own ringtone. That's so stupid. Sure, it's the same thing we've been hearing lately. Still beats standing outside in the chilly Luxburn morning on the— oh my god, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, I can't. Oh, that's a tone I didn't expect from him at this hour. Just thinking how this will go already gives me a headache. Immediately I reach up and pinch the bridge of my nose to stave it off.
This is why I won't ever drink myself senseless.
What was that?
Nothing, Chief. A pleasant morning to you too.
Did he record him? I can only assume he did, and he thought it was so cool that he set it as his own ringtone. The thought of this baffles me. He's probably calling to rag on me or complain about his wife, which is really none of my business unless it affects my case. It seems like the usual rich man cheats on wife deal. Although I would have followed up on it if it were somebody else's wife. But figuring it's the Chief's, hey, I trust him to come clean if the missus is related to the right shady dealings. This is why I left before they even hauled the woman out last night. I'm not going to go around investigating cheating husbands and wives, when it's probably just that. Chief appears to have a different idea in mind, though.
There's nothing pleasant in the morning. Anyway, where are you? I told you millions of times before to keep your lines open.
He did, and not only him. Zach, Rebecca, Isabella, all of them have said the same thing numerous times in the past. But I was undercover last night. A phone call is the last thing I want to happen when there are other things I need to focus on at that time. Yeah, especially since you have that stupid ringtone. Besides, we have radios and work-issued phones. Why isn't he using one of those channels if this is urgent?
Just woke up, sir. As awesome as it is to hear your voice this morning, it really is early. If you could give me a few minutes just to wake myself up, that'd be swell.
No need for that. This won't take long.
Is something wrong? Am I needed at the precinct ASAP?
Oh no, everything's good over there. Just look, kid. Pray. Don't take this person.
Are you taking me off the case?
You're off the Luxburn.
Oh, you motherfucker. No, Chief. No, don't do it, Chief. You know I'm the best damn cop in this industry. Well, I did not expect to hear that either. This must be some kind of cosmic joke. I allow some awkward seconds to pass. Chief must be pulling another one of his awful pranks. Out of his bad mood or severe hangover, maybe? Everyone knows that when given the chance, he exercises no control with his drinking. If it wasn't for his wife causing a stir, he'd probably be trashed an hour in the party. He likely drank more after they threw her out of the ballroom. Besides, his sense of humor has never been good. It's just infuriating most of the time. But when he doesn't follow it up, if I sound a tiny bit frustrated speaking to my own superior, I'm not the one to blame.
Wait, no. What? Are you kidding, Chief? Is this one of your practical jokes again? The Temps won't say anything about it, but I—
You're a loose cannon, Ashton. We can't have you going around.
It's not that. The orders from the higher-ups.
Uh-huh. Ah, the higher-ups. Yes, my favorite word. Since when did the higher-ups ever care about what criminal investigation departments did? As far as I could tell, they don't give a hoot if CID is filled with cold cases as long as we keep the spending low. When I need to view these old case files, though, they're locked away in the archives. I have to check with the higher-ups. I need access to these reports. See if the higher-ups would allow it. Every step, every move. In this case, there isn't one that hasn't been gated by some authority. If it's not the chief, it's the commissioner, or so they always tell me. Makes one wonder why they even bothered assigning anyone to it. Not a single one of them has done anything to help move the case. And yet they wonder why it's taken this long for even a hit of progress to show.
You can't just drop this on me. You can't just take me off like that.
You can't take me off the case, Chief. I'm too far in. That's why I'm taking you off this case, damn it!
Yes, I can. And I'm sorry, Ashton. You're a good detective. One of the best I've seen in years, but...
3 years, Chief. 3 years!
I love this. 3 years since that anonymous tech leak blew up. Since Luke Wright's name was openly linked to several nasty dealings within Luxborn's corporate world, some of them involving deaths. 3 years, and I was the only one to make it this far. Made much progress that officers with more experience weren't able to do when they handled this case. Just within a year, and with barely any help from the damn brass at that. Of course I'll be pissed.
Do you know what would have happened if I didn't work my ass off on this thing? If I didn't dedicate a whole year of my time on it? It would have gone cold, like every fucking case Luke Wright has been linked to. I saved this from getting thrown into the archives, sir.
Yeah, and that's exactly why they can't have you, Ashton. You're getting too close to the truth. They're cutting you off.
I'm getting close. If you could just...
I'm fully aware of what you've done, Frey, but the Commissioner hasn't been happy with your progress.
Mm-hmm.
Still too slow by their standards.
Oh, sure. Not that we're getting too close to the truth.
Too slow? Well, what about those reports I filed? I've documented every freaking thing for them. I've given you every important lead I can gather. Isn't that enough?
They need results, not a bunch of research papers. Not one baseless assumption after another. Concrete proof, Frey.
Yeah, that was what I was saying. It's a bunch of just like... It's not enough to prosecute.
I'm really sorry. They've already made a decision.
Dead Chief is probably definitely in on something.
They're going to pass this on to someone who's been in the force longer. Someone who has more experience.
That bitch.
Someone who has more experience?
I meant nothing by it, but you're still too young to work on a case this big.
He's 29. He's almost 30. What the fuck are you talking about?
Chief, I've already done more than what those old farts ever did behind their desks. All of it, within just a year of being assigned to this.
Watch your language, Frey. Those are your superiors,
I'm not some damn rookie fresh out of training.
Yeah, get
I'm
him,
as
Ashton.
qualified as they are.
Yeah, get him, Ashton. Futile, I know it is. I'd never say it within my earshot, but from the very minute I stepped into their precinct, a lot of them had underestimated me, from their stares alone to the assignments I get. To them, I'm still just a kid, too young, too green, too inexperienced. Once they pull that card on me, every argument I have gets thrown out the window. No matter how logical it is, how much I've accomplished, the records say, or amount of work I put in every investigation they've thrown my way.
We're all aware of your skills, kid. You wouldn't have that badge and rank if you weren't good enough. However, this case is just not for you. Too high profile, too risky to put a good officer like you in harm's way.
Ah, you motherfucker. Can he even hear himself? The reasoning is odd in itself. No one joins this line of work without knowing the dangers of it.
Don't I get a second chance? You said it yourself. I'm a good detective. It'll just be a matter of time before we can close this.
It doesn't matter what I think, Frey. You're off the case, and that's final.
This bitch.
I expect all related files and documents on my desk by Monday morning.
No.
And don't even try to go touch anything. I know how hard-headed and determined you are.
No.
Chief, please. A few more weeks. I'll have the proper evidence left on your desk by then. I swear it won't take longer than that.
Fred, it's too late, boy. I've already informed the other officers. You aren't to be allowed access until you've been given a new assignment.
You can't take me off the case. I am the case.
Fred, take the weekend off.
Seriously, Chief, is this about last night? If this is about me being at that party, I have a good reason for...
It is absolutely part of it. It makes me pause. His wary tone, the sudden careful note in his voice. Slowly a frown forms in my face, my eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Much as I hate to say this about my own boss, there's also suspicion in it. Hard not to think of it that way, seeing as how he acted around Hannah Wright last night. Is he worried? Or should he be? Everyone who's anyone was invited, and doubt for a second why he received an invite, even if his presence was questionable. There's something wrong, and I've been unintentionally walked into it. I have to say it's a sneaking suspicion, but when one looks at this from a different angle, put everything together. Why the hell I've been taken off this case might be for the same reason he was there in the first place. Fuck.
Yes, Chief, I was. For a good reason. A friend invited me to go with her. What were you doing there? I know we don't have a strict rule against attending functions, but that was...
He coughs and it almost sounds like he's choking on his own excuses, lies. I don't want to accuse him of anything yet. He's someone I've respected since I joined LPD, even with his bizarre sense of humor and tendency to procrastinate. He's obviously competent enough to get the job done. He wouldn't be Chief Inspector of Luxborn Police if he wasn't. He wouldn't last years in service without some track record backing him. Unless that too is a fluke. What's backing him is not something, but someone. Oh. Oh, shit. Fucking hell. Fucking shit.
Chief Harvey, about last night with the...
Mm-hmm.
Why does it matter, Frey? This isn't about that.
Uh-huh. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? I'll recite the whole damn oath we've taken upon being sworn into service if I can. But at this point, it seems too late to remind him of that. He's probably already moved from serving and protecting people to serving and protecting his own interests. Damn it. I suspected the upper brass of this, even the lower rank subordinates in the force, but from my own boss... Shit. No wonder that leak didn't lead anywhere. Someone closer might have been pulling the strings, might have set up to fail long before the fucking case had been assigned to me. I don't want to give this up. I don't want to believe I wasted an entire year for this. But I want this to be the kind of news to tell Professor Clark after all those promises I've given the man.
I just want to know, sir, at the party, with Luke and Hannah Wright, you were...
Monday, Detective Inspector. First thing in the morning. Every copy of the files you have, I want to see it all on my table, understood?
This isn't...
Frey, am I understood?
What else can I do other than smile and nod? With my own superior expecting an answer using that tone, brushing my questions off as easy as discarding a dead body.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Cuts the line as soon as the words are out. You're off the case, Frey. Just like that. Funny. This still caught me off guard. I've discovered years ago how different the actual thing is. How far from reality everything I believed in as a dreamy-eyed kid. There's no high-speed pursuits every day, no thrilling gunfights or exciting cases every step of the way. Only paperwork, lots of red tape, and dealing with the politics and bureaucracy. I've set out to change things, hoping it will make things better for the people I care about. Ended up changing me instead. Serves me right for being too idealistic, I guess. It's probably the universe telling me it's better to remain the skeptic I really am. Now here I am, standing uselessly. Can't even do anything but grit my teeth and kick the wall. The bastard didn't even acknowledge my response.
What did the poor wall ever do to you?
She's alive! Figures Rebecca would be the one to find me in this embarrassing state. Honestly, I don't like it when she sees me like this. It seems to happen a lot, regardless of what I want.
Rebecca, now's not a good time.
The concern I expect from her when I turn isn't there, however. Instead, she just looks, well, the storm I left brewing last night, it's right there on her face, ready to be unleashed.
When is it ever a good time for you? You're always so busy with everything now. Now I find you here, sneaking out without even bothering with a proper goodbye. Not even a word. Really, I'm starting to think you're just keeping me around for my couch and my cooking.
Becca, it's not what you're thinking. I wasn't planning on sneaking out. I was going to say goodbye. I just had to take this call. Although, I'm not gonna lie, couch is great. 10 out of 10, would sleep again.
Stop it with the jokes, Ashton. I'm not in the mood.
Her bitterness is not lost on me. But at this point in our friendship, in our lives, does she still expect me to answer that? What am I supposed to tell her now?
Are you still mad about last night?
She merely raises an eyebrow at me, which, to be honest, is all the response I need. Seeing her like this makes me believe those things Z-Man says, the part where Rebecca scares him sometimes. 10 out of 10 with sleep again is really good. I've certainly seen this more than once already. But the familiarity of it doesn't really take away from the downhill turn this conversation's starting to take. Only an awkward cough serves as a way to stall.
Okay, of course you're still mad.
Okay.
But whatever happened last night, I really am sorry. I'll apologize as many times as you want. If you want, I'd even kneel or something.
Ashton, an apology is nice and all, but that's not what I wanted to hear from you today.
Alright, fine, okay. Where do you want to start?
Oh, I don't know. I've honestly lost track of it by your third trip to the buffet table.
I wasn't... The drive up there took a bit. Can you blame me if I wanted to grab some appetizers?
Oh, come on, Ash! For the whole evening? For the whole party?
I'm sorry, Becca. He was on a mission.
Please don't tell me that's all you did, because I've never known you as someone who pigs out. You even took great lengths to avoid me. Should I also mention how you ignored Zach? Sometimes I get the feeling you don't want to be seen with us in public. Some friendship, huh?
You know it's not like that. It's never going to be like that, Becca.
Maybe you even just used me to get into the party. You said yes to being my +1, but you were rather excited to just peel yourself off, weren't you? Honestly, I'm feeling a bit used.
I couldn't even look her in the eye. It wasn't that I lied to her. I honestly wanted to be there, to keep Zach safe, to keep Rebecca safe. Just in case. Client or family friend, it was still a party hosted by a person of interest, by a man accused years ago of murdering a person's wife. This bitch! Get this motherfucker, Ashton! Get this motherfucker! Accused years ago of murdering a person's wife to get what he wanted. Crazy, crazy shit. But then Chief showed up, Hannah Wright happened, and Luke Wright just couldn't be bothered to die peacefully somewhere. All of a sudden, none of my original ideas mattered. If I was found out right then and there, hell, if Zach and Rebecca's connection with me was found out, who knows what might have happened. But Rebecca doesn't understand that. Doesn't understand what I can and can't say to keep them from harm. It's all in her eyes, in the tight line of her lips and her furrowed brows. The hurt.
I'll ask this again. Just what were you up to during the party? What were you doing that you couldn't even take 2 seconds to make time for your friends?
This day is just off to a wonderful start. First my case, now Becca. How do I even go about this? Jesus. Ash, you are none of these options I like, buddy. Okay. I guess because she's not gonna like that it's confidential. Did she like that? No, she didn't like that. Hold on. Becca, I'm trying to get you your man so bad. I want you to get your man so bad.
It's confidential, Rebecca.
Cool. I want you to get your man so bad, Becca. Wonder how many times I've told her that. Not just her, my dad, my mom, Zach, and even Isabella. How many times have I told them what essentially boiled down to mind your own business, to make sure they're all safe, to keep them out of danger. The job isn't a game, isn't as glamorous as the television portrays it to be. I had thought so, too, as a child. Becca, you will get your man. I was so clueless back then, wasn't I? Boy, did I learn. I made sure you didn't die just so you could get your man. The good guys don't always win. All right, Ash. Justice isn't always served. Investigation is not looking at a crime scene once and getting an eureka moment. It's sleepless nights at the crime lab with the tech guys. It's several days wearing the same clothes with Chinese takeout stains because I'm staking out a place. It's frustration when bureaucracy hinders you from looking into a case any further, when you know the suspect is guilty but they get away scot-free on a technicality. It's seeing anger and pain and despair with every case.
I know you have a mountain of questions, but I've told you this so many times before. I can't say much more than that.
Still, the look on Rebecca's face, the resentment and the pain. It hurts me as well, to think that I'm the cause of all that. It's a familiar one too, something I've seen a lot over the years. Wonder how long it'll take before Zach starts giving me the same one. Or until I've hurt Isabella in a way that any sincere apology won't ever be enough. What a mess. I'm a mess, and it's people close to me who have suffered for it.
Official police business, huh? So you did use me?
Oh shit. Used. The way she utters it just makes me feel like a total scumbag. It's not like I did it all on purpose. But I can't just hold someone else as responsible for this, right? Who am I going to blame? Chief? Anna Wright? Luke Wright? Doing so feels like cowardice. Doesn't change the fact that I'm the one who put us in this situation. Couldn't even look at her anymore with this guilt eating me up inside. But then she laughs. Half-hearted and with barely a hint of cheer in it, but it's laugh nevertheless. Honestly, I don't know what to make of that, to do with myself upon hearing it. It's almost like the mere sound of it is meant to pierce.
The least you could have done is tell me. Maybe I could have helped, kept an ear and an eye out for you. I don't know. I could have been Irene Adler, maybe?
That would be cool. I believe in you, Becca. I think you would make a great Mrs. Adler. Her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes, but the mask, she tries so hard for me. I give her a smile of my own, though I imagine it comes off as unenthusiastic as hers. It's far easier to slip back to banter when it's like this, just to brush off everything. At least this way we wouldn't have to deal with awful things.
The woman? Don't flatter yourself. Nancy Blue, more like.
Nancy Blue instead of Nancy Drew. Wait, hold on. Oh, is it because Sherlock Holmes is in the is a public domain now, and so you can't say Nancy Drew because it's not public domain? Is that how this works?
Her sidekick would beg to differ, Ashette.
Haha. I couldn't stop a wry grin forming in my lips. She probably still has the photo from that contest. Keeps it in her old diary. Never did find either of the two after I threatened to burn them. In the end, I just never brought it up again, hoping she'd just forget about the whole thing. The small smile on her face says a lot. Those were good times. A lot simpler, a lot more peaceful. Now things have changed. We're no longer the same people we were as kids. Growing up together doesn't mean it always has to be just the two of us in the first place. It's a dumb notion to believe in. When nothing ever remains constant, things will inevitably change through the years. In fact, it already has long ago. Not just with people we allow into our respective lives, but also with us, as people, as friends. It really does get complicated as we get older, doesn't it? Not everything has to be, though. Even if it's in the form of a promise I have no idea when I'll be able to fulfill.
I swear, I'll explain when it's all over.
Silence afterwards brings an even heavier air between us. Something that Rebecca thankfully doesn't allow to linger more than necessary.
I suppose you have to go now, huh?
Situation's already awkward as it is. Dragging this out will only make it more... what? Difficult? Messed up? As if it isn't already.
Back to your case again?
I don't really have to. I have no case. As far as the job is concerned, I have the weekend off until I have to report to the chief on Monday. Although I don't want to just throw in the towel on this. Orders are orders. Isn't like in the movies. I don't get to say fuck off, throw my gun and badge at him, become some vigilante, save the day and get my job back. I'd rather get my ass thrown in jail than do anything of that. But it's also not in my nature to sit still and do nothing. It'll drive me crazy if I just idle about. Besides, there's someone who has to know about this whole Luke Wright thing.
Yeah, I need to go talk to Professor Clark.
And
there's something else I need to look into.
The other matter she mentioned last night specifically. Same stuff Zachary has also been trying to tell me. Things even the news has been blasting out to the general populace lately. Evening, afternoon, morning, all deaths with the same modus. blamed on a single serial killer. Or is it still the case?
Found dead in the early hours of the morning today. The fire was contained within the room and no other tenants were harmed, according to Luxborn police.
Grasping at straws as far as these murders are concerned. In the first place, I'm not even the one heading this investigation. Yet look at me treating it as if it's another high-profile case on my shoulder. How sad is that? Although all 3 of my friends have mentioned seeing something strange, I don't want to go into that line of thinking for now. Not yet. Not until I've exhausted every local argument I could throw at it. To be honest, though, I don't know how I can take all this anymore. But I've already given Isabella my word. It'd bother me more if I didn't follow up on a promise I made for her. And after Rebecca's claims last night, there won't be enough sarcasm in the world if what my friends have been telling me is true. I can already hear Isabella's laugh, in fact.
Figures. What else can it be?
It's not another case. It's something else. That issue Isabella mentioned yesterday morning. I'm sure you remember. You were there.
Well, at least you're not neglecting all your friends.
Come on, Ash.
Becca, I promised her I'll...
Damn, she doesn't wait for me to finish. Ah, damn. With a roll of her eyes, she turns around and shuts the door in my face. I have no idea. Of course you don't. Ashton, I swear to God. I have no idea what I've said this time, but...
Probably deserve that.
Yeah, okay, good boy. We'll just have to fix this some other time. But by then, her temper's sure to have cooled off significantly. Hopefully. Alright. Cool. Tight. Where are we in the tree? Oh, shit. We're past it now. Okay, cool. Oh, holy fuck. We already got all the way over here. Yeah, I mean, like, this kind of stuff goes through pretty quick. But even then, God, this path is fucking long. But I said I wanted to get, like, back over to, like, here, and we've way past this, so... I see. Okay. And now we're heading up this route, this path here. Before we get into whatever the fuck the rest of this is. That was fast, but also long. Yes, that's how this whole game has felt. It was like, wow, that was so fast, but also so fucking long. 1% of Ashton has been done. Okay. With that, though, I'm gonna go back and we're gonna save. Make sure I save here. And then, yeah, because it's been 6 hours and 30 minutes for me. All right. So then we'll go ahead and put this out here. This out here. Okay. And then I'll go back to just chatting. Woo! And we'll go ahead and turn the lights back on. Hold on. There we go. Oh, I'm bright. There we go. All right, perfect. Oh, I'm on. The lights are on again. Oh, Jesus. Let's give it... Put my stuff back on and give it a big stretch. Oh. Whew. That was almost good. We did so much. We did so much today. I really wanted to crank through more, and I was like, I knew Ashton's was gonna be long. Thank you. I'm so glad for you to join me. I knew that I was like, Ash's route is probably gonna be really long, but it'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. It's not fine. It's not okay. It's so fucking long. It's insane. Oh my god. Oh my god. I expect Luke's is gonna be long as hell too. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you for joining. Luke's, because I'm thinking Luke's might go back into like way back, because we might learn some background information about like these supposed claims of him these charges against him, like one, him being a narcotics dealer, I guess, in a narcotics trade, for one, potentially killing somebody else's wife. We don't know. We don't know. He's already a dickbag from the beginning, but he might actually be a murderer psychopath. We'll find out. So yeah, this game, in some of the other routes with the girls, they want me to like Luke so fucking bad, and it's not happening. I never liked this motherfucker. Ever. Jesus. Well, we had a good time. This has been a good time. I'm so thankful for you all to join me today. I'm glad you all had fun too. So for my schedule, like I said before in previous streams, we're gonna be a little bit light on the schedule because I have a convention coming up, and so I gotta prepare for that. But well, I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here later tomorrow. I think we're gonna start around, oh god, we'll probably start around 7, yeah, like 7 EST. And we're gonna continue Homicipher because I want to get through as much of Homicipher as I possibly can. God, I love that game. Halloween stops when I say it stops. And then, yeah, with this game, The Letter, I really wanted to finish it. I wanted to finish it soon because I wanted to. Mr. Jobs, yes. We'll try to get to see his quote unquote route. And maybe have him with us. I'm also, I didn't expect to accidentally get on Mr. Silver's route, but it happened. Yeah. So we'll go back to Homicipher. And then seeing how long The Letter is, I might have to end up doing, I might do some double streams where we switch, we put The Letter on Mondays to try to finish it out, because I know I can finish it within the next 2 streams. If I'm consistent, I can probably finish it within the next 2 streams, but I also want to bring Lamento back like I promised. So we'll get on board with Lamento soon, I promise. I know some of us have been waiting to go back to the Catboy BL. And that is probably about it for now. Do I have any other announcements? No, that should be it. If you need any more information, you can find me on my Twitter, which is just Storyteller VT. And I will always have updates and information on that side of things. So, thank you everybody so much for joining me. It's been very fun. Glad to have you. And I'll see you guys tomorrow night, okay? Good night, good morning, good evening, whatever time zone it is. Have a good day, okay? Bye-bye. Bye-bye.